Greek mythology, an elaborate guide to the gods, heroes, harems, sagas, rituals, and beliefs of Greek myths. And Greek mythology, romance, legends, dramas, and ancient Greek myths in a concise guide. By Bernard Hayes. Narrated by Kyle Walton. Alcmaeon and the Necklace. Right when Alcmaeon returned home from his endeavor against Thebes, he made plans to fulfill the last order of his father Amphiaraus, who had needed him to be claimed reprisal for his mother Eriphyle for her trickiness in endeavoring to result to deceive him. This assurance was moreover strengthened by the disclosure that his deceitful mother had urged him in like manner to join the undertaking as an end result of the much-pined-for shroud of Harmonia. He thusly put her to death, and carrying with him the destined jewelry and cover, abandoned forever the home of his fathers. Nevertheless, the heavenly creatures who couldn't persevere so unnatural a wrongdoing to go uninspired tormented him with frenzy, and sent one of the Furies to look after him interminably. In this hopeless condition, he wandered about from place to put, until at long last, having accomplished Sophus in Arcadia, Phegeus, ruler of the country, washed down him of his wrongdoings, and additionally offered to him the hand of his daughter Arsinoe, whom Alcmaeon showed the adornments and cover which had quite recently been the explanation behind so much dejection. Despite the way that now released him from his mental weight, the chide which hung over him was not by any extent of the creative ability cleared, and for him the country of his appointment was talked with a genuine dry season. On advising the prophet of Delphi, he was taught that any land which offered him refuge would be chided by the awesome creatures, and that the denouncing would continue tailing him till he went to a country which was not in nearness at the time he had killed his mother, denied of desire, and settled never again to cast the shadow of his dull fate over those he loved. Alcmaeon took a fragile leave of his significant other and little Tyche, and ended up being once more an outcast and vagabond. Connected after a long, troublesome trip at the stream Achelous, he found, to his unspeakable happiness, a flawless and productive land, which had yet recently ascended out of underneath water. Here he took up his living arrangements. In this protected place of rest, he was at long last freed from his sufferings, ultimately refined of his wrongdoing by the conduit god Achelous. However, in his newfound home, where achievement smiled upon him, Alcmaeon soon disregarded the revering companion and child he had surrendered, and enchanted Callirhoe, the delightful young lady of the conduit god, who wound up perceptibly joined to him in marriage. For quite a while, Alcmaeon and Callirhoe lived euphorically together, and 2 kids were bound to them. In any case, unfortunately for the quietness of her life partner, the young lady of Achelous had thought about the adulated embellishment and cover of Harmonia, and advanced toward getting to be seized with a horrendous need to wind up clearly the holder of these significant fortunes. By and by, the accessory and cover were in the safekeeping of Arsinoe. However, as Alcmaeon had intentionally concealed the truth of his past marriage from his young companion, he instructed her, whenever she fought her requests, that he had massed them in a crumple nearby country, and ensured to surge thither and gain them for her. He, in like way, vanished of Callirhoe and his youths, and proceeded to Sophus, where he presented himself before his left life partner and her father, ruler of Phegeus. To them he absolved his non-appearance by the truth of his having encountered another strike of craze, and incorporated that a prophet had anticipated to him that his ailment would simply be cured when he put away the adornments and front of Harmonia in the heaven of Apollo at Delphi. Arsinoe, tricked by his finesse depictions, unhesitatingly restored to him his marriage endowments, whereupon Alcmaeon set out to his home trek, especially content with the productive issue of his battle. However, the dangerous frill and shroud were bound to pass on decimate and disaster to all who had them. In the midst of his stay at court of Master Phegeus, one of the specialists who had ran with Alcmaeon betrayed the puzzle of his union with the young lady of the conduit god, and when the ruler instructed his offspring of his dangerous direct, they set out to vindicate the wrongs of their sister Arsinoe. They, as necessities, masked themselves as a condition of the road which Alcmaeon was obliged to pass, and as he neared the spot, they set out of a blue rose up to their place of catch, fell upon him and dispatched him. At whatever point Arsinoe, who still loved her sneaky companion, thought about the murder, she strongly rebuffed her kin for the wrongdoing which they had executed, at which they were exasperated to the point that they set her in a chest and passed her to Agapenor, offspring of Ancaeus, at Tegea. Here they reprimanded her for the murder of which they themselves were reprehensible, and she persevered through a horrifying end. Clarahoe, on taking in the hopeless fate of Alcmaeon, implored Zeus that her infant youngsters may create immediately to manliness, and vindicate the death of their father. The pioneer of Olympus heard the interest of denying life partner, and in answer to her appeal, the posterity of yesterday twisted up evidently changed into unshaven men, stacked with quality, and longing for correct requital. Hustling to Tegea, they there encountered the offspring of Phegeus, who would repair to Delphi, in order to store the embellishment and shroud in the refuge of Apollo. And before the kin had space plan insightful to shield themselves, the stalwart offspring of Clarahoe surged upon them and slew them. They by then proceeded to Sophus, where they butchered Master Phegeus and his loved one, after which they returned to their master with the extra and shroud, which, by the summon of her father Achelous, were put away as consecrated offerings in the asylum of Apollo at Delphi. Ares, Mars. Ares, the child of Zeus and Hera, was the divine force of war, who glorified in strife for its own particular purpose. He worshipped the tumult and ruin of the front line, and had a great time butcher and eradication. In truth, he exhibits no kind-hearted perspective which could respond positively upon human life. Epic writers, specifically, speak to the divine force of the fights as a wild, ungovernable warrior, who goes through the armed forces like a tornado, heaving the ground to overcome the faint-hearted alike, annihilating the chariots and protective caps, and triumphing over the appalling devastation which he delivers. In every one of the myths concerning Ares, his sister Athene ever shows up contrary to him, trying by each mean in her energy to overcome his homicidal plans. In this way, she helps the awesome Saint Diomedes at attack of Troy to beat Ares in fight. Thus well does he benefit from her importune guide, that he prevails with regards to injuring the savage war god, who makes his exit from the field, thundering like 10,000 bulls. Ares seems to have been a protest of repugnance of every one of the divine forces of Olympus, Aphrodite alone excepted. As the child of Hera, he had acquired from his mom the most grounded sentiments of freedom and logical inconsistency, as he took having a great time annoying the tranquil course of state life, which it was prefamously the care of Zeus to set up. He was normally detested and even loathed by him. At the point when injured by Diomedes, as above related, he grumbles at his dad, yet gets no sensitivity from the generally sympathetic and valuable leader of Olympus, who, in this manner, indignantly addresses him. "Don't inconvenience me with thy objections, thou whose specialty of the considerable number of lords of Olympus most contemptuous to me, for thou delightest in nothing spare war and strife. The very soul of thy mother lives in thee, and wert thou not my child, long back wouldst thou have lain further down in the insides of the earth than the child of Uranus." Ares, upon one event, caused the outrage of Poseidon by killing his child, Halirrhothios, who had offended Alcippe, the daughter of the war god. For this deed, Poseidon summoned Ares to show up before the council of the Olympic divine beings, which was held upon the slope of Athens. Ares was vindicated, and this occasion should have offered ascend to the name Aeropagus, the hill of Ares, which in short time later turned out to be so celebrated as the court of equity. In the Gigantomachia, Ares was crushed by the Alaudiae, the two mammoth children of Poseidon, who place him in chains and kept him in jail for 13 months. Ares is portrayed as a man of young appearance. His tall, solid frame joins extraordinary quality with superb nimbleness. In his correct hand, he bears a sword or a compelling spear, while on the left arm he conveys his round shield. His demoniacal surroundings are terror and fear. Enyo, the goddess of the rallying call, Kaidomos, the evil spirit of the commotion of fights, and Eris, contention, his twin sister and sidekick, who dependably precedes his chariot when he hurries into battle, the last being clearly a metaphor of the artist to express the way that war takes after dispute. Eris is portrayed as a woman of flowery composition, with rumpled hair, and her entire appearance irate and threatening. In one hand, she displays a poniard and a murmuring snake, while in the other, she conveys a consuming light. Her dress is torn and tumultuous, and her hair interlaced with venomous snakes. This godlikeness was never summoned by mortals, aside from when they wanted her help for the achievement of abhorrence purposes. Artemis, Diana. Artemis was worshipped by the Greeks under various appellations, to each of which belonged special characteristics. Therefore she is known as the Arcadian, Ephesian, and Broronian Artemis, and also as Selene Artemis, and in order fully to comprehend the worship of this divinity, we must consider her under each aspect. Arcadian Artemis. The Arcadian Artemis, the genuine Artemis of the Greeks, was the girl of Zeus and Leto, the twin sister of Apollo. She was the goddess of hunting and chastity, and having acquired from her dad consent to lead the existence of abstinence, she, at any point, remained a woman godlikeness. Artemis is the female partner of her sibling, and radiant divine force of light, and similar to him, however she bargains out devastation and sudden death to men and creatures. She is likewise ready to ease enduring and cure infections. Like Apollo, she is gifted in the utilization of the bow, yet a much more prominent degree, for in the character of Artemis, who committed herself to the pursuit with enthusiastic ardor, this turns into an all-recognizing highlight, furnished with her bow and tremble, and went to by her pair of huntresses, who were fairies of the forested areas and springs. She meandered over the mountains in quest for her most love exercise, annihilating in her course the wild creatures of the woods. At the point when the pursuit was finished, Artemis and her women waited to gather in a shady wood, or on the banks of the most loved stream, where they participated in a happy tune or agile move, and influenced the slopes to reverberate with their glad yells. As a kind of virtue and purity, Artemis was particularly worshipped by youthful women, who, before wedding, yielded their hair to her. She was likewise the patroness of those pledged to abstinence, and rebuffed extremely any encroachment of their commitment. The huntress goddess is portrayed as similar to a head taller than her chaperone sprites, and dependably shows up as a young and thin woman. Her highlights are lovely, however, needing in delicacy of articulation. Her hair is assembled carelessly into a bunch at the back of her all-around formed head, and her figure, however to some degree manly, is most agile in its state of mind and extents. The short robe she wears abandons her appendages free for the activity of the pursuit, her commitment to which is shown by the quiver which is thrown behind her, and the bow which she bears in her grasp. There are numerous popular statues of this eternality, yet the most celebrated is known as Diana of Versailles, now in the Louvre, which frames a not unworthy sidekick to the Apollo Belvedere of the Vatican. In this statue, the goddess shows up in the demonstration of saving a chased deer from its followers, on whom she is turning with irate character. One hand is laid protecting the leader of the stag, while the other she draws a bolt from the quiver which hangs behind her. Her traits are the bow, quiver, and lance. The creatures holy to her are the rhea, pooch, bear, and wild pig. Artemis immediately hated any carelessness or disregard of her revere. A surprising occurrence of this is appeared in the account of the Caledonian hog chase, which is the following. Oeneus, lord of Caledon and Aetolia, was caused the disappointment of Artemis by failing to incorporate her in a general forfeit to the divine beings which he had presented, out of the appreciation for a plentiful gather. The goddess, goaded at this disregard, sent a wild hog of remarkable size and huge quality, which pulverized the growing grain, destroyed the fields, and debilitated the tenants with starvation and death. At this point, Meleager, the overcome child of Oeneus, came back from the Argonautic campaign, and discovering his nation assaulted by this loathsome scourge, implored the help of all the commended saints of the age to go along with him in chasing the savage beast. Among the most well-known of these individuals who reacted to his call were Jason, Castor and Pollux, Idas and Lynceus, Peleus, Telamon, Admetus, Perithous, and Theseus. The siblings of Althea, spouse of Oeneus, joined the seekers, and Meleager likewise enrolled into his administration the armada-footed huntress Atalanta. The father of this woman was Schoeneus, an Arcadian, who, frustrated at the introduction of a girl when he had especially wanted a child, had uncovered her on the Parthenian hill, where he cleared her to die. Here she was breastfed by a she-bear and finally found by a few seekers, who raised her and gave her the name Atalanta. As the woman grew up, she turned into a fervent lover of the pursuit and was indistinguishable recognized for her excellence and valor. In spite of the fact that frequently charmed, she drove an existence of strict chastity, a prophet having anticipated that unavoidable incident anticipated her, should she give herself in marriage to any of her various suitors. A large number of legends questioned chase and organization with a woman. However, Meleager, who cherished Atalanta, defeated their resistance, and the valiant band set out on their campaign. Atalanta was the first to wound the pig with her lance, however, not before two of the legends had met their death from his furious tusks. After a long and edgy experience, Meleager prevailing with regards to murdering the creature, and displayed the head and stowaway to Atalanta as trophies of the triumph. The uncles of Meleager, be that as it may, coercively took the escape woman, asserting their entitlement to the ruin as closest relative. If Meleager surrendered it, Artemis, whose outrage was still unappeased, made a rough squabble emerge amongst the uncles and nephew, and in the battle which followed, Meleager murdered his mom's siblings, and after that re-established the cover-up to Atalanta. At the point when Althea observed the dead assortments of her killed saints, her melancholy and outrage knew no limits. She vowed to exact retribution and demise of her siblings, all alone children, and sadly for him, the instrument of retaliation lay prepared to her hand. At the introduction of Meleager, the Moirae, or Fates, went into the place of Oeneus, and indicating a bit of wood at the point consuming on the hearth, announced that when it was devoured by an angel would definitely bite the dust. On hearing this, Althea grabbed the brand, lit it up precisely in a chest, and from this time forward safeguarded it as her most valuable ownership. However, now, cherished for her child offering spot to disdain, she felt against the killer of her siblings. She tossed the lethal brand into the eating-up blazes. As it expended, the power of Meleager squandered away, and when it lessened to cinders, he terminated, atoning past the point of no return the frightful impacts of her rash deed. Althea, in regret and misery, took away her own life. The news of the mettle and courage showed by Atalanta in the celebrated pig chase being conveyed to the ears of her dad made him recognize his missing youngster. Encouraged by him to pick one of her various suitors, she agreed to do as such, however, made it a condition that only he who could surpass her in the race ought to end up noticeably her significant other, while those she crushed ought to be executed by her, with a spear which she bore in her grasp. Hence numerous suitors had died, for the woman was unequalled for quickness of foot, yet finally an excellent youth, called Hippomenes, who had vainly attempted to win her adoration by his indefatigable considerations in the pursuit, dared to enter the lethal records. Realizing that lone by stratagem might he be able to be fruitful, he acquired, by the assistance of Aphrodite, 3 brilliant apples from the garden of the Hesperides, which he tossed down at interims amid his course. Atalanta, secure of triumph, stooped to get the enticing natural product, and meanwhile Hippomenes landed at the objective. He turned into the spouse of the exquisite Atalanta, however overlooked, in his recently discovered joy, the appreciation which he owed to Aphrodite, and the goddess pulled back her support from the match. Not long after, the forecast which predicted mishap to Atalanta in case of her marriage was checked, for she and her better half, having strayed unsanctioned into the hallowed woods of Zeus, were both changed into lions. The trophies of the ever-noteworthy hog chase had been conveyed by Atalanta into Arcadia, and for a long time the indistinguishable cover-up huge tusks of the Caledonian pig hung in the sanctuary of Athenae at Tegea. The tusks were thereafter passed on to Rome, and appeared there among several different interests. A persuasive occurrence of the way in which Artemis disdained any interruptions of her retirement is found in the destiny which came to pass for a celebrated seeker, Actaeon, who happened to see Artemis and her chaperons showering, unwisely dared to approach the spot. The goddess, enraged at his daringness, sprinkled him with water and changed him into a stag, whereupon he was torn in pieces and ate up by his own dogs. Ephesian Artemis. The Ephesian Artemis, referred to as Diana of the Ephesians, was an extremely antiquated Asiatic heavenly nature of Persian inception called Mitra, whose love the Greek pilgrims discovered effectively settled, when they initially settled in Asia Minor, and whom they related to their own Greek Artemis. However, she extremely had yet one single trait in the same manner as their home god. Mitra was a twofold eternality, and spoke to in one period of her character all plaguing love. In the other, she was the light of paradise, and as Artemis, in her character as Selene, was the main Greek female godliness who spoke to heavenly light. The Greek pioneers, as indicated by their custom of combining remote gods into their own, seized immediately upon this purpose of likeness, and chose that Mitra ought to be viewed as indistinguishable with Artemis. In her character, as the affection which invades all nature and infiltrates all around, they trusted her to be available in secretive realm of shades, where she practiced her considerate influence, supplanting to a specific degree that antiquated heavenliness Hecate, and somewhat usurping additionally the place of Persephone as escort of the lower world. In this manner they trusted that she who allowed the spirits of the withdrew to return to earth, keeping in mind the end goal to speak with those they worshipped, and to give them auspicious cautioning of coming underhandedness. Indeed, this extraordinary, forceful, and inescapable energy of affection, as typified in the Ephesian Artemis, was accepted by the considerable scholars of old to be the decision soul of the universe, and it was to her impact that all secretive and advantageous workings of nature were credited. There was a heavenly sanctuary raised to this heavenliness at Ephesus, a city in Asia Minor, which was positioned among the 7 miracles of the world, and was unequaled in excellence and greatness. The inside of this edifice was embellished with statues and depictions, and contained 127 sections, 60 feet in tallness, every segment having been put there by an alternate lord. The riches saved in this sanctuary were colossal, and the goddess was loved with specific amazement and seriousness. In the inside of the building stood a statue of her, shaped of coal black, with lions on her arms and turrets on her head, while various bosoms showed the productivity of the earth and nature. Ctesiphon was the primary planner of this incredibly famous structure, which, be that as it may, was not by any stretch of the imagination finished till 220 years after the establishment stone was laid. In any case, the work of hundreds of years was decimated to a solitary night, for a man called Herostratus, seized with the crazy want of making his name well known to every succeeding age, set fire to it and totally devastated it. So incredible was the anger and distress of the Ephesians at this cataclysm that they ordered a law prohibiting the ignitable name to be specified, consequently, in any case, vanquishing their own particular question, for in this way the name of Herostratus was passed on to children, and will live as long as the memory of the celebrated sanctuary of Ephesus. Broronian Artemis. In antiquated circumstances, the nation which we now call the Crimea was known by the name of Taurica Chersonesus. It was colonized by Greek pilgrims, who, finding that the Scythian tenants had the local eternality fairly taking after their own Artemis, distinguished her with the huntress goddess of the motherland. The love of this Taurian Artemis was gone with the most brutal places, for as the law which she had established, all outsiders, regardless of whether male or female, landing or wrecked on her shores, were yielded upon her holy places. It is gathered that this declaration was issued by the Taurian goddess of chastity to secure the virtue of her adherents by keeping them separated from outside impacts. The fascinating story of Iphigenia, a priestess in the sanctuary of Artemis at Taurus, frames the subject of one of Schiller's most lovely plays. The conditions happened at the initiation of the Trojan War from the following. The armada, gathered by the Greeks for the attack of Troy, had collected at Aulis in Boeotia, and was going to set sail when Agamemnon, the king, had the hardship to execute incidentally a stag which was touching in a forest sacrosanct to Artemis. The affronted goddess sent non-stop quiets that postponed the flight of the armada, and Calchas, the diviner, who had gone with the campaign, proclaimed that nothing, not as much as a forfeit of Agamemnon's most loved daughter Iphigenia, would conciliate the rage of the goddess. At these words, the courageous heart of the overcome pioneer sank inside him, and he pronounced that as opposed to agree to dreadful option, he would surrender his offer in the campaign and come back to Argos. In this predicament, Odysseus and the other incredible commanders called a chamber to examine the issue, and after much pondering, it was chosen that private feeling must respect the welfare of the state. For quite a while, the despondent Agamemnon turned a hard-hearing ear to their contentions. Yet finally, they prevailing with regards to inducing him that it was his obligation to make the forfeit, he, appropriately, dispatched an envoy to his significant other Clytemnestra, imploring her to send Iphigenia to him, affirming as an affection that the immense Saint Achilles wanted to make her his better half. Celebrating at the splendid fate which anticipated her lovely girl, the affectionate mother without a moment's delay complied with the order, and sent her to Aulis. At the point when the woman touched base at her goal and found, regrettably, the shocking destiny which anticipated her, she tossed herself into a distress of misery at her dad's feet, and with wails and tears implored him to show leniency towards her and to save her young life. Yet too bad, her fate was fixed, and her humble and heartbroken father was weak to deflect it. The disastrous casualty was bound to the sacrificial stone, and as of now, the deadly blade was raised to bargain the final knockout, when abruptly Iphigenia vanished, and in her place on the holy place lay an excellent deer prepared to be relinquished. It was Artemis herself, who, feeling sorry for the young and excellence of her casualty, made her pass on in a cloud to Taurica, where she ended up plainly one of the priestesses, and entrusted her with the charge of sanctuary, a nobility, none the less, which required the offering of those human penances exhibited to Artemis. Numerous years had passed away. Amid the long and wearisome attack of Troy had arrived at an end, and the overcome Agamemnon had returned home to meet a demise on account of his better half and Aegisthus. Be that as it may, his daughter, Iphigenia, was yet an outcast from her local nation, and kept on playing out the repulsive obligations which her office included. She had long surrendered all expectations of regularly being re-established to her companions, when one day 2 Greek outsiders arrived at Taurica's unwelcoming shores. They were Orestes and Pylades, whose sentimental connection to each different has made their names synonymous with committed, generous kinship. Orestes was Iphigenia's sibling, and Pylades her cousin, and their protest and embraced an endeavor full of so much danger was to acquire the statue of the Taurian Artemis. Orestes, having brought about the outrage of the Furies for avenging the murder of his dad Agamemnon, was sought after by them wherever he went, until finally he was educated by the prophet of Delphi. Keeping in mind the end goal to placate them, he should pass on the picture of the Taurian Artemis from Tauris to Attica. This he immediately made plans to do, and joined by his loyal companion Pylades, who demanded sharing the risks of the endeavor, he set out for Taurica. In any case, the deplorable young people had scarcely ventured on shore before they were seized by the locals, who, not surprisingly, passed them on for forfeit to the sanctuary of Artemis. Iphigenia, finding that they were Greeks, however unconscious of their close relationship to herself, thought the opportunity an ideal one for sending greetings of her reality to her local nation, and in like manner asked for one of the outsiders to be the conveyor of the letter from her to her family. An unselfish debate now emerged among the companions, and each besought the other to acknowledge the valuable benefit of life and opportunity. Pylades, finally overcome with dire pleas of Orestes, consented to be the carrier of the letter. However, on looking more carefully at the superscription, he saw, to his serious astonishment, that it was rooted to Orestes. Thus a clarification took after. The sibling and sister perceived each other in the midst of cheerful tears and cherishing grasps, and helped by her companions and family, Iphigenia got away with them from a nation where she had spent such huge numbers of despondent days, and saw such large number of scenes of awfulness and anguish. The criminals, having thought up to acquire the picture of the Taurian Artemis, conveyed it with them to Broron in Attica. This holiness was from this time forward known as the Broronian Artemis, and the ceremonies which had rendered her love so scandalous in Taurica were currently brought into Greece, and human casualties drained openly under the conciliatory blade, both in Athens and Sparta. The loathsome routine, with regards to offering human penances to her, was proceeded until the season of Lycurgus, the colossal Spartan lawgiver, who put a conclusion to it by substituting its place one, which was not really less uncouth, to be specific, the scourging of young people, who were whipped on the sacrificial tables of the Broronian Artemis in the most brutal way. At times, without a doubt, they lapsed under the lash, in which case their moms, a long way from regretting their destiny, are said to have celebrated, thinking about this a noteworthy demise for their children. Selene Artemis. Until now, we have seen Artemis just in different periods of her earthbound character. However, similarly as her sibling, Apollo drew into himself by degrees the properties of that more old heavenliness Helios, the sun god. Along these lines, in like way, she came to be distinguished in latter circumstances with Selene, the moon goddess. in which character she is constantly portrayed as wearing on her brow a sparkling sickle, while a streaming cloak, bespangled with stars, ranges to her feet, and a long robe totally wraps her. Asclepius. Asclepius, the divine force of mending craftsmanship, was the child of Apollo and the fairy Coronis. He was taught by the respectable centaur Chiron, who educated him in all learning, however, more particularly in that of the properties of herbs. Asclepius looked out of the shroud forces of plants and found cures for the different ailments which harrow the human body. He brought his specialty to such flawlessness that he, prevailing with regards to warding off death, as well as re-establishing the dead to life, it was prevalently trusted that he was tangibly aided his superb cures by the blood of the Medusa, given to him by Pallas Athene. It is well to watch that hallowed places of this godliness, which were typically worked in sound spots, on slopes outside towns, or close wells which were accepted to have mending powers, offered in the meantime methods for cure that wiped out and enduring, in this manner consolidating religious with sterile impacts. It was the custom for the sufferer to rest in the sanctuary when sincere in his dedications. Asclepius appeared to him in a fantasy, and uncovered by the way he utilized for cure of his illness. On the dividers of these sanctuaries were hung tablets, engraved with the diverse pioneers, with the particulars of their diseases, the cures honed, and the cures worked by the god. A custom without a doubt gainful of most useful outcomes. Forests, sanctuaries, and sacrificial stones were committed to Asclepius in most parts of Greece, yet Epidaurus, the central seat of his love, where, for sure, it is said to have started, contained his important sanctuary, which served in the meantime as a healing center. The statue of Asclepius in the sanctuary at Epidaurus was framed of ivory and gold, and spoke to him as an old man with full facial hair, inclining toward a staff round which a serpent is climbing. The serpent was the recognizing image of this eternality, mostly on the grounds that these reptiles were significantly utilized by the people of yore in the cure of infections, and somewhat additionally in light of the fact that all the reasonability and knowledge of the serpent were esteemed key to the wise doctors. His standard traits are a staff, a bowl, a group of herbs, a pineapple, a pooch, and a serpent. His youngsters acquired, generally, the recognized abilities of their dad. Two of his children, Machaon and Podalirius, went with Agamemnon to the Trojan War, in which endeavor they ended up plainly famous as military legends, as well as skillful doctors. Their sisters, Hygeia, well-being, and Panacea, all mending, had sanctuaries devoted to them and got divine respects. The capacity of Hygeia was to keep up the strength of the group, which extraordinary gift should be brought by her as an immediate and advantageous blessing from the divine beings. Ate. Ate, the daughter of Zeus and Eris, was a heavenly nature who took pleasure in fiendish. Having induced Hera to deny Heracles of his claim, her dad grabbed her by the hair of her head and heaved her from Olympus, restricting her under the gravest curses, ever to return. From this time forward she meandered among humanity, sowing discord, working evils, and attracting men to all activities antagonistic to their welfare and bliss. Consequently, when a compromise occurred between companions who had squabbled, Ate was faulted for the first reason for contradiction. Bellerophon. Bellerophon, or Bellerophantes, was the offspring of Glaucus, master of Corinth, and grandson of Sisyphus. In result of an unpremeditated murder, Bellerophon fled to Tiryns, where he was mercifully gotten by King Protus, who disinfected him from his wrongdoing. Antia, the life partner of Protus, was so captivated with the alluring youth that she started to look all starry peered toward at him. However, Bellerophon did not re-establish her glow, and she, in Vindicate, condemned him to the ruler by a gross duplicity of the actualities. The essential inspiration of Protus, when instructed of the direct of Bellerophon, was to execute him. Yet the pre-adult, with his fragile and winning behavior, had so enchanted himself to his host that he felt it hard to end his reality with his own hands. He thus sent him to his father-in-law, Iobates, ruler of Lycia, with a kind of letter or tablet which contained odd signs, demonstrating his need that the transport of the message should be executed. Regardless, the celestial creatures saw over the certifiable and enduring youth, and inclined the center of Iobates, who was a pleasing ruler, towards his guest. In the light of his appearance, he was of decent birth. He connected with him, according to the amicable custom of the Greeks, in the most august path for 9 days, and not until the point when the moment that the morning of the 10th did he ask his name and errand. Bellerophon now showed him the letter entrusted to him by Protus. Iobates, who had ended up being unimaginably annexed to the youthful, was awfulness struck at its substance. By the by, he construed that Protus must have extraordinary clarifications behind his direct, and that feasible Bellerophon had completed a wrongdoing which justified death. Nevertheless, as he couldn't choose to murder the guest he had created to respect, he dispatched him upon dangerous endeavors, in which he would no ifs, ands, or buts lose his life. He first sent him to slaughter the Chimera, a monster which was starting at now destroying the country. The forebit of its body was that of a lion, the point of convergence of a goat, and the back bit of a legendary serpent, while out of its jaws issued blasts of fire. Before starting on this troublesome endeavor, Bellerophon summoned the protection of the celestial creatures, and in answer to his appeal, they dispatched to his guide the endless-winged stallion Pegasus, the family of Poseidon and Medusa. In any case, the wonderful animal would not persist himself to be caught. Lastly, depleted with his inconsequential endeavors, Bellerophon fell into significant rest neighboring the blessed spring Pyrenae. Here Pallas Athene appeared to him in a dream, and gave him a charm outfit to catch the divine steed. On getting up, Bellerophon naturally put out his hand to understand it, when, shockingly, there lay near by him the outfit of his dream, while Pegasus was unpretentiously drinking at the wellspring close by. Seizing him by the mane, Bellerophon hurled the bridle over his head, and winning concerning mounting him without support and convenience. By then, rising with him into the air, he slew the Chimera with his jolts. Iobates next sent him on a crusade against the Solimans, a savage neighboring faction with whom he was at disdain. Bellerophon, winning concerning vanquishing them, was then dispatched against the much-dreaded Amazons. Yet fundamentally to the wonder of Iobates, the legend again returned fruitful. Finally, Iobates set the absolute bravest Lycians in trap to annihilate him, yet not one returned alive. For Bellerophon valiantly secured himself and slew all of them. Induced at last to Bellerophon, far from justifying his downfall, was the extraordinary most adored of the celestial creatures, who had plainly guaranteed him every single through unsafe undertakings. The ruler now halted his persecutions. Iobates surrendered him to an offer in the organization, and gave him his daughter in marriage. In any case, Bellerophon, having finished the summit of normal achievement, twisted up clearly intoxicated gladly and vanity, and caused the terrify of the celestial creatures by endeavoring to mount to heaven on his winged steed, to delight his intrigue. Zeus rebuked him for his unpalatability by sending a gadfly to sting the stallion, who ended up being unsettled to the point that he hurled his rider, who was urged to the earth. Stacked with lament at having disturbed the awesome creatures, Bellerophon fell a prey to the most significant miserable, and wound up about for whatever is left of his life in the loneliest and most pulverized places. After death, he was regarded in Corinth as a legend, and a conciliatory stone was brought up to him in the forested areas of Poseidon. Cadmus, the record of the building of Thebes. After the hijacking of his young lady Europa by Zeus, Agenor, master of Phoenicia, unfit to adjust to her adversity, dispatched his kid Cadmus searching for her, yearning him not to return without his sister. For a while, Cadmus looked after his chase through various countries, yet without advance. Not embarking to return home without her, he directed the prophet Apollo at Delphi, and the appropriate response was that he should end from his endeavor and take upon himself another commitment, i.e., that of building up a city, the site of which would be exhibited to him by a calf, which had never borne the weight, and which would lay on a spot whereon the city was to be produced. Barely had Cadmus left the consecrated fane, when he viewed a calf who bore no qualities of oppression upon her neck, walking step by step before him. He took after the animal for a noteworthy partition until at last, on the site where Thebes from that point stood, she looked towards heaven, and gently lowing, sat down in the long grass. Grateful for this marvelous help, Cadmus set out to introduce the animal as a relinquish, and moreover, sent his followers to get water for the drink from a neighboring spring. This spring, which was heavenly to Ares, was organized on a wood, and checked by a wild, legendary brute who, at the approach of the retainers of Cadmus, out of the blue bounced upon them and butchered them. Resulting in sitting tight some time for the entry of his employees, Cadmus wound up noticeably excited, and rapidly furnishing himself with his lance and spear, set out to search for them. Upon accomplishing the distinguish, the mangled remains of his stunning supporters met his view, and close to them he watched the awful mammoth streaming with blood of his setbacks. Getting a gigantic shake, the holy person hurled it vivaciously upon the legendary serpent, yet guaranteed by his serious dim skin and steely scales by a layer of mail, he remained unhurt. Cadmus now endeavoured his lance, and with greater accomplishment, for it punctured the side of the animal, who, rankled with torment, sprang at his foe. When Cadmus, bouncing aside, winning concerning settling the reason for his spear inside his jaws, which last stroke put a conclusion to the experience. While Cadmus stood investigating his vanquished foe, Pallas Athenae appeared to him, and charged him to sow the teeth of the dead legendary mammoth in the ground. He consented, and out of the wrinkles there rose a band of prepared men, who as soon as possible struggled with each other, to the point that 5 of them were butchered. These last surviving warriors made peace with each other, and it was their assistance that Cadmus now manufactured the mainstream city of Thebes. In later conditions, the noblest Theban families happily ensured their dive from these solid mortal warriors. Ares was frustrated with fume when he found that Cadmus had slaughtered his winged serpent, and would have executed him if not for Zeus's intervention, and incited him to lighten his instruction to that of subjugation for the term of 8 years. At the complete of that time, the celestial power of war wound up discernibly suited to Cadmus, and, in token of his acquitting, introduced to him the hand of his young lady Harmonia in marriage. Their pre-wedding functions were basically as celebrated as those of Peleus and Thetis. Each one of the heavenly creatures respected them with their quality, and offered rich gifts and congratulations. Cadmus himself gave his wonderful woman an awe-inspiring accessory planned by Hephaestus, which, in any case, after the end of Harmonia, continually showed fatal to its holder. The posterity of Cadmus and Harmonia were 1 Tyche, Polydorus, and 4 young ladies, Autono, Ino, Semele, and Agave. For quite a while the coordinator of Thebes led brightly. However, at last an interest was encircled against him, and he was prevented from claiming his position of sovereignty by his grandson Pentheus. Joined by his unfaltering life-partner Harmonia, he surrendered into Illyria, and after death they were both changed by Zeus into serpents, and traded to Elysium.
Charites, gratiae, or graces. Every one of those gentler characteristics which improve and refine human presence were embodied by the Greeks under the type of 3 dazzling sisters, Euphrosyne, Aglaia, and Thalia, the daughters of Zeus and Eurynomé, or, as the later scholars, of Dionysus and Aphrodite. They were portrayed as lovely, thin women in the full blossom of youth, with hands and arms affectionately interweaved, and are either undraped or wear a woolen, straightforward article of clothing of the ethereal texture. They depict each delicate feeling of the heart, which vents itself in companionship and consideration, and were accepted to direct these qualities which constitute effortlessness, unobtrusiveness, oblivious excellence, tenderness, benevolence, guiltless happiness, immaculateness of brain and body, and everlasting youth. They had the absolute best excellence themselves, as well as giving blessing upon others. Every one of the delights in life were improved by their quality, and were esteemed inadequate without them, and wherever happiness or joy, beauty and jollity ruled, there they should be available. Sanctuaries and sacred places were raised in their respect, and individuals of any age and of each rank in life beseeched their support. Incense was scorched day by day upon their holy places, and at each feast they were summoned, and a drink spilled out to them, as they increased all pleasure, as well as by their refining impact directed the energizing impacts of wine. Music, persuasiveness, verse, and workmanship, however, the immediate work of the Muses, got because of the Graces an extra touch of refinement and excellence. for which they are constantly viewed as the companions of the Muses, with whom they lived on Mount Olympus. Their unique capacity was to act in conjunction with the seasons as specialists upon Aphrodite, whom they decorated with wreaths of blooms, and she rises up out of their hands like a queen of spring, perfumed with the smell of roses and violets and all sweet-scented blooms. The Graces, every now and again found in participation on different gods. In this way they convey the music for Apollo, myrtles for Aphrodite, and as often as possible go with the Muses, Eros, or Dionysus.
Daedalus and Icarus. Daedalus, a relative of Erechtheus, was an Athenian organizer, craftsman, and machination. He was the essential to display the specialty of model in its highest headway, for before his shot, statues were just rude depictions, having the members completely indistinguishable. Regardless, magnificent like his virtuoso, still more significant was his vanity, and he could current have no foe. By and by, his nephew and understudy, Talus, showed unfathomable capacity, having envisioned both the saw and the compass, and Daedalus, remembering that he may command his own particular notoriety, clandestinely executed him by hurling him down from the post of Pallas Athenae. The murders discovered, Daedalus was summoned under the watchful eye of the court of Areopagus, and condemned to death. Nonetheless, he made his escape to the island of Crete, where he was gotten by ruler Minos in a route meriting his magnificent reputation. Daedalus worked for the ruler the broadly acclaimed Labyrinth, which was a Goliath building, stacked with mind-boggling sections, crossed each other in such a way that even Daedalus himself is expressed, upon one occasion, to have lost his way in it. And it was in the building that the master put the Minotaur, an animal with the head and shoulders of a bull and the body of a man. All through time the enormous skilled worker twisted up, evidently tired of his long untouchable, more especially as the ruler, under the presence of a camaraderie, kept him appropriate around a prisoner. He subsequently made arrangements to make his escape, and consequently splendidly formulated wings for himself and his youngster Icarus, whom he continually arranged how to use them. Having foreseen a decent opening entryway, father and kid began their flight, and were well on their way when Icarus, happy with the novel sensation, neglected totally his father's oft-reiterated arrange not to approach excessively near the sun. The result was that the wax, by strategies for which his wings were associated, broken down, and he fell into the sea and was choked. The body of the stunning Icarus was tidied up by the tide, and was secured by the denied father on an island which he called after his tyke, Icaria. After this hopeless event, Daedalus winged his flight to the city of Sicilia, where he met with a kind welcome from King Cocalus, for whom he built up a couple of essential open works. However, no sooner did Minos get the learning that his wonderful designer had found an asylum with Cocalus, that he traveled over to Sicily with a sweeping outfitted power, and sent conveyance individuals to the Sicilian ruler, asking for the surrender of his guest. Cocalus faked consistence, and invited Minos to his illustrious home, where he was misleadingly slaughtered in a hot shower. The body of their master was passed on to Agrigent by the Cretans, where it was secured with fantastic pomp, and over his tomb an asylum to Aphrodite was raised. Daedalus passed whatever remains of his life quietness in the island of Sicily, where he had himself an improvement of various beautiful jewels.
Demeter. Ceres. Demeter, from Meter, Earth Mother, was the daughter of Kronos and Rhea. She spoke to that segment of Gaia, the entire strong earth, which we call the world's outside layer, and which delivers all vegetation. As goddess of agribusiness, field organic products, bounty, and productiveness, she was the sustainer of material life, and was in this way a holiness of incredible significance. At this point, when antiquated Gaia lost, with Uranus, her position as the decision eternality, she abandoned her influence for her daughter Rhea, who from now on acquired the forces which her mom had beforehand, accepting in her place the respect and love of humanity. In an exceptionally old sonnet, Gaia is as needs be depicted as resigning to a natural hollow in the insides of the earth, where she sits in the lap of her girl, sleeping, groaning, and gesturing forever and ever. It is important to keep unmistakably in see the particular distinction between the three incredible earth goddesses, Gaia, Rhea, and Demeter. Gaia speaks to the earth in general, with its relentless underground powers. Rhea is that profitable power which makes vegetation spring forward, in this way managing men and creatures. Demeter, by directing horticulture, coordinates and uses Rhea's gainful forces. Be that as it may, in later circumstances, when Rhea, as other antiquated gods, loses her significance as a decision god, Demeter accepts every one of her capacities and traits, and after that turns into the goddess of the life-delivering and life-keeping up-outside layer of earth. We should remember the way that man in his primitive state knew neither how to sow nor how to till the ground. When, along these lines, he had depleted the fields which encompassed him, he was constrained to look for others which were so far unreaped. In this manner, meandering continually, starting with one place, then on to the next, settled homes, and thusly humanizing impacts were unthinkable. Demeter, notwithstanding, by providing an information of horticulture, put an end, without a moment's delay, and forever, to that roaming life which was currently no longer fundamental. The support of Demeter was accepted to bring humankind rich harvests and productive yields. Though her dismay caused scourge, dry season, and starvation, the island of Sicily should be under her particular security, and there she was respected with specific reverence, the Sicilians normally crediting the superb fruitfulness of their nation to the prejudice of the goddess. Demeter is normally portrayed as a woman of respectable bearing and superb appearance, tall, motherly, and honorable, with lovely brilliant hair which falls in undulating twists over her stately shoulders, and yellow locks being emblematical of matured ears of corn. Some of the time she seems situated in a chariot drawn by mythical winged serpents. On others she stands erect, her figure attracted up to its full tallness, and dependably completely hung. She bears a stack of wheat ears in a single hand and a lit light in the other. The wheat ears are not unfrequently supplanted by the cluster of poppies, with which her temples are additionally garlanded. However, some of the time, she just wears a basic rebrand in her hair. Demeter, as the spouse of Zeus, turned into the mother of Persephone, Proserpine, to whom she was so carefully appended that her entire life was bound up in her, and she knew no joy with the exception of in her general public. One day, be that as it may, while Persephone was gathering blooms in a glade, went to by the sea sprites, she saw amazingly an excellent narcissus, from a stem of which sprang forward 100 blooms. Gravitating towards to look at this flawless bloom, whose choice aroma perfumed the air, she stopped down to assemble it, suspecting no detestable, when a yawning void opened at her feet, and Hades, the inauspicious leader of the lower world, showed up from its profundities, situated in his astonishing chariot drawn by 4 dark stallions. Despite her tears and the screeches of her female orderlies, Hades grabbed the unnerved woman and bore her away to the miserable domains over which he reigned in despairing glory. Helios, the infinitely knowledgeable sun god, and Hecate, a secretive and exceptionally antiquated heavenly nature, alone heard her sobs for help, however, were feeble to help her. At the point when Demeter wound up plainly aware of her misfortune, her sorrow was extraordinary. She declined to be support. She knew not where to look for her kid, but rather feeling the rest and inaction were inconceivable, she set out on her tired inquiry, bringing with her 2 lights which she lit in the blazes of Mount Etna, to direct her on her way. For 9 long days and evenings she meandered on, inquisitive of each one she met for more news of her tyke, but all was futile. Neither divine beings nor men could give her solace which her spirit so longed for. Finally, on the 10th day, the inconsolable mother met Hecate, who educated her that she had heard her daughter's cries, yet knew not its identity that had borne her away. By Hecate's recommendation, Demeter counseled Helios, the all-powerful nothing get away, and from him she learned that it was Zeus himself who had allowed Hades to seize Persephone and transport her to the lower world altogether that she might turn into his better half. Wrangled with Zeus for having given his authorized to the kidnapping of his daughter, and loaded with the bitterest distress, she relinquished her home in Olympus, and rejected all magnificent sustenance. Camouflaging herself as an old woman, she slipped upon earth, and initiated a fatigued journey among humanity. One night, she touched base at a place called Eleusis in Attica, and sat down to rest herself close to a well underneath a shade of an olive tree. The energetic daughters of Celeus, the lord of the nation, accompanied their buckets of metal to draw water from this well, and seeing that the worn-out wayfarer seemed black out and demoralized, they talked sympathetically to her, asking her identity and whence she came. Demeter answered that she had made her escape from privateers who had caught her, and included that she would feel thankful for a home with any commendable family, whom she would serve in the modest limit. The princesses, on hearing this, asked Demeter to have a minute's understanding while they returned home and counseled their mom, Metaneira. They soon brought the upbeat knowledge that she was covetous of securing her administrations as medical attendant to her newborn child Demophoon, or Triptolemus. At the point when Demeter touched base at the house, a brilliant light all of a sudden lit her up, which situation so overawed Metaneira that she treated the obscure outsider with best regard, and accommodatingly offered her sustenance and drink. In any case, Demeter, still despondency-worn and sad, declined her neighborly offers, and held herself separated from the social board. Finally, in any case, the housekeeper-worker Iambe succeeded, by implies of lively jokes and happiness, in some degree scattering the distress of the saddening mother, making her now and again grin, disregarding herself, and notwithstanding, initiating her to share of a blend of grain supper, mint, and water, which was set up as the bearings of the goddess herself. Time passed on, and the youthful Tyche throve incredibly under the care of this kind and reasonable medical attendant, who, in any case, gave him no nourishment, yet blessed him day by day with ambrosia, and consistently laid him furtively in the fire, keeping in mind the end goal to render him eternal and excluded from maturity. Be that as it may, tragically, the altruistic plan with respect to Demeter was disappointed by Metaneira herself, whose interest, one night, induced her to watch the procedures of the baffling being who breastfed her youngster. At one point, when to her frightfulness she observed her child set in the flames, she screamed so anyone might hear. Demeter, angered at this unfavorable interference, in a split second pulled back the Tyche, and tossing him to the ground, uncovered herself in actual character. The twisted and matured shape had vanished, and in its place there stood a brilliant and beauteous being, whose brilliant locks gushed over her shoulders in wealthiest lushness. Her entire perspective bespeaking pride and loftiness, she told the dazed Metaneira that she was the goddess Demeter, and had promised to make her child everlasting, yet that her deadly interest had rendered this inconceivable, including, in any case, that the Tyche, having rested in her arms, had been breastfed on her lap, ought to ever summon the regard of humankind. She at that point wanted a sanctuary, and the sacrificial table ought to be raised to her on the neighboring slope by the general population of Eleusis, promising that she herself would guide them how to play out the sacrosanct customs and functions which ought to be seen in her respect. With these words, she took her take-off, never to return. Loyal to her charges, Celeus assembled together a conference of his kin, and constructed the sanctuary on the spot in which the goddess had shone. It was soon finished, and Demeter took up her dwelling place in it. However, her heart was yet dismal for the loss of her daughter, and the entire world felt the impact of her anguish and disheartening. This was indeed a repulsive year for mankind. Demeter never again favored the earth she was wont to favor, and however the cultivator sowed the grain, and the moaning bulls furrowed the field, no gather compensated their work. Everything was in fertile, inauspicious devastation. The world was debilitated with starvation, and the divine beings with the loss of their acclimated respects and forfeits. It wound up plainly clear, accordingly, to Zeus himself that a few measures must be embraced to assuage the outrage of the goddess. He, in like manner, dispatched Iris and huge numbers of alternate divine beings and goddesses to entreat Demeter to come back to Olympus. Yet every one of their petitions were unprofitable. The exasperated goddess swore that until the point when her daughter was re-established to her, she would not enable the grain to spring forward from the earth. Finally, Zeus sent Hermes, his dedicated detachment, to the lower world with a request to Hades, direly importuning him to re-establish Persephone in the arms of his melancholy mother. When he touched base in the melancholy domains of Hades, Hermes discovered him situated in a position of authority, with the delightful Persephone close to him, pitifully bewailing her troubled destiny. On taking his errand, Hades assented to leave Persephone, who blissfully arranged to take after the dispatcher of the divine beings to the house of life and light. Before disappearing of her better half, he introduced her to a couple of seeds of pomegranate, which in her energy she negligently gulped. In this basic demonstration, as the spin-off will appear, tangibly influenced her entire future life. The meeting amongst mother and youngster was of unmixed satisfaction, and for the minute all the past was overlooked. The adoring mother's joy would now have been finished had not Hades declared his rights. These were, that if any godlike had tasted sustenance in his domains, they would undoubtedly stay there forever. Obviously, the leader of the lower world needed to demonstrate this attestation. This, nonetheless, he found no trouble in doing. Aesculapius, the child of Acheron and Orphne, was his observer to the fact. Zeus, feeling sorry for the failure of Demeter at discovering her trusts in this way cursed, prevailing with regards to effecting a trade-off by instigating his sibling Hades to enable Persephone to burn through half the year with the divine beings above, while amid the other 6 months she was to be sad friend of her dismal ruler beneath. Joined by her daughter, the excellent Persephone, Demeter now continued her since quite a while ago relinquished abiding in Olympus. The thoughtful earth reacted merrily to her brilliant grins, and corn, without a moment's delay, sprang forward, starting from the earliest stage fullest bounty, and trees, which late were seared and exposed, now wore their brightest emerald robes, and the blooms, so since quite a while ago detained in the hard, dry soil, filled the entire air with their fragrant scent. In this manner closes the beguiling story, which was a most loved topic with all exemplary creators. It is exceptionally conceivable that the writers who initially made this effortless myth only accepted it as a morality story to show the difference in seasons. Over the span of time, nonetheless, an exacting significance wound up plainly appending to this and the comparative poetical fancies. And therefore, the general population of Greece came to view as an article of religious conviction what, in the principal example, was simply a graceful comparison. In the sanctuary raised to Demeter at Eleusis, the well-known Eleusinian mysteries were organized by the goddess herself. It is exceedingly troublesome, as on account of every single mystery society, to find anything with assurance concerning these holy rituals. The most conceivable supposition is that the principles educated by the clerics to the favored couple of whom they started were religious certainties, which were regarded unfit for the uninstructed personality of the large number. For example, it is gathered that the myth of Demeter and Persephone was clarified by the educators of the mysteries to connote the impermanent misfortune which Mother Earth supports each year when the frosty breath of winter denies her of her blossoms and leafy foods. It is trusted that in later circumstances a still further importance was passed on by this lovely myth, vis-à-vis the regulation of the interminability of spirit. The grain, which in a manner of speaking stays dead for a period oblivious in the earth, just to rise one day wearing the more up-to-date and lovelier clothing, should symbolize the spirit, which, after death, liberates itself from defilement, to live again under the superior and purer shape. At the point when Demeter established the Eleusinian mysteries, Celeus and his family were simply the first to be started. Celeus, being delegated esteemed cleric, his child Triptolemus and his daughters, who went about as priestesses, helped him in the obligations of his consecrated office. The mysteries were praised by the Athenians at regular intervals, and were, for quite a while, their elite benefit. They occurred by torchlight and were directed with the best gravity, so as to spread abroad the gifts which horticulture gives. Demeter gave Triptolemus her chariot drawn by winged mythical beasts, and, giving him a few grains of corn, wanted him to travel through the world, showing humanity expressions of the human experience of agribusiness and farming. Demeter practiced extraordinary seriousness towards the individuals who brought about her dismay. We discover cases of this in the stories of Stelio and Erysichthon. Stelio was an adolescent who mocked the goddess for the excitement with which she was eating a bowl of porridge, when exhausted and swoon in the vain scan for her girl. Settled that he ought never to have the chance in this manner irritating, she irately tossed into his face the rest of the sustenance, and transformed him into a spotted reptile. Erysichthon, child of Priapus, had drawn himself the outrage of Demeter by chopping down her consecrated forests, for which she rebuffed him with a consistent and voracious appetite. He sold every one of his belongings with a specific end goal to fulfill his desires, and was constrained finally to eat up his own particular appendages. His girl, Metra, who was devoutly connected to him, had the energy of changing herself into a wide range of creatures. By this implies she created to help her dad, who sold her over and over each time she expected an alternate shape, and along these lines he delayed a forsaken existence. Dionysus. Bacchus. Dionysus, likewise called Bacchus or Baccha, Berry, was the lord of wine, and the embodiment of endowments of nature by and large. The love of this heavenly nature, which should have been brought into Greece from Asia, more likely than not from India, first flourished in Thrace, whence it, bit by bit, spread to different parts of Greece. Dionysus was the child of Zeus and Semele, and was grabbed by Zeus from the eating up flares in which his mom died. When he appeared to her in all the quality of his awesome eminence, the motherless tyke was entrusted to the charge of Hermes, who passed him on to Semele's sister Ino. In any case, Hera, still inflexible in her retaliation, went by Athamas, the spouse of Ino, with franticness, and the youngster's life was not protected any more. He was exchanged to the cultivating consideration of the sprites of Mount Nysa. A matured satyr named Silenus, the child of Pan, took upon himself the workplace of watchman and preceptor to the youthful god, who in his turn turned out to be greatly connected to his kind mentor. Subsequently, we see Silenus continuously figuring as one of the main personages in the different campaigns of the wine god. Dionysus passed a pure and uneventful adolescence, meandering through the forested areas and woodlands encompassed by fairies, satyrs, and shepherds. Amid one of these drifts, he found an organic product developing wild, of the most reviving and cooling nature. This was the vine, from which he along these lines learned to remove a juice-shaped most thrilling drink. After his associates had shared uninhibitedly of it, they felt their entire beings infested by an unwanted feeling of pleasurable fervor, and gave full vent to their flooding extravagance by yelling, singing, and moving. Their numbers were soon swelled by a group, anxious to taste a refreshment gainful of such unprecedented outcomes, and restless to participate in the love of a godliness whom they were obligated for this new pleasure. Dionysus, on his part, perceiving how pleasingly his revelation had influenced his quick supporters, made plans to stretch out the aid of humankind all in all, and saw that wine, utilized as part of balance, would empower man to appreciate a more joyful and more amiable presence. Under its strengthening impact, the sad may, for some time, overlook their misery, and wiped out their torment. He was often surrounded by his passionate supporters, and they put forward on their ventures, planting the vine and showing its development wherever they went. We now see Dionysus as the leader of an expansive armed force made out of men, women, fauns, and satyrs, all bearing in their grasp the thyrus, a staff laced with vine branches surmounted by a fir cone, and conflicting together cymbals and other melodic instruments, situated in a chariot drawn by jaguars, and joined by a great many eager adherents. Dionysus made a triumphal progress through Syria, Egypt, Arabia, and India, overcoming all before him, establishing urban areas and building up on each side a more acculturated and amiable method of life among the tenants of the different nations through which he passed. At the point when Dionysus came back to Greece from his eastern undertaking, he experienced incredible restriction from Lycurgus, the ruler of Thrace, and Pentheus, lord of Thebes, the previous profoundly opposing the wild delights which went to the love of the wine god, headed out his chaperones, the fairies of Nyssa, from that holy mountain, thus usefully threatened Dionysus, that he accelerated himself to the ocean, where he was gotten into the arms of a sea sprite, Thetis. However, the profane ruler sharply appeased the blasphemous lead. He was rebuffed with the loss of his reasons, amid one of his frantic paroxysms, executed his own child Dryas, whom to be mixed up for a vine. Pentheus, lord of Thebes, seeing his subjects so totally captivated by the crazy love of this new heavenly nature, and dreading the dampening impacts of the tactless nighttime bashes held to pay tribute to the wine god, entirely restricted his kin from taking any part in the wild bacchanalian revels. On edge to spare him from the outcomes of his scandalousness, Dionysus appeared to him under the type of an adolescent in the Lord's Prayer, and sincerely cautioned him to cease from his censures. Be that as it may, the well-implied exhortation flopped in its motivation, for Pentheus just turned out to be more exasperated at the impedance, and, telling Dionysus to be thrown into jail, made the most savage arrangement be made for his prompt execution. Be that as it may, the god soon liberated himself from his shameful repression. Barely had his corrections officer withdrew ere the jail entryways opened by themselves, and blasting into pieces his iron chains as he got away to rejoin his committed devotees. In the meantime, the mother of the Lord and her sisters, roused with bacchanalian anger, had gone to Mount Kithaeron, keeping in mind the end goal to join the admirers of the wine god in those appalling blowouts, which were solemnized only by women, and at which no man was permitted to be available. Angered at discovering his charges subsequently straightforwardly slighted by the individuals from his own family, Pentheus set out to witness for himself the abundances of which he had heard such appalling reports, and for this reason covered himself behind a tree on Mount Kithaeron. However, his concealing spot being found, he was dragged out by the half-rankled group of Bacchantes, and frightful to relate, he was torn to pieces by his own mom, Agave, and her two sisters. An episode which jumped out at Dionysus on one of his voyages has been a most loved subject with the exemplary writers. One day, as some Tyrrhenian privateers moved towards the shores of Greece, they found Dionysus, as a wonderful youth, attired in brilliant articles of clothing. Thinking to secure a rich prize, they seized him, bound him, and passed him on board to their vessel, made plans to convey him with them to Asia, and there offer him as a slave. However, the chains dropped from his appendages, and the pilot, who was the first to see the wonder, called upon his associates to re-establish the young painstakingly to the spot whence they had taken him, guaranteeing them that he was a divine being, and that unfavorable breezes and tempests would, more likely than not, result from the reprobate lead. Be that as it may, declining to part with their detainee, they set sail on the untamed ocean. All of a sudden, to the alert of all on load-up, the ship stopped. Poles and sails were secured with grouping vines and wreaths of ivy leaves. Floods of fragrant wine immersed the vessel, and brilliant strains of music were heard about. The scared team, past the point of no return apologetic, swarmed round the pilot for insurance, and implored him to direct for the shore. Be that as it may, the hour of requital had arrived. Dionysus expected the type of a lion, while next to him showed up a bear with an astounding thunder, surged upon the chief and tore him in pieces. The mariners, in the anguish of fear, jumped over the edge and were changed into dolphins. The cautious and devout steersman was distant from everyone else, allowed to get away from the destiny of his associates, and to him, Dionysus, who had continued his actual shape, tended to expression of kind and warm consolation, and reported his name and respect. They now set sail, and Dionysus wanted the pilot to arrive him at the island of Naxos, where he found the dazzling Ariadne, girl of Minos, ruler of Crete. She had been surrendered by Theseus on this desolate spot, and when Dionysus now viewed her, was lying sleeping soundly on a stone, exhausted with distress and sobbing. Rapt in appreciation, the god stood looking at the delightful vision before him, and when she finally unclosed her eyes, he uncovered himself to her, and in delicate tones tried to oust her anguish. Appreciative for this kind of sensitivity, coming as it did at a minute when she considered herself neglected and lonely, she slowly recaptured her previous tranquillity, and respected his supplications, agreed to wind up noticeably his better half. Dionysus, having set up his love in different parts of the world, plummeted to the domain of shades looking for his disastrous mother, whom he led to Olympus, where, under the name of Thyone, she was conceded to the get-together of the unfading divine beings. Among the noted admirers of Dionysus was Midas, the affluent ruler of Phrygia, similarly related, gave judgment against Apollo. Upon one event, Silenus, the preceptor and companion of Dionysus, being in an inebriated condition, strayed into the rose-greenery enclosures of this ruler, where he was found by a portion of the lord's specialists, whom bound him with roses, and directed him to the nearness of their regal ace. Midas treated the matured satyr with best thought, and in the wake of engaging him cordially for 10 days, drove him back to Dionysus, who was so thankful for the kind consideration that appeared to his old companion, and he offered to give Midas any support he requested, whereupon the insatiable ruler, not content with his unlimited riches, and as yet yearning for more, wanted that all that he touched may turn into gold. The asked for was complied with so exacting sense. Vomited Midas sharply atoned his imprudence and avarice, and the strings of appetite assaulted him, and he tried to mollify his yearnings. The sustenance ended up plainly gold ere he could swallow it. As he raised the measure of wine to his dry lips, the shining draught was changed into metal that he so desired, and finally, wearied and swoon, he extended his throbbing casing to his heretofore extravagant love-seat. This, likewise, was changed into the substance which had now turned into the scourge of his reality. The miserable ruler finally beseeched the god to reclaim the deadly blessing, and Dionysus, feeling sorry for his troubled situation, wanted him to bathe in the waterway Pactolus, a little stream in Lydia, with a specific end goal to lose the power which had turned into the most despicable aspect of his life. Midas, euphorically complying with the order, was on the double liberated from the results of his eager request, and from this time forward the sands of the waterway Pactolus have never contained grains of gold. Portrayals of Dionysus are of two sorts. As the most punctual originations, he shows up as a grave and honorable man in his prime of life. His face is sincere, mindful, and kind-hearted. He wears full facial hair and is hung from a bee-line for foot in the attire of his eastern ruler. In any case, the stone workers of later periods speak to him as an adolescent of solitary excellence, however, to some degree womanly appearance. The declaration of his face is delicate and winning, the appendages are supple and nimbly formed, and the hair, which is enhanced by a wreath of vine or ivy leaves, falls over the shoulders in long twists. In one hand he bears the thyrus, and in the other a drinking pan with two handles. These have been his recognizing qualities. He is frequently portrayed as riding on a jaguar, or situated in a chariot drawn by lions, tigers, pumas, or lynxes. Being the lord of wine, which is ascertained to advance amiability, he stays alone once in a while, yet is typically joined by bacchantes, satyrs, or mountain fairies. The finest current portrayal of Ariadne is that of Dannecker, at Frankfurt on the Main. In this statue she appears riding a jaguar. The wonderful upturned face slants marginally finished to the left shoulder. The highlights are consistent and finely cut. The wreath of ivy leaves circles the molded head. With her correct hand, she effortlessly fastens the folds of drapery which fall away, carelessly from her adjusted shape, while the alternate rests daintily and caressingly on the leader of the creature. Dionysus was viewed as the supporter of dramatization, and at the state celebrated of the Dionysia, which was praised with incredible grandeur in the city of Athens, emotional simulations occurred in his respect, for which all the famous Greek writers of olden times created their everlasting tragedies and comedies. He was likewise a prophetic heavenly nature, and had prophets, the essential of which was on Mount Rhodope in Thrace. The tiger, lynx, puma, dolphin, serpent, and ass were sacrosanct to this god. His most loved plants were the vine, ivy, tree, and asphodel. His penances comprised of goats, most likely of their being dangerous to the vineyards.
Dividing the world. We will now come back to Zeus and his siblings, who, having picked up a total triumph over their foes, started to consider how the world which they had conquered ought to be isolated between them. Finally, it was settled that Zeus should rule in heaven, while Hades administered the lower world and Poseidon had full charge over the sea. Yet, the amazingness of Zeus was perceived in every one of the three kingdoms, in paradise, on earth, in which obviously the ocean was incorporated, and under the earth. Zeus held his court on the highest point of Mount Olympus, whose summit was past the mists. The territories of Hades were the desolate, obscure locales underneath the earth, and Poseidon ruled over the ocean. It will be seen that the domain of each of these divine beings was encompassed in riddle. Olympus was covered in fogs, Hades was wrapped in bleak murkiness, and the ocean was, without a doubt, still is, a wellspring of ponder and profound intrigue. Consequently, we shall see that the world to different countries were only unusual marvels, served these poetical and inventive individuals as an establishment whereupon to fabricate the brilliant stories of their folklore. The division of the world being currently agreeably masterminded, doubtlessly everything should have gone on easily, yet such was not the situation.
Inconvenience emerged in an unlooked-for quarter. The giants, those ghastly creatures, some with legs framed for serpents, who had sprung from the earth in the blood of Uranus, pronounced war against the triumphant gods of Olympus, and a battle followed, which, in result of Gaia having made these offspring of hers invulnerable as long as they kept their feet on the ground, was wearisome and extended. Their mother's safeguard, be that as it may, was rendered unavailing by bits of shake being flung upon them, which tossed them down, and their feet being never again set immovably to their mom earth, they were overcome. And this dreary war, which was known as Gigantomachia, finally arrived at an end. Among the bravest of these mortal Goliaths were Enceladus, Rautus, and the valiant Mimas, who with energetic fire and vitality flung against paradise awesome masses of shake and consuming oak trees, and challenged the lightnings of Zeus. A standout amongst the most effective creatures who contradicted Zeus in this war was called Typhon, or Typhoeus. He was the most youthful child of Tartarus and Gaia, and had 100 heads, with eyes which struck fear to the spectators and sensational voices appalling to hear. This repulsive creature set out to vanquish the two divine beings and men. However, his designs were finally crushed by Zeus, who, after a brutal experience, prevailing with regard to wrecking him with a thunderbolt, yet not before he had so scared the divine beings that they had fled for shelter to Egypt, where they transformed themselves into various creatures and subsequently got away.
This has been Greek Mythology. Romance, Legends, Dramas, and Ancient Greek Myths in a Concise Guide, by Bernard Hayes. Narrated by Kyle Walton.
Eos, Aurora. Eos, the dawn, similar to her sibling Helios, whose approach she generally reported, was additionally worshipped by the early Greeks. She, too, had her own chariot, which she drove over the tremendous skyline both morning and night. Previously, then after the fact, the sun god. Subsequently, she isn't just the representation of the blushing morn, yet in addition of sundown, for which reason her royal residence is put in the west, on the island of Aiaia. The habitation Eos is a great structure, encompassed by colorful meads and smooth gardens, where fairies and other unfading creatures twist, done in mazy figures of the move, while the music of the sweetly tuned tune goes with their elegant coasting developments. Eos is portrayed by the artists as an excellent woman with blushing arms and fingers and vast wings, whose plumage is that of a constantly evolving tint. She bears a star on her brow and a light in her grasp. Wrapping round her the rich folds of a violet-tinged mantle, she abandons her lounge chair before the break of day, and herself burdens her 2 steeds, Lampetus and Phaethon, to her magnificent chariot. She, at that point, hurries with dynamic happiness to open the entryways of paradise, keeping in mind the end goal to proclaim the approach of her sibling, the divine force of day, while the delicate plants and blooms restored by the morning dew lift their heads to welcome her as she passes. Eos initially wedded the Titan Astraeus, and their kids were Heosphorus, Hesperus, the night star, and the breezes. She thereafter wound up plainly joined to Tithonus, child of Laomedon, lord of Troy, who had won her warmth by his unrivaled magnificence, and Eos, troubled at the prospect of their being any point isolated by death, got for him from Zeus the endowment of interminability, overlooking, notwithstanding, to add to it that of unceasing youth. The outcome was that when throughout time Tithonus developed old and decrepit and lost all the magnificence which had won her deference, Eos wound up noticeably appalled with his illnesses, and finally quiets him down in a chamber, where soon little else was left of him, however his voice, which had now sunk into a frail, weak shake. As a portion of the later artists, he turned out to be so tired of his sorrowful and hopeful presence that he beseeched to be permitted to kick the bucket. This was, none the less, unthinkable. Yet Eos, feeling sorry for his miserable condition, applied her heavenly power, and transformed him into a grasshopper, which is, in a manner of speaking, all voice, and whose dreary, unending chirpings may not incompetently be contrasted with the good-for-nothing prattle of extraordinary seniority. Eros, Cupid, Amor, and Psyche. As indicated by Hesiod's Theogony, Eros, the awesome soul of love, sprang forward from chaos, while all was still in disarray, and his gainful power decreased to request the amicability and indistinguishable, clashing components, which, under his impact, started to accept particular structures. This antiquated Eros is portrayed as a full-developed and exceptionally excellent youth, delegated with blooms and inclining towards a shepherd's lawbreaker. Over the span of time, this delightful origination continuously blurred away, and however periodic, still keeps on being made of Eros of chaos. He is supplanted by the child of Aphrodite, the famous, devilish, cherishing little divine force of love, so well known to all of us. In one of the myths concerning Eros, Aphrodite is depicted as griping to Themis that her child, however so excellent, did not seem to increment in stature, whereupon Themis recommended that his little extents were presumably owing to the reality of his being constantly alone, and prompted his mom to give him a chance to have a buddy. Aphrodite appropriately gave him, as a playfellow, his more youthful sibling Anteros, compensated love, and soon the satisfaction of seeing the little Eros start to develop and flourish, in any case inquisitive to relate, this alluring outcome just proceeded as long as the siblings stayed together. For the minute they were isolated, Eros shrank afresh to his unique size. By the degrees of the origination of Eros wound up noticeably increased, and we know about the little love divine beings, Amors, who showed up under the most enchanting and broadened shapes. These adoration divine beings, who stood to specialists' endless subjects for the activity of their creative energy, are portrayed as being occupied with different occupations. For example, chasing, angling, paddling, driving chariots, and notwithstanding busying themselves in mechanical work. Maybe no myth is more enchanting and fascinating than that of Eros and Psyche. Psyche, the most youthful of three princesses, was so frantically excellent that Aphrodite herself ended up plainly envious of her, and no mortal challenged to try the respect of her hand. As her sisters, who were in no way, shape, or form equivalent to her in attractions, were hitched, Psyche had stayed unwedded. Her dad counseled the prophet of Delphi, and in dutifulness to celestial reaction, made her dressed just for the grave, and directed to the edge of a yawning incline. No sooner she fondled herself lifted, and drifted away by the delicate west breeze Zephyrus, who transported her to a verdant glade, amidst which stood a stately castle, encompassed by forests and well-springs. Here abided Eros, the divine force of love, in whose arms Zephyrus saved his exquisite weight. Eros himself, inconspicuous, charmed her in the gentlest accents of friendship, yet cautioned her, as she esteemed his affection, not to attempt to view his shape. For quite a while Psyche was loyal to the directive of her everlasting love partner, and attempted to delight her characteristic interest. At the same time, shockingly, amidst her joy she was seized with an unconquerable aching for the general public of her sisters, and as her wont, they were led by Zephyrus to her pixie-like home. Loaded with envy at seeing her felicity, they harmed her brain against her significant other, and disclosing to her that her concealed sweetheart was a horrible creature, they gave her a sharp blade, which they influenced her to use to deliver herself from his energy. After the take-off of her sisters, Psyche made plans to accept the primary open door following their noxious insight. She appropriately ascended into the dead of night, and, taking a light in one hand and the blade in the other, stealthily moved towards the lounge chair where Eros was resting, when, rather than the terrible beast she had anticipated that would see, the beauteous type of the Lord of Love welcomed her. Overcome with amazement and profound respect, Psyche stepped down to look on his flawless highlights, when, from the light which she held in her trembling hand, there fell a drop of consuming oil upon the shoulder of the resting god, who in a flash arose, and seeing Psyche remaining over him with the instrument of death in her grasp, dismally blamed her for her deceptive outlines, and spreading off his wings, took off. In loose hope of having lost her darling, the despondent Psyche attempted to put a conclusion to her reality by devoting herself completely to the closest stream. However, as opposed to shutting over her, the waters bore her delicately to the contrary bank, where Pan, the divine force of shepherds, got her and supported her with expectation of winding up, in the end, accommodated to her significant other. In the interim, her underhanded sisters, in desire of meeting with a similar favorable luck, which had occurred for Psyche, put themselves on the edge of the stones, yet were both accelerated into the gap beneath. Psyche herself, loaded with an eager longing for her lost love, meandered everywhere throughout the world looking for him. Finally, she spoke to Aphrodite to take empathy on her. Yet the goddess of beauty, still desirous of her charms, forced upon her the hardest undertaking, the achievement of which regularly seemed unthinkable. In these she constantly helped by undetectable valuable creatures sent to her by Eros, who still worshipped her, and kept on viewing over her welfare. Psyche needed to experience the long and extreme retribution before she ended up noticeably qualified to recover the satisfaction, which she so absurdly played away. Finally, Aphrodite instructed her to slide into the underworld, and get from Persephone a case containing every one of the charms of magnificence. Mind's valor now fizzled her, for she inferred death before her passage into the domain of shades. Going to forsake himself to lose hope, she heard a voice caution her of each threat to maintain a strategic distance from the unsafe adventure, and educated her with respect to specific instructions to be watched. These were following: not to preclude to give herself the ferryman's toll for Charon, and the cake to consolate Cerberus, additionally, to shun taking any part in the dinners of Hades and Persephone, and, most importantly, to bring the pan of magnificent charms unopened to Aphrodite. Taking everything into account, the voice guided her that consistence with above conditions would safeguard her and allow her to come back to the domains of light. Be that as it may, too bad. Psyche would have certainly taken after all directives, couldn't withstand the allurement of the last condition, and scarcely had she stopped in the lower world when, unfit to oppose the interest which ate her up, she raised the cover of the case with enthusiastic desire. Be that as it may, rather than the wondrous charms of magnificence which she had anticipated that would observe, there issued from the coffin a thick dark vapor, which had the impact of tossing her into a death-like rest, out of which Eros, who had since quite a while ago drifted round inconspicuous, finally got her with the purpose of one of his brilliant bolts. He delicately rebuked her with a second confirmation of her interest and imprudence, and after that, having convinced Aphrodite to be accommodated to his darling, he incited Zeus to concede her among the interminable divine beings. Their get-together was praised in the midst of the rejoicings of all Olympian gods. The Graces shed fragrance in their way, the Hours sprinkled roses over the sky, Apollo included the music of his lyre, and the Muses joined their voices in a happy ensemble of enjoyment. This myth would give off an impression of being a moral story, which means the spirit can be brought together to its unique celestial substance, must be filtered by the reprimanding distresses and sufferings of its natural career. Eros is portrayed as an exquisite kid, with adjusted appendages and a cheerful, sly articulation. He has brilliant wings, and a quiver through behind him, which contained his enchanted and unerring bolts. In one hand he bears his brilliant bow, and in the other a light. He is likewise regularly portrayed riding a lion, dolphin, or falcon, or situated in a chariot drawn by stags or wild hogs, without a doubt emblematical of the energy of adoration as the subdue of all nature, even of the wild creatures. In Rome, Eros was venerated under the name Amor, or Cupid. Ganymede. Ganymede, the most youthful child of Tros, lord of Troy, was one day drawing water from the well on Mount Ida, when he was seen by Zeus, who, hit with his awesome magnificence, sent his falcon to transport him to Olympus, where he was enriched with eternality, and designated glass-carrier of the divine beings. Ganymede is portrayed as an adolescent of choice excellence, with short brilliant locks, carefully etched highlights, radiating blue eyes, and frowning lips.
Greek mythology, romance, legends, dramas, and ancient Greek myths in a concise guide. By Bernard Hayes. Narrated by Kyle Walton.
Hades. Pluto. Ides, Idonius, or Hades, was the child of Kronos and Rhea, and the most youthful sibling of Zeus and Poseidon. He was the leader of that underground locale called Erebus, which was occupied by the Shades, or spirits of the dead, and furthermore by those ousted and banished gods who had been vanquished by Zeus and his partners. Hades, the horrid and melancholy ruler of the lower world, was the successor of Erebus, that old, primitive holiness after whom these domains were called. The early Greeks respected Hades in the light of their most prominent adversary, and Homer reveals to us that he was, of considerable number of divine beings, the most disdained, being in their eyes the trouble criminal who stole from them their closest and dearest, and in that long run denied each of them their offer in earthbound presence. His name was feared to the point that it was never said by mortals, who, when they summoned him, hit the earth with their hands, and in giving up him dismissed their countenances. The conviction of the general population as to the future state was, in the Homeric age, a pitiful and bleak one. It was assumed that when a mortal stopped to exist, his soul rented the shadowy blueprint of the human shape it had stopped. These shadows, or shades as they were called, were driven by Hades into his domains, where they took a break, some in agonizing over the changes of fortune which they had encountered on earth, others in lamenting the lost joys they had delighted in life, yet all in a state of semi-cognizance, from which the acumen must be awakened to full action by drinking of the blood of the penances offered to their shades by living companions, which, for a period, bless them with their previous mental energy. The main creatures expected to appreciate any joy in the future state were the legends, whose demonstrations of bravery and deeds of ability amid their life, thought about respected place were theirs an introduction to the world, and even these, as indicated by Homer, pined after their profession of natural movement. He discloses to us, when Odysseus went by the lower world in order of Circe, he held fellowship with the shades of the saints of the Trojan War. Achilles guaranteed that he would preferably be the poorest day worker on earth than rule over the domain of shades. The early Greek writers offer yet insufficient implications to Erebus. Homer shows up deliberately to conceal these domains in ambiguity and secret, altogether likely to uplift the impression of wonder indistinguishably associated with the bring-down of the world. In the Odyssey, he portrays the passage of Erebus from the furthermost edge of Oceanus, in the far west, where abided the Cimmerians, wrapped in interminable fog and haziness. In later circumstances, notwithstanding, a result of broadened intercourse with remote countries, new thoughts turned out to be continuously presented, and we discover Egyptian hypotheses as to the future state flourishing in Greece, which turn out to be, in the long run, the religious conviction of the entire country. It is presently that the writers and savants, and particularly the instructors of the Eleusinian mysteries, start to teach the convention without bounds, reward, and disciple of good and awful deeds. Hades, who up to this point was viewed as the fear foe of humanity, who has a great time in terrible office and keeps the shades detained in his domains, subsequent pulling them from the delights of presence, now gets them with neighborliness and companionship, and Hermes replaces him as the conductor of shades to Hades. Under this new angle, Hades usurps the elements of the very surprising heavenly nature called Plutus, the Lord of Wealth, and is from now on viewed as the supplier of riches to humankind, in the state of these valuable metals which lie disguised in the guts of the earth. The later artists specify different passageways to Erebus, which were generally buckles and crevices. There was one in the pile of Tainarum, another in Thesprotia, and the third, the most celebrated of all, in Italy, close to the pestiferous lake Avernus, over which it is said no winged creature could fly, so toxic were its exhalations. In the territories of Hades there were 4 awesome streams, 3 of which must be crossed by every one of the shades. These 3 were Acheron, Distress, Cocytus, Grievance, and Styx, Extreme Dimness, the hallowed stream which streamed 9 times round these domains. The shades were carried over the Styx by the dreary whiskered old boatman, Charon, who, nonetheless, just took those whose bodies had gotten mournful rituals on earth, and who had carried with them his vital toll, which was a little coin, or obolus, normally set out under the tongue of the individual for this reason. On the off chance that these conditions had not been satisfied, the miserable shades were deserted to meander there on the banks for hundreds of years as fretful spirits. On the contrary bank of the Styx was the court of Minos, the incomparable judge, before whom all shades needed to show up, and who, subsequent to hearing full admission of their activities while on earth, articulated the sentence of satisfaction for hopelessness to which their deeds had entitled them. The council was monitored by the horrible triple-headed puppy Cerberus, who, with his 3 necks abounding with snakes, lay at the full length of the ground, an impressive sentinel who allowed all shades to enter, yet none to return. The glad spirits bound to appreciate the pleasures of Elysium got out on the right, and continued to the brilliant royal residence where Hades and Persephone held their regal court, from whom they got compassionately welcoming ere they were set out for the Elysian fields which lay past. This merry area was packed with all that could beguile the faculties or satisfy the creative energy. The air was pleasant and fragrant, undulating rivulets streamed gently through the grinning knolls, which shined with the different tints of 1,000 blossoms, while the forests reverberated with the upbeat melodies of winged creatures. And the occupations, the entertainments of the glad shades were of an indistinguishable nature from those that they had gotten a kick out of while on earth. Here the warrior discovered his stallions, chariots, and arms, the performer his lyre, and the seeker his quiver and bow. In the segregated vale of Elysium there streamed a delicate, quiet stream called Lethe, blankness, whose waters had the impact of dispersing care and creating utter distraction of previous occasions. As indicated by the Pythagorean convention of the transmigration of souls, it was assumed that after the shades had occupied Elysium for 1,000 years, they were bound to invigorate different bodies on earth, and there, leaving Elysium, they drank of the waterway Lethe, altogether that they may enter upon their new profession with no recognition of the past. The blameworthy souls, subsequent to leaving the nearness of Minos, were directed to colossal judgment lobby of Hades, whose huge dividers of strong, determined were encompassed by the waterway Phlegethon, the rushes of which moved flares of flame and lit up with a startling glare these terrible domains. In the inside sat the fear judge Rhadamanthus, who proclaimed to every comer the exact torments which anticipated him in Tartarus. The pathetic delinquents were then seized by the Furies, who scourged them with their wings and dragged them along the considerable door, which shut the opening to Tartarus, into whose horrendous profundities they were flung, to endure interminable torment. Tartarus was an immense and desolate spread as far underneath Hades as the earth is far from the skies. There the Titans, tumbled out from their high home, dragged out a grim and dreary presence. There, additionally, were Otus and Ephialtes, the Goliath children of Poseidon, who with iconoclastic hands had endeavored to scale Olympus and oust its powerful ruler. Primary among the sufferers in this dwelling-place agony were Tityus, Tantalus, Sisyphus, Ixion, and the Dynades. Tityus, one of the mortal mammoths, had offended Hera on her approach to Pytho, for which offense Zeus flung him into Tartarus, where he endured loathsome torment caused by 2 vultures, which interminably chewed his liver. Tantalus was an insightful and affluent ruler of Lydia, with whom the divine beings themselves stooped to relate. He was even allowed to sit at the table with Zeus, who had a great time in discussion, and tuned in with enthusiasm to the shrewdness of his perceptions. Tantalus, in any case, elated that these recognized characteristics of awesome support imposed upon his position and utilized unbecoming dialect to Zeus himself, he likewise stole nectar and ambrosia from the table of the divine beings, with which he entertained his companions, yet his most prominent wrongdoing comprised in executing his own child, Pelops, and serving him up at one of the meals to the divine beings, keeping in mind the end goal to test their omniscience. For these egregious offenses he was sentenced by Zeus to interminable discipline in Tartarus, where, tormented with the consistently copying thirst, he was diving up to the jaw in water, which, as he stooped to drink, dependably subsided from his dry lips. Tall trees with spreading branches, weighed down with delectable natural products, hung temptingly finished his head. Yet no sooner did he raise himself to get a handle on them than a breeze emerged and conveyed them past his scope. Sisyphus was an incredible despot who, as indicated by a few records, savagely killed all voyagers who came into his domains by throwing them upon his gigantic bits of shake. In discipline for his violations, he was sentenced to roll relentlessly an enormous piece of stone up a lofty slope, which, when it achieved the summit, constantly moved back again to plain beneath. Ixion, the lord of Thessaly, to whom Zeus concurred the benefit of joining the merry feasts of the divine beings, in any case, exploiting his lifted-up position, he ventured to try the support of Hera, which so incredibly angered Zeus that he hit him with his thunderbolts and directed Hermes to toss him into Tartarus and tie him to a constantly rotating wheel. The Dynades were the 50 daughters of Dinos, ruler of Argos, who had hitched their 50 cousins, the children of Aegyptus, by the order of their dad, who had been cautioned by the prophet that his child-in-law would cause his demise, and all executed their spouses in a single night, Hypermnestra alone excepted. Their discipline in the lower world was to load with water a vessel brimming with gaps, in endless and pointless undertaking. Hades, is generally portrayed as a man of developed years and stern, grand disposition, looking somewhat like his sibling Zeus. However, the miserable and relentless appearance of the face stands out coercively from that exceptional kindness which so portrays the face of the compelling leader of paradise. He is situated in a position of royalty of midnight, with his ruler, the grave and dismal Persephone, beside him, wears a full-like whisker, and long streaming dark hair which hangs down straight finished his brow. In his grasp he either bears a two-dimensional fork or the keys of the lower world, and at his feet sits Cerberus. He is in some cases found in a chariot of gold, drawn by 4 dark steeds, and wearing in his head a protective cap made for him by the Cyclops, which rendered the wearer imperceptible. This head protector he oftentimes loaned to mortals and immortals. Hades, who was all around loved all throughout Greece, had sanctuaries raised to his respect in Elis, Olympia, and furthermore at Athens. His penances occurred around the evening time, comprised of odd one out, and the blood, rather than being sprinkled on the sacrificial tables or got in vessels, as at different penances, was allowed to run down into a trench, burrowed for this reason, and directing ministers wore dark robes and were delegated with cypress. The narcissus, woman hair, and cypress were consecrated to this heavenly nature. Hebe, Juventas. Hebe was the representation of endless youth, under its most appealing and euphoric perspective. She was the girl of Zeus and Hera, and however of such recognized rank, is by and by portrayed as Pan-carrier to the divine beings, a coercive representation of the old man-centric custom, which the daughters of the house, notwithstanding most astounding ancestry, by and by helped with serving the visitors. Hebe is portrayed as an attractive, unobtrusive woman, little, of a worldly adjusted form, with nut-darker tresses and shimmering eyes. She is frequently delineated, spilling out nectar from an upraised vessel, or bearing in her grasp a shallow dish, expected to contain ambrosia, the ever-youth re-establishing nourishment of the immortals. An outcome of the demonstration of cumbersomeness, which made her slip while serving the divine beings, Hebe was denied of her office, which was from this time forward appointed to Ganymede, child of Tros. Hebe, a while later, turned into a woman of the hour of Hercules, when, after his apotheosis, he was gotten among the immortals. Hecate. Hecate would seem to be initially a moon goddess revered by the Thracians. She ended up noticeably bewildered, and in the end related to Selene and Persephone, and is one of those gods of whom the people of yore had different clashing records. Hecate was the daughter of Perseus, and gold-wreathed Astrea, the starry night, and her influence ranged out to the earth, paradise, and hell. For this reason, she is portrayed as in masterpieces as a triple heavenliness, having 3 female bodies, all youthful and wonderful, and joined. In later circumstances, when this heavenly nature ends up noticeably related to Persephone, she should possess the lower world as a threatening divinity, and henceforward, it is a miserable and sensational side of her character, which alone develops itself. She now directs all practices associated with witchcraft and charms, frequents mausoleums, and the point where 2 streets cross, and forlorn spots where murders have been submitted. She should be associated with the presence of phantoms and ghosts, to have boundless impact over the forces of the lower world, and to have the capacity to let go the unearthly visions of her enchantment spells and charms. Hecate shows up as an immense woman, bearing a light and a sword. Her feet and hair are framed of snakes, and her entry is joined by voices of thunder, peculiar screams and shouts, and the profound baying and yelping of puppies. Her support was satisfied by offerings and penances chiefly comprising of dark sheep. Her celebrations were commended around evening time by torchlight, when these creatures were offered to her, joined by numerous impossible-to-miss functions. These services were done with the minutest thoughtfulness regarding subtle elements, as it was trusted that the exclusion of the small specific would bear to her pastors, the malicious spirits of the lower world, who drifted round the admirers, an open door for entering among them, and applying their pernicious impact. Towards the finish of consistently nourishment was put wherever 2 streets met, its status for her and other threatening gods. In concentrate, the impossible-to-miss attributes of Hecate expect when she usurps the palace of Persephone, the legitimate paramour of the lower world. We are helped to remember the different superstitions with respect to ghosts, witchcraft, etc., which have, even down to our own particular circumstances, applied so intense an impact over the brains of the unmindful, and which would seem to owe their birthplace to a remote agnostic source.
Helios, soul. The love of Helios was brought into Greece from Asia. As indicated by the soonest originations of the Greeks, he was the sun god, as well as the representation of life and all nurturing power, for light is outstanding to be a crucial state of all sound earthly life. The love of the sun was initially broadly spread, not just among the early Greeks themselves, yet additionally among other primitive countries. To us, the sun is essentially a circle of light, which, high over our heads, plays out every day the capacities allotted to it by a forceful and imperceptible power. We can, hence, frame yet a blackout thought of the impression which it delivered upon the soul of the people, whose acumen was still in its earliest stages, and who accepted, with kid-like straightforwardness, that each energy of nature was an eternality, which, proportionately as its character was malevolent or useful, worked for the demolition or advantage of mankind. Helios, who was the child of the Titans Hyperion and Thea, is portrayed as arising each morning in the east, went before by his sister Eos, the dawn, who, with her ruddy fingers, paints the tips of the mountains and draws aside the hazy cover through which her sibling is going to show up. When he was blasted forward in the transcendent light of day, Eos vanishes, and Helios now drives his fire-dashing chariot along the acclimated track. His chariot, which is of polished gold, is drawn by 4 fire-breathing steeds, behind which the youthful god stands erect with blazing eyes, his head encompassed with beams, holding on one hand the reins of those hot coursers, which in all hands spare his are unmanageable. At the point when towards the night he drops the curve, keeping in mind the end goal to cool his consuming temple in the waters of a remote ocean, he is taken after nearly by his sister, Selene, the moon, who is presently arranged to assume responsibility of the world and light up with her silver bow the gloomy night. Helios, in the meantime, rests from his work, and leaning back delicately on the cool, fragrant love-seat arranged for him by the ocean sprites, initiates himself for another nurturing, bliss-moving, and beauteous day. It might seem peculiar that, in spite of the fact that the Greeks viewed the earth as a level circle, no clarification is given of the way that Helios sinks down in the far west frequently every night, but then returns as routinely every morning in the east, regardless of whether he should go through Tartarus and along these lines recapture the contrary limit through the guts of the earth, or whether they thought he had some other methods for making this travel. There isn't a line in either Homer or Hesiod to demonstrate. In later circumstances, in any case, the writers imagined the smooth fiction that, when Helios had completed his course, and achieved the western side of the bend, a winged pontoon or glass which had been made for him by Hephaestus anticipated him there, and passed on him quickly with his brilliant hardware toward the east, where he recommenced his splendid and gleaming vocation. This heavenly nature was summoned as a witness when a grave pledge was taken, as it was trusted that nothing got away from his all-powerful eye, and it was this reality which empowered him to educate Demeter of the destiny of her daughter, as officially related. He should have runs and groups in different territories, which may perhaps be expected to speak to the days and the evenings of the year, or the stars of paradise. Helios is said to have cherished Clytie, the daughter of Oceanus, who passionately restored his fondness, yet over the span of time the whimsical sun-god exchanged his dedication to Leucothea, the daughter of Orcamus, ruler of the eastern nations, which so irritated the spurned Clytie that she educated Orcamus of his daughter's connection, and he rebuffed her by cruelly covering her alive. Helios, suffering from extreme melancholy, tried by each mean in his energy to review her to life. Finally, discovering every one of his endeavors unavailing, he sprinkled her grave with brilliant nectar, and quickly there sprung from the recognize a shoot of frankincense, which spread round its sweet-smelling fragrance. The desirous Clytie picked up nothing by her unfeeling behavior, for the sun-god went to her no more. Miserable at his misfortune, she tossed herself upon the ground and denied all sustenance. For 9 days long she turned her face toward the transcendent Lord of Day, and he moved along the heavens till, finally, her appendages progressed toward becoming established to the ground, and she was changed into a bloom, which ever turns toward the sun. Helios wedded Perse, daughter of Oceanus, and their youngsters were Aeetes, ruler of Colchis,
celebrated in the legend of the Argonauts as the owner of the Golden Fleece, and Circe, the famous sorceress. Helios had another child named Phaeton, whose mother was Clymene, one of the Oceanids. The adolescent was extremely excellent and an awesome most loved with Aphrodite, who entrusted him with the care of one of her sanctuaries, which, complementing evidence of her respect, made him wind up plainly vain and pretentious. His companion, Paphos, child of Zeus and Io, tried to check his energetic vanity by putting on a show to distrust his affirmation that the sun god was his dad. Phaeton, brimming with disdain and anxious to have the capacity to negate the slander, hurried to his mom, Clymene, and besought her to let him know whether Helios was extremely his dad. Moved by his pleas, and in the meantime irate at the rebuke of Epaphus, Clymene indicated the eminent sun god, at the point sparkling downward on them, and guaranteed her child that in that splendid sphere he viewed the creator of his being, including that on the off chance he still had any uncertainty, he may visit the brilliant staying of the colossal divine force and ask for himself. Excited at his mom's consoling words, he followed the headings she gave him. Phaeton immediately wended his way to his dad's castle. As he entered the royal residence of the sun god, the stunning beams practically blinded him and kept him from moving toward the position of authority on which his dad was situated. Encompassed by the hours, days, months, and years, and seasons, Helios, who with his all-powerful eye had watched him from far off, evacuated his crown of sparkling beams, and bade him not to be perplexed, but rather to gravitate towards his dad. Empowered by this kind gathering, Phaeton begged him to give to him such proof of his adoration that all the world may be persuaded that he was surely his child, whereupon Helios wanted to ask him any support he satisfied, and swore by the Styx that it ought to be allowed. The careless youth promptly asked for consent to drive the chariot of the sun for one entire day. His dad listened. Repulsiveness struck to his pompous request, and by speaking to the numerous risks which would assail his way, attempted to deter him from so hazardous an endeavor. However, his child, hard of hearing to all exhortation, squeezed his point with such pertinacity that Helios was reluctantly constrained to lead him to the chariot. Phaeton delayed for a minute to appreciate the excellence of the sparkling gear, the endowment of the divine force of flame who had shaped it of gold, and ornamented it with valuable stones, which mirrored the beams of the sun. Furthermore, now Helios, seeing his sister, the Dawn, opening her entryways in the blushing east, requested the hours to burden the stallions. The goddesses quickly complied with the summon, and the father at that point blessed the substance of his child with the sacrosanct salve, to empower him to bear the copying flames which issued from the nostrils of the steeds, and pitifully setting his crown of beams upon his head, wanted him to rise the chariot. The energetic youth happily had his spot, and got a handle on the pine-fore reins. However, no sooner did the blazing coursers of the sun feel the unpracticed hand which endeavored to control them, that they ended up noticeably anxious and unmanageable. Uncontrollably they hurried out of their acclimated track, now taking off so high as to undermine the sky with decimation, now slipping so low as almost to set the earth ablaze. Finally, the grievous charioteer, blinded with the glare and unnerved at the terrible decimation he had caused, dropped the reins from his trembling hands. Mountains and woods were on fire, waterways and streams became scarce, and a general blaze was up and coming. The seared earth now approached Zeus for help, who heaved his thunderbolt at Phaeton, and with a glimmer of lightning conveyed the red-hot steeds to a halt. The dead body of the adolescent fell quick into the waterway Eridanus, where it was gotten and covered by nymphs of the stream. His sisters grieved so for him that they were changed by Zeus into poplars, and the tears they shed, falling into the waters, moved towards becoming drops of clear, straightforward golden. Caicnus, the dependable companion of the miserable Phaeton, felt such overpowering pain at his loathsome destiny that he pined and squandered away. The divine beings, moved with sympathy, changed him into a swan, which forever agonized over the deadly spot where the waters had shut over the leader of his lamentable companion. The main seat of the love of Helios was the island of Rhodes, which, the accompanying myth, was his particular region. At the season of the Titanomachia, when the divine beings were isolating the world by parcel, Helios happened to be missing, and thusly got no offer. He, in this way, griped to Zeus, who proposed to have another distribution. Yet this Helios would not permit, saying that as he sought that everyday travel, his infiltrating eye had seen a stunning, fruitful island lying underneath the rushes of the sea, and that if the immortals would promise to give him the undisturbed ownership of the spot, he would be substance to acknowledge it as his offer of the universe. The divine beings guaranteed, whereupon the island of Rhodes quickly raised itself over the surface of the waters. The renowned Colossus of Rhodes, which was one of the 7 marvels of the world, was raised out of appreciation for Helios. This magnificent statue was 105 feet high, and was framed totally of metal. It shaped the passageway to the harbor at Rhodes, and the biggest vessel could without much of a stretch sail between the legs, which remained on moles, on each side of the harbor. In spite of the fact that so immense, it was impeccably proportioned in each part. Some thought of its size might be picked up from the way that not very many individuals could traverse the thumb of this statue with their arms. On the inside of the Colossus was a winding staircase prompting the best, from the summit of which, by methods of a telescope, the shoreline of Syria and furthermore the shores of Egypt are said to have been obvious. Hephaestus, Vulcan. Hephaestus, the child of Zeus and Hera, was the divine force of flame in its useful perspective, and the managing god over all workmanship achieved by methods for this helpful component. He was all around regarded not just as the god of every single mechanical workmanship, yet in addition as a house and hearth godliness, who practiced a helpful effect on a cultivated society by and large. Not at all like the other Greek gods, he was appalling and twisted, being ungainly in his developments and limping in his stride. This last deformity began, as we have just observed, in the fury of his dad Zeus, who flung him down from heaven in result of taking a piece of Hera, in one of the household contradictions, which so often as possible emerged between his regal combine. Hephaestus was an entire day tumbling from Olympus to earth, where he finally landed on the island of Lemnos. The occupants of the nation, seeing him diving through the air, got him in their arms, yet, disregarding their care, his leg was padded by the fall, and he remained ever a while later weak in one foot. Appreciative of the graciousness of the Lemnians, he hereafter took up his habitation on their island, and there worked for himself a radiant castle, and manufactures for the quest of his hobby. He trained the general population how to function in metals, and furthermore, showed them their important and helpful expressions. It is said that the main work of Hephaestus was his most brilliant position of royalty of gold, with mystery springs, which he introduced to Hera. It was organized in such a way, to the point that, once situated, she got herself unfit to move, and however every one of the divine beings tried to remove her, their endeavors were unavailing. Hephaestus, in this way, vindicated himself on his mom for the pitilessness she had dependably shown towards him. Because of his need of attractiveness and beauty, Dionysus, the wine god, created in any case the inebriate Hephaestus, and afterwards incited him to come back to Olympus, where, in the wake of having discharged the Queen of Paradise from her extremely undignified position, he ended up noticeably accommodated to his folks. He now worked for himself a wonderful royal residence on Olympus of sparkling gold, and made for alternate gods those grand structures which they occupied. He aided his different and perfectly skillful showstoppers by 2 female statues of unadulterated gold, shaped by his own particular hand, which had the energy of movement, and constantly went with him wherever he went. With the help of the Cyclops, he produced for Zeus his great thunderbolts, subsequently contributing his relentless father with another energy of shocking import. Zeus affirmed his valuation for this valuable blessing by giving Hephaestus the wonderful Aphrodite in marriage. However, this was a faulty help, for the stunning Aphrodite, who was the embodiment of all effortlessness and excellence, felt no fondness for her ungraceful and ugly companion, and interested herself by criticizing his unbalanced developments and unattractive individual. On one event particularly, when Hephaestus naturally took upon himself the workplace of Pan, conveyor to the divine beings, his stumbling walk and extraordinary cumbersomeness made the best jollity among the celestials, in which his backstabbing accomplice was the first to join with unconcealed joy. Aphrodite extraordinarily favored Ares to her significant other, and this inclination normally offered ascend to much desire with respect to Hephaestus, and caused them awesome despondency. Hephaestus seems to have been a basic individual from the Olympic assembly, where he fills his role of smith, armorer, chariot manufacturer, etc., As of now specified, he developed the royal residencies where the divine beings lived, designed the brilliant shoes with which they trod on air or water, worked for them their great chariots, and shod the metal of steeds of heavenly breed, which passed on these sparkling types of gear over land and ocean. He likewise made the tripods, which moved themselves all through the divine lobbies, framed for Zeus the far-celebrated internationally Aegis, and raised the glorious royal residence of the sun. He additionally made the shameless-footed bulls of Aeetes, which inhaled blazes from their nostrils, sent forth billows of smoke, and filled the air with their thundering. Among his most famous showstoppers for the utilization of mortals were the defensive layer of Achilles and Aeneas, the wonderful jewelry of Harmonia, and the crown of Ariadne. However, his perfect work of art was Pandora, of whom a point-by-point account has just been given. Hera. Juno. Hera, the eldest daughter of Kronos and Rhea, was conceived at Samos, or, as a few records, at Argos, and was raised by the ocean gods Oceanus and Tethys, who were models of matrimonial fidelity. She was the principal spouse of Zeus, and, as ruler of paradise, took an interest in the distinctions paid to him, yet her territory, they finished the air, and lower aerial districts. Hera seemed by all accounts to be the brilliant epitome of strict motherly prudence, and is on that record the protectors of virtue and wedded women. Impeccable herself to her loyalty as a spouse, she is basically the sort of holiness of the marriage tie, and holds in severe dislike any infringement of its commitments. So firmly was she insulted with the contempt of any unethical behavior that, getting herself so frequently called upon to rebuff the failings of the two divine beings and men in this regard, she ended up plainly envious, unforgiving, and malicious. Her lifted-up position as the spouse of the incomparable god, joined with her extraordinary magnificence, made her turn out to be exceedingly vain, and she thus despised with awesome seriousness any encroachment on her rights as ruler of paradise, or any evident slight on her own appearance. The accompanying story will signally show that she was so prepared to despise any slight offered to her. At the marriage of the ocean fairy Thetis with a mortal called Peleus, every one of the divine beings and goddesses was available, aside from Eris, the goddess of discord. Rankled at not being welcomed, she resolved to cause discord in the get-together, and for this reason tossed into the middle of the visitors a brilliant apple with the engraving on it, "For the fairest." Now, every one of the goddesses were to a great degree lovely, each guaranteed the apple, yet finally, the rest having surrendered with their claims, the quality of applicants was decreased to 3, Hera, Athene, and Aphrodite, who consented to speak to Paris for a settlement for this sensitive inquiry, he being noted for the insight he had shown in his judgment upon a few events. Paris was the child of Priam, ruler of Troy, who, insensible of his honorable birth, was right now bolstering his runs on Mount Ida in Phrygia. Hermes, as delegate of the divine beings, led the 3 opponent marvels to the youthful shepherd, and with winded uneasiness they anticipated his choice. Each reasonable applicant attempted to secure his support with the most enticing offers. Hera guaranteed him broad territories, Athene military acclaim and magnificence, and Aphrodite the loveliest woman on the planet. However, regardless of whether he extremely considered Aphrodite the most attractive of the 3, or favored an excellent spouse to notoriety and power, we can't tell. All we know is that to her he granted the brilliant apple, and she turned out to be ever after all around recognized as the goddess of excellence. Hera, having completely respected that Paris would give her the inclination, was indignant to the point that she never excused him, and grieved him, as well as all the group of Priam, whose unpleasant sufferings and mishaps amid the Trojan War were ascribed to her impact. Actually, she conveyed her ill will to such a degree, to the point that it was frequently the reason for local differences amongst herself and Zeus, who upheld the reason for the Trojans. Among the numerous stories of these incessant fights, there is one associated with Heracles, the most loved child of Zeus, which is the following. Hera, having raised a tempest adrift, keeping in mind the end goal to drive him out of his course, Zeus turned out to be angry to the point he hung her in the midst by a brilliant chain and joined substantial iron blocks to her feet. Her child, Hephaestus, endeavored to discharge his mother from her mortifying position, for which Zeus tossed him out of paradise. His leg was dampened by the fall. Hera, being profoundly irritated with Zeus, resolved to isolate herself from him forever, and she appropriately left him and took up her dwelling place Euboea. Shocked and lamented at this unlooked-for departure, Zeus set out to leave no methods untried to win her back once more. In this crisis, he counseled Cythereon, ruler of Plataea, who was renowned worldwide for his incredible astuteness and nuance. Cythereon promised him to spruce up a picture in wedding clothing and place it in a chariot, reporting this was Plataea, his future spouse. The stratagem succeeded. Hera, exasperated at the possibility of an opponent, traveled to meet the paradise in awesome outrage, and grabbing the gathered woman of the hour, she angrily assaulted her and dragged her out of her marital clothing. Her enjoyment on finding the double dealing was great, to the point that a reconciliation occurred, and, conferring the picture to the blazes, with happy giggling she situated herself in its place and came back to Olympus. Hera was the mother of Ares, Mars, Hephaestus, Hebe, and Aletheia. Ares was the divine force of war, Hephaestus of fire, Hebe of youth, and Aletheia directed the introduction of mortals. Hera, beyond a reasonable doubt, cherished Greece, and undoubtedly, dependably, viewed over and secured Greek interests, her darling and most loved urban areas being Argos, Samos, Sparta, and Mycenae. Her key sanctuaries were at Argos and Samos. From a remote period, she was enormously loved at Olympia, and her sanctuary there, which remained in the Altis, or Holy Woods, was 500 years more established than that of Zeus on a similar spot. Some fascinating unearthings, which are currently going ahead there, have uncovered the remaining parts of the old building, which contained, among different fortunes of days of yore, a few delightful statues, crafted by the well-known stoneworkers of old Greece. At first, this sanctuary was worked of wood at the point of stone, and one of the late found was framed of combination of shells. In the Altis, races were controlled by youthful women out of appreciation for Hera, and the fleetest of foot got in token of her triumph an olive wreath and a bit of substance of the penances. These races, similar to the Olympic Games, were commended at interims of 4 years, and were called Herae. A lovely robe, woven by 16 women looked over the 16 urban areas of Elis, was constantly offered to Hera on these occasions, and choral tunes and holy moves shaped piece of the functions. Hera is generally portrayed as situated on a position of authority, holding a pomegranate in one hand and a staff surmounted by a cuckoo in the other. She shows up as a quiet, honorable woman of magnificent magnificence, robed in a tunic and mantle. Her temple is expansive and scholarly, her eyes huge and completely opened, her arms radiantly white and finely formed. The finest statue of this godliness was that by Polycletus at Argos. Her characteristics are a diadem, cloak, staff, and peacock. The primary day of consistently, a ewe sheep and sow were yielded to Hera. The petal, goose, and all the more especially the peacock were hallowed to her. Groups of these wonderful flying creatures, for the most part, encompass her position of authority and drew her chariot, Iris, the rainbow, being situated behind her. Her most loved blooms were the dittany, poppy, and lily.
Heracles, Hercules. Heracles, the most renowned legend of old circumstances, was the offspring of Zeus and Alcmene, and the enormous grandson of Perseus. At the period of first experience with the world, Alcmene was occupying Thebes with her loved one Amphitryon, and thusly the infant kid Hercules was considered in the illustrious living arrangement of his stepfather. Aware of the hostility which Hera manhandled each one of the people who rose to her in the affections of Zeus, Alcmene, awful remembering that this disdain should be passed by her irreproachable adolescent, entrusted him, not long after first experience with the world, to the care of a faithful worker, with rules to reveal him in a particular field, and there forsake him. Feeling ensured that the great-grandchild of Zeus would not long remain with the confirmation of the celestial creatures. Not long after the tyke had been thus surrendered, Hera and Pallas Athene happened to pass by the field, and were pulled in by its cries. Athene pityingly took up the infant tyke in her arms, and affected the leader of heaven to put it to her chest. However,
No sooner had she done in that capacity than the tyke, causing her anguish, she angrily hurled him to the ground and left the spot. Athene, moved with sensitivity, passed on him to Alcmene, and implored her kind work environments for the advantage of the poor little foundling. Alcmene quickly saw her child and euphorically recognized the charge. A little while later, a brief span later, Hera, to her unprecedented unsettling influence, discovered whom she had bosom sustained, and twisted up discernibly stacked with burning furiousness. She now sent 2 venomous snakes into the committee of Alcmene, which slithered, unperceived by the medicinal specialists, to the help of the resting tyke. He blended with a cry, and understanding a snake in each hand, stifled them both. Alcmene and her escorts, whom the cry of the child had mixed, dashed to help, where, to their stun and fear, they watched the 2 reptiles dead in the hands of the infant youngster Hercules. Amphitryon was in like manner pulled into the chamber by the commotion, and when he watched this shocking confirmation of exceptional quality, he articulated that the adolescent almost certainly had been sent to him as an unprecedented gift from Zeus. He, in like way, guided the acclaimed seer Tiresias, who now taught him of the heavenly start of his stepson, and gauge for him an exceptional and perceived future. Exactly when Amphitryon heard the good fate which the adolescent entrusted to his care, he set out to train him in the path meriting his future calling. At a fitting age, he himself demonstrated to him proper methodologies to coordinate a chariot. Eurytus, how to manage the bow, Autolycus, expertise in wrestling and boxing, and Castor, the art of outfitted battling, while Linus, the offspring of Apollo, taught him in music and letters. Heracles was a capable understudy, however undue savagery was awful to his high soul, and old Linus, who was the gentlest of the teachers, one day overhauled him with blows, whereupon the child resentfully took up his lyre, and, with one stroke of his compelling arm, killed his guide on the spot. Stressed for the expect that the ungovernable temper of the youth may again incorporate him in relative exhibits of violence, Amphitryon sent him into the country, where he put him under the charge of one of the most placed stock-in herders. Here, as he grew up to manliness, his amazing stature and quality transformed into considerate energy about all onlookers. His point, paying little respect to whether with spear, lance, or bow, was unerring, and at 18 years of age he was believed to be the most grounded and moreover the most delightful youth in all Greece. The choice of Heracles. Heracles felt that the time had now arrived when it wound up observably critical to decide for himself how to make use of the phenomenal powers with which he had been provided by the celestial creatures, and remembering the true objective to think about in confinement on this vastly basic subject, he repaired to a forsaken and isolated spot in the center of the timberland. Here 2 females of mind-boggling gloriousness appeared to him. One was vice, the other virtue. The past was stacked with maid wiles and intriguing appearances, her face painted and her dress pompous and appealing, while the latter was of respectable bearing and humble aura, her robes of spotless prudence. Negative behavior pattern wandered forward and along these lines watched out for him. If you will walk around my ways and make me your sidekick, your life ought to be one of round happiness and joy. You may taste of every joy which can be gotten on earth, the choicest viands, the most delightful wines, the richest affections, seats ought to be ever accessible to you, and this with no exertion on your part, either physical or mental. Morals now talked in her turn. If you will tell me and be my sidekick, I promise you the reward of not too bad still, little voice, and the veneration and respect of your fellow men. I can't grasp to smooth your way with roses or to give you a presence of inaction and happiness, for you ought to understand that the heavenly creatures give no extraordinary and charming thing that isn't earned by work, and as you sow, so should you reap. Heracles listened serenely and carefully to the 2 speakers, and a short time later, after create thought, followed in the methods for magnificence, and therefore to regard the celestial creatures and give his life to the organization of his country. Overflowing with these respectable purposes, he searched for once more his common home, where he was instructed that on Mount Cytharion, at the foot of which the gatherings of Amphitryon were touching, a savage lion had settled his asylum, and was submitting each stunning devastates among the gatherings and group that he had transformed into the scourge and dread of the whole neighborhood. Heracles, right this minute, furnished himself and climbed up the mountain, where he soon observed the lion, and surging at him with his sword, winning, concerning, killing him, and conceal of the animal he wore over a brief span later completed his shoulders, and the head served him as a top. As he was returning from this, he first manhandle, he met the envoys of Erginius, leader of the Minions, who were proceeding to Thebes to ask their yearly tribute of 100 bulls. Furious at this humiliation of his nearby city, Heracles assaulted the envoys and sent them back, with ropes around their necks, to their renowned expert. Erginus was so exasperated at the malevolent treatment of his dispatchers that he accumulated an equipped power and appeared before the passages of Thebes, asking for the surrender of Heracles. Creon, who was starting at now ruler of Thebes, fearing the after-effects of a refusal, would yield, when the holy person, with the assistance of Amphitryon and a band of beat young people, advanced against the minions. Heracles guaranteed a restricted contaminate through which the enemy were obliged to pass, and as they entered, past the Thebans fell upon them, killed their master Erginus, and completely guided them. In this engagement, Amphitryon, the kind partner and brief father of Hercules, lost his life. The holy person now advanced upon Orchomenus, the capital of the Minions, where he expended the majestic chateau and sacked the town. After this banner triumph, all Greece rang with qualification of the young holy person, and Creon, in thankfulness for his marvelous organizations, provided for him his daughter Megara in marriage. The Olympian celestial creatures avowed their vitality about his valor by sending him presents. Hermes gave him a sword, Phoebus Apollo a store of jolts, Hephaestus a splendid quiver, and Athene a layer of calfskin. Heracles and Eurystheus. And now it will be essential to backtrack our methods. Just before the presentation of Hercules, Zeus, in a social affair of the heavenly creatures, exultingly declared that the adolescent who should be imagined on the day to the place of Perseus should lead over all his race. Exactly when Hera heard this ruler's grandiose presentation, she knew well it was for the posterity of the abhorred Alcmene that this wonderful destiny was made, and with a particular true objective to exploit the offspring of her rival for his rights, she called to her guide the goddess Eileithyia, who prevented the presentation of Hercules, and caused his cousin Eurystheus, another grandson of Perseus, to go before him into the world. Likewise, along these lines, as the outflow of the powerful Zeus was unavoidable, Hercules transformed into the subject and laborer of his cousin Eurystheus. Exactly when, after the sublime triumph over Erginus, the praise of Hercules spread throughout Greece, Eurystheus, who had advanced towards getting to be the master of Mycenae, jealous of the reputation of the young legend, bore witness to his rights, and taught him to endeavor for him diverse, troublesome errands. However, the happy soul of the legend contradicted this shame, and he would deny consistence. Zeus appeared to him and needed him not to challenge the fates. Heracles now repaired to Delphi to guide the prophet, and got the suitable reaction that in the wake of performing 10 endeavors for his cousin Eurystheus, his enslavement would be at an end. A little while later, in this manner, Hercules fell into a state of most significant miserable, and through the effect of his profound established enemy, the goddess Hera, this discouragement framed into raving free-for-all, in which condition he butchered his own specific children. When he at last recouped his reason, he was so stunned that he mourned at what he had done, and he calms himself down in his chamber and kept up a vital separation from all intercourse with men. Regardless, in his misery, and separated the conviction that work would be the best technique for getting indefinite quality of the past, picked him to enter, instantly, upon the endeavors appointed by Eurystheus. The Nemean lion. His first task was to pass on to Eurystheus the skin of the much-dreaded Nemean lion, which assaulted the area among Cleon and Nemea, and whose conceal was sheltered against any mortal weapon. Heracles proceeded to the timberland of Nemea, where, having discovered the lion's asylum, he tried to cut him with his jolts. However, finding these of no advantage, felled him to the ground with his club, and before the animal had space plan insightful to recover from the odious blow, Heracles seized him by the neck, and with a convincing effort, winning concerning gagging him. He by then made himself a layer of mail of the skin and another defensive top of the pioneer of the animal. Along these lines attired, he so unnerved Eurystheus about appearing out of the blue before him that the master concealed himself in his imperial living arrangement. Starting now and into the foreseeable future, limited Heracles to enter his quality. He, however, educated him to get his orders for the future through his errand individual, Coprius. The Hydra. His second task was to kill the Hydra, an animal serpent, the children of Typhon and Echidna, swarming with 9 heads, one of which was undying. This brute tormented the region of Lernia, where she submitted amazing ravagings among the group. Heracles, joined by his nephew Iolaus, set out in a chariot for the lowland of Lernia, in the abominable waters of which he found her. He started the attack by ambushing her with his wild jolts, remembering the ultimate objective to drive her to desert her haven, from which she created at last, and searched for shelter in a wood on a neighboring slant. Heracles now rushed forward and endeavored to pound her heads by strategies for especially organized blows from his tremendous club. Yet no sooner was one head obliterated than it was immediately supplanted by 2 others. He next got the animal in a serious handle. However, at this junction, a mammoth crab gave some truly necessary help of the Hydra and began clawing the feet of her aggressor. Heracles destroyed his new foe with his club, and now called upon his nephew to go to his guide. At his summon, Iolaus set fire to the neighboring trees, and with a devouring branch consumed the necks of the mammoth as Heracles cut them off, thus sufficiently keeping the advancement of something past. Heracles next struck off the relentless head, which he secured by the roadside, and set over it a significant stone, into which the destructive blood of the monster he by then drove his jolts, which any time in this way rendered wounds executed by them.
The Horned Hind. The third work of Heracles was to pass on the hornback Serenitus alive to Mycenae. This animal, which was hallowed to Artemis, had splendid horns and feet of metal. Not wishing to wound the back, Heracles serenely looked after her through various countries for a whole year, and outperformed her at last on the banks of the stream Ledon. However, even there he was compelled, remembering the ultimate objective to secure her, to curve her with one of his jolts, after which he lifted her on his shoulders and brought her through Arcadia. On his way he met Artemis with her kin Phoebus Apollo, when the goddess irately rebuked him for harming her most cherished back. However, Heracles, placating her mistake, whereupon she enabled him to take the animal alive to Mycenae. The Erymantian Boar. The fourth errand constrained upon Heracles by Eurystheus was to pass on alive to Mycenae the Erymantian horde, which had destroyed the locale Aramantia, and was the scourge of the enveloping neighborhood. On his way thither, he pined for sustenance and sanctuary of a centaur named Pholus, who got him with liberal warmth, setting before him a better-than-average and plenteous repast. Exactly when Hercules imparted his surprising that at such a peculiarity-equipped board wine should require, his host cleared up the wine-storm cellar was the essential property of the extensive number of centaurs, and that was against the standards for a holder to be recommended, except all were accessible to share of it, by dint of impact regardless. Heracles won on his kind host to put forth a unique defense to help him. However, the powerful, luscious possess an aroma similar to the considerable old wine soon spread over the mountains, and passed on colossal amounts of centaurs to the perceive, all furnished with tremendous rocks and fir trees. Heracles drove them back with lights, and from that point forward, following up his triumph, looked after them with his jolts like Malia, where they took shelter in the clasp of the kind old centaur Chiron. Grievously, in any case, as Heracles was shooting at them with his hurt darts, one of these infiltrated the knee of Chiron. Right when Heracles found that it was his sidekick of the underlying days that he had harmed, he was overpowered with misery and mourn. He, right this minute, expelled the screw, and favored the damage with a bomb, the integrity of which had been indicated him by Chiron himself. However, every one of the undertakings were unavailing. The damage imparted with the perilous poison of the Hydra was miserable. Accordingly remarkable was the destruction of Chiron, that, at the mediation of Hercules, passing was sent him by the heavenly creatures, for something different being undying, he would have been bound to unending persevering. Pholus, who had so emphatically connected with Heracles, also passed on by strategies for one of these jolts, which he had expelled from the body of a dead centaur, while he was cautiously taking a gander at it, amazed that so little and insignificant an inquiry should be productive of such bona fide results. A jolt fell upon his foot and mortally harmed him. Stacked with wretchedness at this untoward event, Heracles secured him with due qualifications, and while later set out to seek after the horde. With uproarious hollers and horrendous cries, he at first drove him out of the shrubs into the significant snow glides which secured the summit of the mountain, and from that point forward, having at long last wearied him in his unending interest, he got the drained animal, bound him with a rope, and passed him alive to Mycenae. Cleansing the stables of Aegeus. After killing their Amantian horde, Eurystheus requested Heracles to wash down in one day the stables of Aegeus. Aegeus was the leader of Els, and was greatly rich in gatherings. 3,000 of his dairy animals he kept near the distinguished, illustrious homes, in an enclosure where the decay had accumulated for quite a while. Exactly when Hercules presented himself before the master, and offered to cleanse his stables in a solitary day, in the event that he should get thus a 10th bit of the gatherings, Aegeus, thinking the achievement is impossible, recognized his offer and sighed, seeing his kid Phyleus. Near the imperial home were the two conduits Peneus and Alpheus, the surges of which Heracles coordinated into the stables by strategies for a trench, which he tunneled consequently, and as the waters rushed through the shed, they cleaned up with the whole mass of accumulated rottenness. Be that as it may, when Aegeus heard this was one of the works constrained by Eurystheus, he dismissed the insured guerdon. Heracles brought the issue under the attentive gaze of a court, and called Phyleus as an eyewitness to the value of his case, whereupon Aegeus, without sitting tight for a moment of the choice, angrily expelled Heracles and his kid from the spaces. The Stymphalides. The sixth errand was to seek after the Stymphalides, which were huge flying animals of prey, who, as we have seen in the legend of the Argonauts, shot from their wings tufts sharp as jolts. The home of these fowls was on the shore of Lake Stymphalus in Arcadia, after which they were called, where they caused inconceivable pulverization among men and steers. On pushing toward the lake, Hercules viewed marvelous amounts of them, and while faltering how to begin the ambush, he suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Looking round, he saw the superb sort of Pallas Athene, who got a handle on a gigantic join of improper clappers made by Hephaestus, with which she presented him. Whereupon he moved to the summit of a neighboring incline, and began to shake them fiercely. The rough disturbance of these instruments was so excruciating to the winged animals that they climbed into the air in fear, whereupon he ran for them with his jolts, crushing them in extraordinary numbers, while, for instance, made tracks in an opposite direction from his darts took off, never to return. The Cretan Bull. The seventh work of Heracles was to get the Cretan Bull. Minos, master of Crete, having sworn to relinquish to Poseidon any animal which should first appear out of the sea, the god influenced a brilliant bull to ascend out of the waves, remembering the true objective to test the validity of the Cretan ruler, who, in making this guarantee, had affirmed that he had no animal among his own particular gatherings estimable the affirmation of the constant sea god. Charmed with the shocking animal sent by Poseidon, and on edge to have it, Minos put it among his group, and substituted as his own one-of-a-kind relinquish one bull's. Consequently, Poseidon, remembering the true objective to repel the voracity of Minos, influenced the animal to twist up discernibly mad, and submit each remarkable annihilation in the island as to risk the prosperity of its inhabitants. At whatever point Heracles, in this way, arrived in Crete to catch the bull. Minos, far from negating this arrangement, joyfully agreed to do all things he asked, the legend winning securing the animal, and in addition controlled him so positively that he rode on his back perfectly over the sea to the degree of Peloponnesius. He now passed him up to Eurystheus, who set him at flexibility, after which he advanced towards getting to be as savage and wild as some time of late, meandered all completed Greece into Arcadia, and was over the long haul killed by Theseus in the fields of Marathon. The Mares of Diomedes. The eighth work of Heracles was to pass on to Eurystheus the female steeds of Diomedes, an offspring of Ares, and master of the Bistonians, a warlike Thracian faction. This ruler had a sort of wild stallions of tremendous size and quality, whose sustenance contained human substance, and all pariahs who were misfortuned to enter the country were made prisoners and flung before the steeds, who gobbled them up. Exactly when Heracles arrived, he first got the callous Diomedes himself, and a short time later hurled before him his own specific female stallions, who, consequent to gobbling up their ruler, ended up being greatly reasonable and tractable. They were then determined by Hercules to the seashore when the Bistonians, upbraided at the loss of their ruler, surged after the legend and ambushed him. He now gave the animals in charge of his friend, Abderus, and made such an angered strike at his assailants that they turned and fled. In any case, on his entry to the experience, he found to his unimaginable bitterness that the female stallions had torn his body in pieces and gobbled him up. Ensuing to celebrate due despairing functions to the grievous Abderus, Heracles manufactured a city in his regard, which he named after him. He by then returned to Tiryns, where he passed on the stallions to Eurystheus, who set them free on Mount Olympus, where they transformed into the prey of wild animals. It was after the execution of this task Heracles joined the Argonauts in their crusade to get the responsibility for the Golden Fleece, and was forsaken at Chios. Starting at now depicted, in the midst of his wanderings, he grasped his ninth work, which was to pass on to Eurystheus the help of Hippolyta, leader of the Amazons. The girdle of Hippolyta. The Amazons, who bothered the shores of the Black Sea near the stream of Thermodon, were a nation of warlike women, esteemed for their quality, dauntlessness, and unprecedented fitness in horsemanship. Their ruler, Hippolyta, had gotten from her father Ares a delightful help, which for the most part wore as a sign of her lofty power and master, and it was this help which Heracles was required to put in the hands of Eurystheus, who delineated it as a present for his young lady Admete. Anticipating that this would be no task of standard inconvenience, the legend called to his guide a select band of conquer accomplices, with whom he cleared out for the Amazonian town of Themyscira. Here they were met by ruler Hippolyta, who was so awed by the exceptional stature and respectable introduction of Heracles that, on taking in his errand, she as soon as possible consented to give him the pined-for help. Regardless, Hera, his persistent foe, expecting the sort of an Amazon, spread the report in the town that an untouchable would truck away their ruler. The Amazons immediately ventured out to arms and mounted their steeds, whereupon a battle came about, in which enormous qualities of their most valiant warriors were executed or harmed. Among the latter was their most skilful pioneer, Melanippe, whom Heracles a brief time later restored to Hippolyta, receiving the help consequently. On his voyage home, the holy person stopped at Troy, where another experience foreseen him. In the midst of the time that Apollo and Poseidon were condemned by Zeus to concise subjugation on the earth, they worked for Master Laomedon, the commended dividers of Troy. And while later so prominent ever, however, when their work was done, the ruler misleadingly declined to give them the reward as a result of them. The disappointed divine beings now merged to rebuke the blameworthy party. Apollo sent a pestilence, which wrecked the all-inclusive community, and Poseidon a surge, which hung on for it a marine brute, who swallowed in his huge jaws all that went inside its compass. In his wretchedness, Laomedon guided a prophet, and was taught that solitary by the relinquish of his own daughter Hesione could the shock of the heavenly creatures be soothed. Yielding at last to the basic interest of his family, he consented to make the relinquish, and on the section of Heracles, the woman was by then secured to a stone, in readiness to be eaten up by the mammoth. Exactly when Laomedon saw the lofty legend, whose splendid achievements of value and fortitude had transformed into the contemplate and regard of all humankind, he genuinely implored him to save his young lady from her approaching fate, and to free the country of the monster, holding out to him as a reward the steeds which Zeus had displayed to his granddad Tros, in pay for preventing him from claiming his youngster Ganymede. Heracles unhesitatingly recognized the offer, and when the mammoth appeared, opening his shocking jaws to get his prey, the holy person, sword close by, ambushed and slew him. In any case, the devious ruler again broke certainty, and Heracles, vowing future requital, left for Mycenae, where he showed the help to Eurystheus. The oxen of Geryanus. The 10th work of Heracles was to catch of the colossal bulls, having a place with the Goliath Geryon or Geryanus, who nagged the island of Erythea, in the strait of Gadria, Cadiz. This Goliath, who was the offering of Chrysaor, had 3 bodies and 3 heads, 6 hands and 6 feet. He had a horde of astounding cows, which were notable for their size, heavenliness, and rich red shading. They were secured by another mammoth named Eurytion, and a two-headed pooch called Orthrus, the descendants of Typhon and Echidna. In deciding him an undertaking so packed with risk, Eurystheus was with the expectation that he may free himself forever of his loathed cousin. Be that as it may, the unyielding strength of the legend ascended with the possibility of this troublesome and risky endeavor. After a long and wearisome adventure, he finally touched base at the western bank of Africa, where, as a landmark of his hazardous campaign, he raised the well-known mainstays of Hercules, one of which he set on each side of the Straits of Gibraltar. Here he found the serious warmth so agonizing that he irately raised his bow toward paradise, and destabilized to shoot the sun-god. Be that as it may, Helios, a long way from being enraged at his dauntlessness, was so hit with adoration at his challenging that he loaned to him a brilliant watercraft, with which he finished his nighttime travel from west to east, and therefore Heracles traversed securely to the island of Erythea. No sooner had he arrived than Eurytion, joined by his savage canine Orthus, furiously assaulted him. However, Heracles, with a superhuman exertion, slew the pooch, then his lord. Therefore he gathered the group and continued to the ocean shore where Geryones himself met him, and a frantic experience occurred, in which the monster died. Heracles, at that point, drove the steers into the ocean, and seizing one of the bulls by the horns, swam with them over to the contrary shore of Iberia, Spain. At that point, driving his heavenly prize before him through Gaul, Italy, Illyria, and Thrace, he finally landed, after numerous dangerous enterprises and a small margin getaway, at Mycenae, where he conveyed them up to Eurystheus, who relinquished them to Hera. Heracles had now executed his 10 undertakings, which had been refined in the space of 8 years, yet Eurystheus declined to incorporate the killing of the Hydra and the purging of the stables of Aegeus among the number, claiming as the reason that one had to be performed by the help of Iolaus, and the other had been executed for procure. He, along these lines, demanded Heracles substituting 2 more works in their place. The apples of the Hesperides. The 11th task constrained by Eurystheus was to present him with the splendid apples of the Hesperides, which created on a tree showed by Gaia to Hera, on the occasion of her marriage with Zeus. This sacred tree was viewed by 4 women, young ladies of night called the Hesperides, whose errand were supported by a repulsive 100-headed winged serpent. This winged serpent never napped, and out of its 100 throats came a relentless mumbling sound, which helpfully advised off all interlopers. In any case, what rendered the undertaking still more troublesome was the aggregate deadness of the legend with respect to the district of the garden, and he was compelled, in result, to make various unrewarding enterprises and to encounter various trials beforehand he could find it. He at first experienced Thessaly, and met up the stream Achedarus, where he met the mammoth Cycnus, the offspring of Ares and Pyrene, who tried him to single fight. In this experience, Heracles completely vanquished his equal, who was butchered in the test. Yet now a mightier enemy appeared on the scene, for the war god himself came to counter for his kid. A repulsive fight came about, which had continued going some time when Zeus interfered between the kin, and put a conclusion to the strife by hurling a thunderbolt between them. Heracles proceeded on his excursion, and accomplished the banks of the conduit Eridanus. There withstood the nymphs, young ladies of Zeus and Themis. On searching for admonishment from them as to his course, they guided him to the old sea-god Nereus, who alone knew the way to the garden of the Hesperides. Heracles found him resting, and snatching the open entryway, held him so unfalteringly in his compelling hand that he couldn't in any capacity, shape, or frame escape, so that in spite of his distinctive challenges, he was at last obliged to give the information required. The holy person by then navigated to Libya, where he possessed with a wrestling facilitate with ruler Anteos, offspring of Poseidon and Gaia, which finished mortally for his rival. From this manor he proceeded to Egypt, where ruled Busiris, another offspring of Poseidon, who, following up on the appeal given by the prophet in the midst of a time of mind-blowing lack, surrendered all pariahs to Zeus. Exactly when Heracles arrived, he was seized and dragged to the conciliatory table. However, the skilled demigod burst into pieces his bonds, and after that gigantic number Busiris and his kid. Proceeding with his experience, he now wound on through Arabia, until the point that the moment he arrived at Mount Caucasus, where Prometheus groaned in consistent anguish. It was starting at now that Heracles, as formerly related, shot the cell which had so since a long time back tormented the respectable and gave partner to mankind. Stacked with thankfulness for his deliverance, Prometheus showed him how to find his way to that remote territory in the far west, where Atlas maintained the sky on his shoulders. Close lay the garden of the Hesperides. He moreover advised Hercules not to attempt to secure the important natural item himself, however, to expect for a period the commitments of Atlas, and to dispatch him for the apples. On arriving at his objective, Heracles took after the admonishment of Prometheus. Atlas, who promptly went into course of action, envisioned to put the winged serpent to rest, and from that point forward, having shrewdly outflanked the Hesperides, trucked away 3 of the splendid apples, which he now passed on to Hercules. In any case, when the latter was set up to surrender his weight, Atlas, having once tasted the delights of adaptability, declined to proceed with his post, and announced that his objective of acting normally the transport of the apples to Eurystheus, leaving Heracles to fill his place. To this suggestion, the holy person imagined assent, simply asking that Atlas would be adequately astute to hold the sky for 2 or 3 more minutes while he made a pad for his head. Atlas extraordinary-naturedly hurled down the apples, but then again proceeded with his stack, whereupon Heracles bade him farewell and left. Right then, Heracles passed on the splendid apples to Eurystheus. The last acquainted them with the legend, whereupon Heracles put the sanctified natural item onto the conciliatory stone of Pallas Athene, who restored them to the garden of the Hesperides. Cerberus. The 12th and last work which Eurystheus constrained on Hercules was to raise Cerberus from the lower world, assuming that all his overcome powers would be unavailing in the realm of shades, and that in this, his last and most hazardous undertaking, the holy person ought to at long last surrender and bite the dust. Cerberus was a brute canine with 3 heads, out of whose shocking jaws spilled hurt. The hair of his head and back was surrounded by venomous snakes, and his body finished in the tail of a winged serpent. Consequent to begin the Eleusinian mysteries, and obtaining from the clergyman certain information fundamental to the accomplishment of his endeavor, Heracles set off for Taenarum and Localia. There was an opening which provoked the underworld. Coordinated by Hermes, he began his dive into the frightful delta, where stores of shades soon began to appear, each one of whom fled in fear at his approach, Meleager and Medusa alone excepted. Going to hit the last with his sword, Hermes interfered and remained his hand, prompting him that she was, however, a shadow, and that in this way no weapon could benefit against her. Met up before the entryways of Hades, he found Theseus and Pirithous, who had settled to an armored shake by Hades for their suspicion in endeavoring to truck away Persephone. When they saw Heracles, they importuned him to set them free, the holy person winning with respect to passing on Theseus. Yet when he endeavored to free Pirithous, the earth shook so viciously underneath them that he was compelled to surrender his endeavor. Proceeding with facilitate, Heracles saw Ascalaphus, who, as we have discovered at any point, had revealed the way that Persephone had swallowed the seeds of a pomegranate offered to her by her significant other, which bound her to Hades forever. Ascalaphus was groaning underneath a huge shake, which Demeter in her shock had flung upon him, and which Heracles now removed, releasing the sufferer. Preceding the entryways of his regal living arrangement stood Hades, the intense pioneer of the lower world, and exiled his way. Yet Heracles, running for him with one of his unerring darts, shot him in the shoulder, so that out of nowhere the god experienced the devastation of mortal persevering. Heracles, by then, asked for his approval to take Cerberus to the upper world, and to this Hades consented, on condition that he should secure him unarmed. Guaranteed by his breastplate and lion's skin, Heracles went searching for the brute, whom he found at the mouth of the stream Acheron. Undismayed by the horrendous yapping which proceeded from his 3 heads, he got the throat with one hand, and the legs with the other. And notwithstanding the way the legendary mammoth, which served him as a tail, bit him to a degree, he didn't surrender his grasp. Along these lines he guided him to the upper world, through an opening close to Troezen and Argolia. Exactly when Eurystheus watched Cerberus, he stood frightened, surrendering all expectation, frequently disregarding his detested match. He re-established the hellfire puppy to the legend, who restored him to Hades, and with this last errand, the subjection of Heracles to Eurystheus finished. Murder of Iphitus. Free at last, Heracles now returned to Thebes, and being abnormal for him to live blissfully with Megara in result of his having executed her adolescence, he, with her own specific consent, gave her in marriage to his nephew Iolaus. Heracles himself now searched for the hand of Iole, young lady of Eurytus, leader of Oechalia, who had taught him when a child in the usage of the bow. Hearing that this ruler had ensured to give his daughter to him, he could beat himself with his 3 youngsters in shooting with the bow. Heracles lost no time in presenting himself as a contender. He soon exhibited that he was no unworthy understudy of Eurytus, for he signally vanquished each one of his foes. In any case, disregarding the way that the master treated him with checked respect and regard, he can't, everything considered, to give him the hand of his daughter, fearing for her a similar fate to what happened for Megara. Iphitus, the eldest offspring of Eurytus, alone maintained the purpose behind Heracles, and endeavored to incite his father to give his consent to the marriage. Yet just for reasons unknown, lastly, stung to a quick at his expulsion, the legend angrily took his depart. A little while later the bulls of the ruler were stolen by the well-known cheat Autolycus, and Heracles was related to Eurytus with having given the burglary. In any case, Iphitus dependably defended his truant sidekick, and proposed to seek out Heracles, and with his assistance to go searching for the missing cattle. The legend warmly regarded his staunch young friend, and entered truly into his game plan. They immediately set out on their battle. However, their interest showed all around unsuccessful, and when they advanced toward the city of Tiryns, they mounted a zenith with the desires of finding the missing group in the enveloping country. Yet they stayed on the most elevated summit of the building. Heracles ended up being out of the blue seized with one of his past strikes of furor, and stirring up his partner Iphitus for a foe, hurled him down into the plain underneath, and he was butchered on the spot. Heracles now set forward on a drained voyage, asking useless that some individual would clean him for the murder of Iphitus. It was in the midst of these wanderings that he arrived at the illustrious living arrangement of his friend Admetus, whose phenomenal and gutsy life partner Alcestis. He restored her to significant other, and after a shocking fight with death, as successfully related. Not long after this event, Heracles was hit with a horrible affliction, and betook himself to the haven of Delphi, needing to get from the prophet the strategies for mitigation. The priestess, regardless, denied him a response on the ground of him having executed Iphitus, whereupon the perturbed holy person seized upon the tripod which he stole away, articulating that he would build up a prophet for himself. Apollo, who saw the disrespect, came down to secure his refuge, and a severe fight took after. Zeus once more interfered. Heracles turns into a slave of Omphale. Heracles bowed in accommodation to the heavenly will, and was led by Hermes to Omphale, ruler of Lydia. The 3 gifts which she paid for him were given to Eurytus, who, be that as it may, declined to acknowledge the cash, which was given over to the offspring of Iphitus. Heracles now recovered his past vitality. He freed the locale of Omphale of the robbers which infested it, and performed for her distinctive organizations requiring quality and courage. It was about this time he partook in the Caledonian horde pursue, purposes of enthusiasm of which have recently been given. Right when Omphale found that her slave was none other than the esteemed Heracles himself, she as soon as possible gave him his flexibility, and offered him her hand and kingdom. In her imperial habitation, Heracles surrendered himself to the enervating excesses of an oriental life, which along these lines completely was a giant holy person, captivated by the intrigue which was his uncommon woman honed over him, that while she enthusiastically wore his lion's skin and defensive top, he, attired in female bits of dress, sat at her feet turning downy, and flooring the time by the association of his past encounters. Regardless, when at long last, his term of subjugation having ended, he advanced towards getting to be noticeably master of his own conduct, the manly and incredible soul of the holy person reasserted itself, and tearing himself a long way from the stronghold of the Myonian ruler, he made plans to carry out the retaliation he had planned against the deceptive Laomedon and the sneaky Aegeus. Heracles executes countering on Laomedon and Aegeus. gathering round him some of his old defeat companions in arms. Heracles accumulated a task force of vessels and set sail for Troy, where he landed, overpowered the city, and butchered Laomedon, who thus met at last with the requital he so richly justified. To Telamon, one of his most gutsy supporters, he gave Hesione, the young lady of the master, in marriage. Exactly when Heracles gave her approval to release one of the prisoners of war, she picked her own particular kin, Podarces, whereupon she was instructed that he was by then a hostage. She would be obliged to recoup him. On hearing this, Hesione evacuated her splendid diadem, which she happily provided for the holy person. Inferable from this circumstance, Podarces, in the future, bore the name of Priamus, or Priam, which implies the liberated one. Hercules now strolled against Aegeus, to execute his striking back on him in like manner for his mischievous lead. He seethed the city of Elis, and put to death Aegeus and his youngsters, sparing only his conquer advocate and strong defend Phyleus, on whom he offered the purge-regarded position of his father. Heracles and Deianira. Heracles now proceeded to Calydon, where he enchanted the great Deianira, young lady of Oeneus, leader of Aetolia. Be that as it may, he encountered a noteworthy enemy, Icolus, the stream god. It was agreed that their cases should be picked by single fight. Trusting his distinctive structures unreservedly, Icolus felt sure of achievement. However, this benefited him nothing. To have at last changed himself into a bull, his solid foe disjoined one of his horns, and compelled him to perceive himself squashed. In the wake of passing 3 sprightly years with Deianira, a terrible accident happened, which for a period damaged their felicity. Heracles was one day present at a dinner given by Oeneus, when, by a sudden swing of his hand, he had the disaster to strike the head of a youthful and respectable birth, who, as demonstrated by the custom of the general population of old, was serving the guests at table. Along these lines, savage was the blow that caused his passing. The father of the heartbreaking youth, who had seen the occasion, saw that it was the result of incident, and in this way absolved the legend from blame. In any case, Heracles set out to go about as showed by the decision that everybody must take after, ousted himself from the country, and saying farewell to his father-in-law, set out for Trachine to visit his buddy king, Ceyx, carrying with him his loved one Deianira and his young kid Hylas. All through their voyage they met up at the conduit Evenus, over which the centaur Nessus was in affinity of passing on adventurers for utilize. Heracles, with his little tyke in his arms, forded the stream unaided, entrusting his life partner to the care of the centaur, who, charmed with the magnificence of his sensible weight, attempted to take her away. In any case, her cries were heard by her life partner, who unequivocally shot Nessus through the heart with one of his hurt jolts. By and by, the reducing centaur was longing for correct retaliation. He called Deianira to his side, and guided her to secure the segment of the blood which spilled out of his damage, promising her that if, when in danger of losing her life partner's affection, she should use it in the route exhibited by him, it would go about as an interest, and shield her from being supplanted by a foe. Heracles and Deianira now looked after their outing, and after a couple of endeavors, at last arrived at their objective. End of Heracles. The last battle endeavored by the extensive holy person was against Eurytus, master of Ocalia, to vindicate himself upon this ruler and his youngsters for having declined to offer to him the hand of Iole in the wake of having really won the woman. Having assembled an immense outfitted power, Heracles set out for Euboea, with a particular true objective to strike Ocalia, its capital. Accomplishment designated his arms. He seized the fortress, slew the ruler and his 3 youngsters, diminished the town to red-hot remains, and occupied the prisoner with energetic and flawless Iole. Returning from his triumphant crusade, Hercules finished at Canoeus, remembering the ultimate objective to offer a relinquish to Zeus, and sent Deianira to Trachine for an appeasing robe. Deianira, been taught that the sensible Iole was in the get ready for Hercules, was awful, remembering that her lively charms may supplant her in the affection of her loved one, and inferring the appeal of the reducing centaur, she made plans to test the suitability of the reverence captivate which he had given her. Taking out the phial, which she had meticulously insured, she plagued the robe with a piece of liquid and sent it to Hercules. The effective holy person dressed himself with a bit of garments, and would play out the relinquish. when the hot bursts rising from the conciliatory stone warmed the poisonous substance with which it was saturated, and soon every fibre of his body was penetrated by the ruinous venom. The regrettable holy person, bearing the most awful torments, attempted to disengage the robe. In any case, it clung so eagerly to the skin that each one of his undertakings to oust it simply extended his agonies. In this pitiable condition, he was passed on to Traken, where Deianira, on watching the shocking persisting of which she was the guiltless reason, was sad and lament, and hanged herself in Lu's trust. The wilting legend called his tyke Hylas to his side, and needed him to make Iole his loved one, and after that, asking for his followers to erect a commemoration benefit fire, he mounted it, and asked the bystanders to set fire to it, and thusly, in thoughtfulness, to end his horrifying torments. Regardless, no one had the intensity to obey him, until at long last his sidekick and accomplice Philoctetes, regarding his lamentable intrigue, lit the stack, and got in kind bow and electrical discharges holy person. After a short time, flares on blasts rose, and amidst the particular flashings of lightning, joined by the horrendous tolls of thunder, Pallas Athene slid in a cloud, and bore her most cherished holy person in a chariot to Olympus. Heracles advanced towards getting to be yielded among the immortals, and Hera, in token of her trade-off, introduced to him the hand of her exquisite young lady Hebe, the goddess of endless youth.
Hermes. Mercury. Hermes was the quick-footed emissary and put stock in envoy of the considerable number of the divine beings, and conductor of shades to Hades. He directed the raising and instruction of the youthful, and supported gymnastic activities and athletic interests. For this reason, all gyms and wrestling schools all throughout Greece were embellished with his statues. He is said to have concocted the letters in order, and have instructed the specialty of translating outside dialects, and his adaptability, wisdom, and shrewdness were extraordinary to the point that Zeus perpetually picked him as his chaperone when masked as a mortal he ventured on earth. Hermes was revered as lord of expert articulations, most presumably from the way that, in his office as minister, the personnel was imperative to the effective issue of the transactions with which he was entrusted. He was viewed as the god who allowed increment and thriving to groups and crowds, and on this record was revered with uncommon love by herders. In old circumstances, exchange was directed predominantly by methods for the trading of dairy cattle. Hermes, along these lines, as the divine force of herders, came to be viewed as the defender of vendors, and as prepared mind and competence are important qualities both in purchasing and offering. He was likewise viewed as the benefactor of ingenuity and shrewdness. Undoubtedly, so profound was his thought established in the psyches of the Greek individuals that he was famously accepted to be the divine force of hoodlums and all people who live by their minds. As the supporter of business, Hermes was normally expected to be the promoter of intercourse among countries. Consequently, he is basically the lord of explorers, over whose security he managed, and he extremely rebuffed the individuals who denied help to the lost or exhausted wayfarer. He was likewise gatekeeper of lanes and streets, and his statues, called Hermae, which were mainstays of stone surmounted by the head of Hermes, were set at cross streets, and now and again in lanes and open squares. Being the divine force of all endeavors in which the pickup was component, he was revered as the provider of riches and good fortune, and any sudden stroke of fortune ascribed to his impact. He likewise managed the session of dice, in which he is said to have been told by Apollo. Hermes was the child of Zeus and Maia, the eldest and most lovely of the 7 Pleiades, girls of Atlas, and was conceived on Mount Selene in Arcadia. As unimportant darling, he showed an unexceptional staff for shrewdness and dissimulation. Truth be told, he was a hoodlum from his support, for relatively few hours after his introduction into the world, we discover him stealthily crawling out of the claps which he was conceived, keeping in mind the end goal to take a few bulls having a place to his sibling Apollo, who was of now encouraging the groups of Admetus. However, he was not continued exceptionally far on this endeavor before he found a tortoise, which he slaughtered, and extending 7 strings over the unfilled shell created a lyre, whereupon without a moment's delay started to play with wonderful expertise. When he had adequately entertained himself with the instrument, he set it in his support, and after that continued his trip to Pieria, where the cows of Admetus were eating. touching base at nightfall at his goal, he prevailing with regards to isolating 50 bulls from his siblings' crowd, which he now drove before him, avoiding potential risk to cover his feet in shoes made of twigs and myrtle, keeping in mind the end goal to escape location. In any case, the little rebel was not in secret for the robbery, had been seen by an old shepherd named Battus, who was tending the group of Neleus, lord of Pylos, father of Nestor. Hermes, unnerved at being found, paid him off with the finest dairy animals in the group not to sell him out, and Battus guaranteed to keep the mystery. Be that as it may, Hermes, clever as he was exploitative, resolved to test the shepherd's honesty. Pretending to leave, he accepted the type of Admetus, and after that, coming back to the spot, offered the old man 2 of the best bulls on the off chance that he would uncover the creator of the burglary. The trick succeeded, for the covetous shepherd, unfit to oppose the enticing lure, gave the coveted data, whereupon Hermes, applying his celestial power, transformed him into a piece of touchstone, as a punishment for his bad form and greed. Hermes now slaughtered 2 of the bulls, which he yielded to himself and alternate divine beings, covering the rest of the surrender. He, at that point, deliberately stifled the fire, and subsequent to tossing the twig shoes into the stream, Alpheus had come back to Selene. Apollo, by methods of his omniscient power, soon found its identity had victimized him, and hurrying to Selene, requested compensation for his property. On his grumbling to Maia for her child's direct, she indicated the guiltless angel at the point lying, obviously sleeping soundly, at his support, whereupon Apollo indignantly stimulated the imagined sleeper and accused him of the burglary, yet the tyke forcefully precluded all learning from securing it. Thus cunningly did he have his impact, and he even asked for the most gullible way what kind of creatures cows were. Apollo undermined to toss him into Tartarus in the event that he would not admit reality, but rather all for no reason. Finally, he grabbed the darling in his arms and brought him to the nearness of his august father, who was situated in the gathering assembly of the divine beings. Zeus tuned in to the charge made by Apollo, and afterward sternly wanted Hermes to state where he shrouded the steers. The tyke, who was still in swaddling garments, turned upward valiantly into his dad's face and stated, "Now do I look equipped for heading out to a crowd of steers. I, who was just born yesterday and whose feet are much too delicate to tread in harsh spots? Until this minute, I lay in sweet thinking about my mom's chest and have never at any point crossed the edge of our residence. You know well I am not liable, but rather on the off chance that you wish, I will avow it by the gravest promises." As the kid remained before him, looking the photo of guiltlessness, Zeus could not forego grinning at his astuteness and sly. However, being splendidly mindful of his blame, he summoned him to lead Apollo to the surrender where he had hidden the group. Hermes, seeing that subterfuge was futile, unhesitatingly complied. In any case, when the awesome shepherd was going to drive his cows once more to Pieria, Hermes, by possibility, touched the harmonies of his lyre, until now Apollo had heard only the music of his own 3-stringed lyre, and syrinx or Pan's pipe, and as he listened, hypnotized to the delightful strains of the new instrument, yearning to have it, turned out to be great to the point that he readily offered the bulls in return, promising in the meantime to give Hermes full domain over groups and crowds, and also finished steeds, and all wild creatures of the forested areas and backwoods. The offer was acknowledged, and a compromise being in this way effected between the 2 siblings, Hermes turned out to be consequently lord of herders, while Apollo gave himself excitedly to the craft of music. They now continued together to Olympus, where Apollo presented Hermes as his picked companion and friend, and having influenced him to swear by the Styx that he could never take his lyre or bow, nor attack his asylum at Delphi, he gave him the caduceus, or brilliant wand. This wand was surmounted by wings, and on showing it to Hermes, Apollo educated him that it had the staff of joining in adoration, all creatures isolated by abhor. Wishing to demonstrate reality of this declaration, Hermes tossed it down between 2 snakes which were battling, whereupon the irate warriors caught each other in the adoring grasp, and twisting round the staff remained ever after for all time appended to it. The wand itself epitomized control, the serpent's shrewdness, and the wings dispatch, all qualities normal for a dependable diplomat. The youthful god was currently introduced by his dad with a winged silver top, Petasus, and furthermore with silver wings on his feet. Talaria, and was forthwith delegated envoy of the divine beings and conductor of shades to Hades, which office had been filled by Hades. The emissary of the divine beings, we discover him utilized on all events requiring unique expertise, politeness, or dispatch. In this way, he directs Hera, Athene, and Aphrodite to Paris, drives Priam to Achilles to request the collection of Hector, binds Prometheus to Mount Caucasus, secures Ixion to his unceasingly spinning wheel, crushes Argus, the 100-looked-at watchman of Io, and other things. As conductor of shades, Hermes was constantly conjured by the diminishing to give them a protected and rapid entry over the Styx. He likewise had the energy of conveying back withdrawn spirits to the upper world, and was along these lines between living and the dead. The artists relate many entertaining stories of the energetic traps played by this evil-adoring god upon alternate immortals. However, he had the daringness to separate the Medusa's head from the shield of Athene, which he energetically appended to the back of Hephaestus. He additionally stole the support of Aphrodite, denied Artemis of her bolts, and Ares of his lance. However, these demonstrations were constantly performed with such effortless adroitness, joined with such impeccable geniality, that even the divine beings and goddesses were incited, fain to excuse him, turned out into widespread love. It is said that Hermes was one day flying over Athens when, gazing down in the city, he observed various women returning in grave parade from the sanctuary of Pallas Athene. Principal among them was Circe, the wonderful daughter of the ruler Cecrops, and Hermes was so hit with her surpassing perfection that he resolved to look for a meeting with her. He needed to introduce himself at the regal royal residence and implored her sister Agraulus to support his suit. At the same time, being of an eager turn of Psyche, she declined to do as such without the installment of a colossal total of cash, and didn't take the emissary of the divine beings to get the methods for satisfying his condition, and he will soon come back with much-filled satchel. Yet, in the interim, Athene, to rebuff the rapacity of Agraulus, he made the evil spirit of begrudge to claim her, and the outcome was that, not being able to think about the bliss of her sister, she sat down before the entryway and steadfastly declined to enable Hermes to enter. He attempted each influence and blandishment in his energy, yet regardless, she stayed adamant. Finally, his understanding being depleted, he changed her into a mass of dark stone, and the deterrent of his desires was evacuated. He prevailed with regards to convincing Circe to end up plainly his significant other. In his statues, Hermes is portrayed as a smooth young youth, with wide chest and agile, however solid appendages. His face is nice-looking and astute, and a cheerful grin of generous generosity plays round his carefully etched lips. As delivery person of the divine beings, he wears Petasus and Talaria, and bears in his grasp the caduceus, or envoy's staff. As the lord of persuasiveness, he is frequently portrayed as with chains of gold swinging from his lips, and as the benefactor of traders, he wears a handbag in his grasp. The superb unearthing in Olympia, to which implication has just been made, have uncovered a dazzling marble gathering of Hermes and the newborn child Bacchus by Praxiteles. In this incredible masterpiece, Hermes is portrayed as a youthful and nice-looking man, who is looking down compassionate and tenderly at the younger laying in his arm. However, tragically, nothing stays of the newborn child sparing the correct hand, which is laid affectionately on the shoulder of his defender. The penances of Hermes comprised of incense, nectar, cakes, pigs, and particularly sheep and youthful goats. As divine force of persuasiveness, the tongues of creatures were yielded to him.
Hestia. Vesta. Hestia was the daughter of Cronos and Rhea. She was the goddess of fire in its finest application to the needs of humankind. Henceforth, she was basically the directing divinity of the local hearth, and the gatekeeper soul of man, and it was her unadulterated and amiable impact which would ensure the sacredness of the residential life. Presently, in these early ages, the hearth was viewed as the most essential and most consecrated segment of the residence, likely in light of the fact that the assurance of fire was an imperative thought, for if once allowed to end up plainly wiped out, restart was gone to with outrageous trouble. Truth be told, the hearth was held so consecrated that it constituted the sanctum of the family, for which reason it was constantly raised to the focal point of each house. It was a couple of feet in stature and was worked of stone. The fire was put on its highest point and filled with twofold need of setting up the everyday suppers and devouring the family forfeits.
Round this residential hearth or sacrificial table were accumulated the different individuals from the family, the leader of the house involving the place of respect closest to the hearth. Here petitions were said and forfeits offered, and here additionally every kind of cherishing feeling was encouraged, which even reached out to the chaste and liable more bizarre, who, on the off chance that he, once prevailing with regards to touching the hallowed sacrificial table, was sheltered from interest and discipline, and was consequently set under the security of the family, any wrong-doing conferred inside the holy areas of the residential hearth was constantly gone by death. In Grecian urban areas there was a typical corridor, called the Prytaneum, in which the individuals from the administration had their suppers to the detriment of the state. And here, too, was the Hestia, or open hearth, with its fire, by methods for which those dinners were readied. It was the standard for displaced people to bring with them a part of this hallowed fire, which they enviously watched and conveyed with them to their new home, and where it filled in as an interfacing join between the youthful Greek province and the homeland. Hestia is for the most part portrayed as standing, and as the pride and sacredness of her character dependably shows up completely hung. Her face is recognized by a tranquil gravity of expression. Hymen. Hymen, or Hymenaeus, the child of Apollo and dream Urania, was the god who managed marriage and marital solemnities, and was henceforth summoned to all marriage merriments. There is a myth concerning this eternality, which reveals to us that Hymen was a delightful youth of extremely poor guardians, who began to look all starry-eyed at an affluent woman, so far above him in rank that he values the expectation of consistency, getting to be plainly joined to her. Still he missed no chance of seeing her, and upon one event masked himself as a young woman, and joined a troop of women who, in organization with his darling, were continuing from Athens to Eleusis, so as to go to a celebration of Demeter. On their way thither they were astonished by privateers, who took them away to a forsake land. In the wake of drinking profoundly, they fell into a substantial rest. Hymen, grabbing the open door, slew them all, and afterwards set sail for Athens, where he found the guardians of the woman in the best misery at their unaccountable vanishing. He consoles them with the affirmation that their kids ought to be re-established to them, if they would guarantee to him in marriage the woman he cherished. The condition being happily followed, he on the double came back to the island, and conveyed back the women in the security to Athens, whereupon he wound up plainly joined, the question of his adoration, and their union demonstrated so astoundingly that the name of Hymen ended up noticeably synonymous with matrimonial felicity.
Ion. Ion was the offspring of Creusa, the beauteous young lady of Erechtheus, leader of Athens, and the sun god Phoebus Apollo, to whom she was joined without the data of her father. Fearing the shock of Erechtheus, Creusa put her new-considered sweetheart in a little wicker bushel, and hanging some splendid charms round his neck, summoned for him the security of the perfect creatures, and masked him in a destroy-surrender. Apollo, feeling frustrated about his spurned tyke, sent Hermes to pass on him to Delphi, where he kept his charge on the methods for the haven. Next morning, the Delphic priestess found the infant tyke, and was so captivated by his associating with appearance that she held on to him as her own specific youngster. The energetic youth was intentionally tended and raised by his kind, brief mother, and was brought up to the organization of the haven, where he was entrusted with a part of the minor commitments of the favored structure. Furthermore, now to return to Creusa, in the midst of a war with the Euboeans, in which the last were signally vanquished, Xuthus, offspring of Aeolus, unbelievably isolated himself for the Athenians, and as a reward for his vital organizations, the hand of Creusa, the master's daughter, was provided for him in marriage. Their union, in any case, was not blessed with adolescence, and as this was a wellspring of amazing anguish to the two of them, they repaired to Delphi, remembering the true objective to guide the prophet. The response was that Xuthus should regard the essential person who met him on leaving the shelter as his tyke. By and by, it happened that Ion, the young guardian of the haven, was the first to welcome his view, and when Xuthus watched the exquisite youth, he cheerfully welcomed him as his youngster, announcing that the celestial creatures had sent him to be a blessing and comfort to his development. Creusa, regardless, who gathered that the juvenile was the successors of a puzzle marriage as for her significant other, was stacked with uncertainty and want. when an old worker, watching her anguish, importuned her to be improved, promising her that the purpose behind her wretchedness should be quickly cleared. Right when, upon the occasion of general society choice of his kid, Xuthus gave an astonishing dinner, and the old employee of Creusa concocted a mix of strong lethal substance in the wine of the confused Ion. In any case, the youthful, according to the passionate custom of the general population of old, of offering a toast, the heavenly creatures beforehand sharing of any repast, poured upon the ground a piece of wine before putting it to his lips, when out of the blue, as if by wonder, a pigeon flew into the supper hall and tasted of the wine of the drink, whereupon the poor minimal creature began to tremble in every limb and right away slipped by. Molecule's questions immediately fell upon the specialist of Creusa, who with such intrusive thought had filled his holder, he savagely got the old man and pointed the finger at him for his dangerous desires. Found napping for the sudden strike, he surrendered his fault, however, demonstrated the life partner of Xuthus as the instigator of the wrongdoing. Molecule would strike back for himself upon Creusa, when by the technique for the sublime intercession of Apollo, his non-perpetual mother, the Delphic priestess appeared on the scene, and elucidated the bona fide relationship which existed among Creusa and Ion. Remembering the ultimate objective, to set all inquiries still, she made the charms which she had found round the neck of the child, and besides the wicker container in which he had been passed on to Delphi, mother and Tyche now wound up observably suited to each other, and Creusa revealed to Ion the puzzle of his great start. The priestess of Delphi anticipated that he would transform into the father of a marvelous nation, yelled toward him the Ionians, which besides that Xuthus and Creusa would have a younger child called Doris, who would be the begetter of the Dorian people, both of which gauges were in due time checked.
Iris, the rainbow. Iris, the girl of Thaumas and Electra, exemplified the rainbow, and was the uncommon specialist and errand person of the ruler of Paradise, whose charges she executed with particular consideration, knowledge, and quickness. Most primitive countries have viewed the rainbow as a scaffold of correspondence amongst Paradise and Earth, and this is surely the motivation behind why Iris, who spoke to that excellent marvel of nature, ought to have been contributed by the Greeks with the workplace of imparting amongst divine beings and men. Iris is typically portrayed as situated behind the chariot of Hera, prepared to do the offering of her illustrious paramour. She shows up under the type of a slim woman of incredible magnificence, robed in a breezy texture of variegated shades, taking after mother of pearl. Her shoes are brilliant as polished silver, she has brilliant wings, and whoever she shows up, a brilliance of light, and a sweet scent, as of sensitive spring blossoms overruns the air. Ker. Notwithstanding the Morii, who managed the life of mortals, there was another heavenly nature called Ker, designated for every person right from his introduction to the world. The Ker having a place with an individual was accepted to create with his development, either for good or underhanded, and when a definitive destiny of the mortal was going to be chosen, this Ker said something to adjust, and, as indicated by the prevalence of his value or uselessness, last chance was granted to the person being referred to. It ends up noticeably obvious, thusly, that as indicated by the conviction of the early Greeks, each individual had in it his energy, to a specific degree, to abbreviate or drag out his own reality. The Cures, who are oftentimes specified by Homer, were the goddesses who had a great time the butcher of the front line. Minor gods. The Harpies. The Harpies, who are similar to the Furies, were utilized by the divine beings as instruments for the disciple of the libel, were three female gods, girls of Thaumas and Electra, called Aello, Osepete, and Salaino. They were portrayed as with the leader of a reasonable-haired woman in the body of a vulture. They were ceaselessly eaten up by the strings of unquenchable yearning, which made them torment their casualties by denying them of their sustenance. This they either ate up with awesome gluttony, or debased in such a way to render it unfit to be eaten. Their superbly quick flight far outperformed that of flying creatures, or even of the breezes themselves. On the chance that any mortal all of a sudden had unaccountably vanished, the Harpies were accepted to have taken him anyway. Hence, they should have borne away the daughters of King Pandarios to go about as workers to the Erinyes. The Harpies would have the earmarks of being exemplifications of sudden whirlwinds, which with merciless savagery clear the entire regions, taking away or harming all before them. Erinyes, Eumenides, Furiae, and Dirae. The Erinyes, or Furies, were female gods who represented the tormenting strings of an abhorrent inner voice, and the regret which unavoidably takes after wrongdoing. Their names were Alecto, Megara, and Tisiphone, and their beginning was differently represented. As for Hesiod, they sprang from the blood of Uranus when injured by Cronos, and were subsequently expected to be the exemplification of all the frightful curses which the crushed god called downward on the leader of his defiant child. As different records, they are the daughters of night. Their place of habitation, the lower world, where they were utilized by Hades and Persephone to chide and torment those shades who, amid their natural profession, had carried out violations and had not been accommodated to the divine beings previously diving into Hades. In any case, their circle of activity was not bound to the domain of shades, for they showed up upon the earth as the avenging gods who determinately sought after the rebuffed killers, liars, and individuals who had flopped in obligation to their folks, in friendliness to outsiders, or in the regard because of maturity. Nothing got away from the piercing look of these appalling gods, from whom flight was unavailing, for no edge of the earth was so remote to pass their compass, nor did any mortal set out to offer to their casualties a refuge from their abuses. The Furies are as often as possible spoke to with wings. Their bodies are dark, blood dribbles from their eyes, and snakes twine in their hair. In their grasp they bear either a knife, scourge, light, or serpent. When they sought after Orestes, they always held up a mirror to his frightened look, in which he viewed the substance of his killed mother. These gods were additionally called Eumenides, which connotes the good-natured or alleviated goddesses. This sobriquet was given to them since they were so dreaded and feared that individuals challenged not to call them by their appropriate title, and trusted by this way to satisfy their fierceness. In latter circumstances, the Furies came to be viewed as helpful offices who, by the extremely rebuffing sin, maintained the reason for profound quality and social request, and in this way added to welfare of humanity. They now lose their sensational viewpoint and are portrayed as, all the more particularly in Athens, as sincere women, dressed similar to Artemis in short tunics reasonable for the pursuit, yet at the same time holding in their grasp the wand of office as a snake. Their penances, comprised of odd one out and a drink made of blend of nectar and water called Nephalia. A praised sanctuary was raised to the Eumenides at Athens, close to the Areopagus. Moirae, or Fates, Parcae. The people of old trusted that the length of human presence and the predeterminations of the mortals were directed by three sister goddesses called Clotho, Lachesis, and Atropos, who were the girls of Zeus and Themis. The power which they used over the destiny of man was essentially shown under the figure of a string, which they spun out for the life of every individual from his introduction to the world to the grave. This occupation they isolated between them. Clotho wound the flax round the distaff, ready for her sister Lachesis, who traverse out the string of life, while Atropos, with her scissors, tirelessly snap in two when the vocation of the individual was going to end. Homer discusses one Moira, just the daughter of night, who speaks to the ethical power by which the universe is represented, and to whom the two mortals and immortals were compelled to submit. Zeus himself being weak to turn away her declarations, yet, in later circumstances, this origination of one inflexible, all-vanquishing destiny progressed toward becoming opened up by the writers into above depicted. The Moirae are from this time forward the unique directing goddesses over the life and demise of mortals. The Moirae are portrayed by the writers as stern, relentless female gods, matured, ugly, and furthermore weak, which is obviously intended to demonstrate the moderate and stopping walk of fame, which they controlled. Painters and stoneworkers, then again, delineated them as excellent women of a grave yet sympathetic viewpoint. There is a beguiling portrayal of Lachesis, which delineates her in all the finesse of youth and magnificence. She is sitting, turning, and at her feet lay two covers, one comic, the other disastrous, just as to pass on the thought that, to the holiness of destiny, the brightest and saddest scenes of natural presence are indistinguishable, apathetic, and she unobtrusively, consistently seeks after her occupation, paying little heed to human weal and trouble. At the point when portrayed as at the feet of Hades in the lower world, they are clad in dull robes, yet when they show up in Olympus, they wear brilliant pieces of clothing bespangled with stars, and are situated on brilliant royal positions, with crowns on their heads. It was viewed as the capacity of the Moirae to show to the Furies the exact torment which the mischievous ought to experience for their wrongdoings. They were viewed as prophetic gods, and had havens in many parts of Greece. The Moirae are said as helping the Charites to lead Persephone to the upper world at her periodical reunion with her mom Demeter. They additionally show up in the organization with Aletheia, goddess of birth. Nemesis. Nemesis, the daughter of Nyx, speaks to the power which alters the adjust of human undertakings, by granting to every individual the destiny which his activities merit. She remunerates, unassuming, unacknowledged legitimacy, rebuffs wrongdoing, denies the useless of undeserved favorable luck, embarrasses the glad and tyrannical, and visits all underhandedness on the miscreant, therefore keeping up that appropriate adjust of things which the Greeks perceived as a fundamental state of all cultivated life. In any case, however, Nemesis, in her unique character, was the merchant of prizes, and in addition discipline. The world was so loaded with wrongdoings that she found yet little occupation in her first limit, and subsequently turned out to be at long last viewed as the avenging goddess, as it were. We have seen a striking occasion of the way in which the holiness rebuffs the pleased and self-important ever. Apollo and Artemis were just the instruments for avenging the affront offered to their mom. Yet it was Nemesis who incited the deed and managed its execution. Homer makes no specify of Nemesis. It is thusly obvious that she was an origination of later circumstances, when higher perspectives of profound quality had gotten among the Greek country. Nemesis is portrayed as a lovely woman of attentive and considerate angle, and great bearing. A diadem crowns her superb forehead, and she bears in her grasp a rudder, a just, and cubit, fitting symbols of the way in which she directs, weighs, and measures every human occasion. She is additionally here and there observed with a wheel, to symbolize the speed with which she executes equity. As the justice fighter of insidiousness, she seems winged, bearing in her grasp either a scourge or a sword, and situated in a chariot drawn by griffins. Nemesis is much of the time called Adrastia, and furthermore Rhamnusia, from Rhamnus in Attica, the main seat of her love, which contained a commended statue of the goddess. Nemesis was worshipped by the Romans, who conjure her on the Capitol as a heavenly nature who had the energy of turning away. Momus. Momus, the child of Nyx, was the lord of raillery and mocking, who enchanted to condemn, with unpleasant mockery, the activities of divine beings and men, and invented to find in everything some imperfection or flaw. Subsequently, when Prometheus made the main man, Momus considered his work inadequate on the grounds that there were no gap in the bosom through which his deepest contemplations might be perused. He also discovered blame with a house worked by Athenae on the grounds that, being unproved with the methods for movement, it would never be expelled from an unfortunate territory. Aphrodite alone opposed his feedback, for, to his extraordinary mortification, he could discover no blame with her ideal form. The way people of old spoke to this god is obscure. In current workmanship, he is delineated like a lord's jokester, with a trick's top and ringers. Night and her children, death, sleep, and dreams. Nyx, Nox. Nyx, the daughter of Chaos, being the representation of night, was beautiful thoughts of the Greeks, thought to be the mother of everything baffling and mysterious. For example, demise, rest, and dreams. She ended up plainly joined by Erebus, and their kids were Aether and Hemera, air and daylight, obviously an analogy of the writers to demonstrate that murkiness dependably goes before light. Nyx occupied a castle oblivious locales of the lower world, and is portrayed as a delightful woman situated in a chariot drawn by two dark steeds. She is dressed in dull robes, wears a long cover, and is joined by the stars, which follow in her prepare. Thanatos, Mors, and Hypnos, Somnus. Thanatos, death, and his twin sibling Hypnos, sleep, were the offspring of Nyx. Their home was in the domain of shades, and when they show up among mortals, Thanatos is dreaded and abhorred as the adversary of humanity, whose hard heart knows no pity, while his sibling, Hypnos, is all around worshipped and invited as their kindest and most useful companion. In any case, however, the people of yore viewed Thanatos as a desolate and sorrowful eternality. They didn't speak to him with any outside horrendousness, despite what might be expected. He shows up as an excellent youth, who grasps an altered torch, emblematical of the light of life being smothered, while his withdrew arm is tossed affectionately round the shoulder of his sibling Hypnos. Hypnos is now and again portrayed standing erect with shut eyes. At others, he is in a supine position, alongside his sibling Thanatos, and for the most part bears a poppy stalk in his grasp. A most fascinating portrayal of the homestead Hypnos is given by Ovid in his Metamorphoses. He discloses to us how the divine force of sleep stayed in a mountain give-in, close to the domain of the Cimmerians, which the sun never penetrated with its beams. No stable irritated the stillness, no tune of flying creatures, not a branch moved, and no human voice ended the significant hush which ruled all over. From the lowermost rocks of a give-in issued the stream of Lethe, and one may nearly have gathered that its course was captured were it not for the low, dull murmur of the water which welcomed sleep. The passageway was halfway covered up by countless white and red poppies, which Mother Night had assembled and planted there, and from the juice of which she removes laziness, which she scrambles in fluid drops everywhere throughout the earth, when the sun-god has sunk to rest. In the focal point of the give-in stands a lounge chair of blackest coal black, with a bed of down, which is laid a blanket of sable tint. Here the god himself rests, encompassed by endless structures. These are set out of gear dreams, more various than in the sands of the ocean. Boss among them is Morpheus, the changeful god, who may accept any shape or frame he satisfies. Nor the Lord of Sleep oppose his own energy, for however he may animate himself for some time, he soon capitulates to the sluggish impacts which encompass him. Morpheus. Morpheus, the child of Hypnos, was the lord of dreams. He is constantly portrayed as winged, and seems in some cases as a young, infrequently as an old man. In his grasp he bears a group of poppies, and as he ventures with noiseless strides over the earth, he delicately disseminates the seeds of the rest-delivering plant over the eyes of exhausted mortals. Homer depicts the House of Dreams as having two entryways, one whence issue all beguiling and complementing dreams, being shaped of ivory, and other which continue those fantasies which are satisfied, of horn. Nike, Victoria. Nike, the goddess of triumph, was the daughter of the Titan Pallas and of Styx, the managing sprite of the waterway of that name in the lower world. In her statues, Nike to some degree looks like Athenae, yet may effectively be perceived by her vast, effortless wings and streaming drapery, which is carelessly affixed on the correct shoulder, and just mostly covers her exquisite shape. In her left hand she holds high up a crown of shrub, and morally justified a palm branch. In old figure, Nike is generally portrayed as regarding huge statues of Zeus and Pallas Athenae. In this case, she is life-sized, and remains on a ball, held in the open palm of the god she goes with. In some cases, she is portrayed as occupied with recording and triumph of a vanquisher on his shield, her correct foot being raised and set on a ball. The praised sanctuary was raised to this eternality on the Acropolis at Athens, which is still seen in its phenomenal protection.
Oedipus. Laius, leader of Thebes, the offspring of Labdacus and a close relative of Cadmus, was hitched to Jocasta, the young lady of a respectable Theban. A prophet, having anticipated that he would pass on by the hand of his own youngster, he set out to obliterate the infant kid, to whom Jocasta had as of late imagined a posterity. With consent of a significant other, whose adoration for her life partner vanquished her fondness for her tyke, he entered the feet of the sweetheart, bound them together, and gave the infant youngster over to a specialist, with headings to reveal him on Mount Kithaeron, to kick the bucket. Regardless, as opposed to consenting to this callous summon, the specialist entrusted him to a shepherd who was tending the gatherings of Polybus, master of Corinth, and after that returned to Laius and Jocasta, and instructed them that their solicitations had been agreed. The watchmen were content with the learning, and quieted their inward voice by the reflection that they had as needs be shielded their youngster from doing the wrongdoing of parricide. Meanwhile, the shepherd of ruler Polybus had unbound the feet of the infant youngster, and in result of their being much swollen, he called them Oedipus, or swollen foot. He by then passed on to him the master, his ruler, who, feeling frustrated about the poor little withered stray, selected him the kind of work environments of his significant other, Merope. Oedipus was grasped by the master and ruler as their own tyke, and experienced adolescence in the conviction that they were his people, until one day a Corinthian descent offended him at supper, not being the offspring of the master. Stung at this rebuff, the youthful addressed Merope. However, liberally answer, he repaired to Delphi to advise the prophet, and Pythia vouchsafed no solution to his demand, however instructed him, lamentably, that he was bound to kill his father and to marry his own specific mother. Stacked with dismay, for he was deliberately affixed to Polybus and Merope, Oedipus chose not to return to Corinth, and took rather the road provoking Boeotia. On his way, a chariot passed him, in which sat an old man with 2 workers, who discourteously drove the individual by walking off the beaten path. In the battle which took after, Oedipus hit the old man with his mind-boggling stick, and he fell back dead on the seat of the chariot. Hit with alarm at the unpremeditated murder which he had given, the youthful fled, and left the spot without finding the old man whom he had butchered was his father, Laius, leader of Thebes. Not long after this occasion, the Sphinx, full purposes of enthusiasm of whom have quite recently been given, was sent by the goddess Hera as a teach to the Thebans. Situated on a harsh height essentially outside the city, she propounded to the passer-by confounds which she had been taught by the Muses, and whoever failed to comprehend them was shredded in pieces and ate by the animal, and along these lines remarkable amounts of the inhabitants of Thebes had kicked the bucket. By and by, on the death of the old ruler Laius, Creon, the kin of the widowed ruler, had gotten the reins of government, and mounted the discharge-regarded position. And when, at long last, his own specific kid fell a loss to the Sphinx, he settled, regardless of what, to free the country of this awful scourge. He, as necessities be issued a declaration, that the kingdom and the hand of his sister Jocasta should be conceded to him, who should win with respect to settling one of the puzzlers of the Sphinx, having been guessed by a prophet that at precisely that point would the country be freed from the monster. Correspondingly, as this declaration was being made in the paths of Thebes, Oedipus, with his voyager's staff in his grip, entered the city. Tempted by the likelihood of so grand a reward, he repaired to the stone, and unequivocally requested the Sphinx to propound him one of her problems. She proposed to him one which, she thought, about unfathomable of plan. However, Oedipus immediately comprehended it, whereupon the Sphinx, overflowing with rage and anguish, supported herself into the void and kicked the bucket. Oedipus received and ensured a just. He advanced towards getting to be master of Thebes, and the life-partner of Jocasta, the lady of his father, ruler Laius. For quite a while, Oedipus valued the best euphoria and peacefulness. 4 children were bound to him, 2 youngsters, Eteocles and Polynices, and 2 young ladies, Antigone and Ismene. Regardless, at long last the awesome creatures plagued the country with disgraceful pestilence, which made horrifying annihilation among the overall public. In their homelessness, they implored the help of the ruler, who was seen by his subjects as an uncommon, most adored of perfect creatures. Oedipus directed a prophet, and the response was that the torment should continue seething until the point that the land was purged of the blood of the ruler Laius, whose executioner was living unpunished at Thebes. The ruler now invoked the gravest reviles on the pioneer of the execution, and offered a reward for any information concerning him. He by then sent for the outwardly disabled old seer Tiresias, and beseeched him, by techniques for his prophetic powers, to reveal to him the maker of the wrongdoing. Tiresias at first deferred, yet regarding the true asking for of the master, the old prophet in this way watched out for him. "Thou thyself," craftsmanship, the enemy of the old ruler Laius, who was thy father, and thou workmanship wedded to his dame, thine have-mother. With a particular ultimate objective to induce Oedipus of the reality of his words, he displayed the old worker who had revealed to him as a deer on Mount Cithaeron, and the shepherd who had passed on him to Master Polybus. Stunned at this loathsome divulgence, Oedipus, in an assault of misery, precluded himself from claiming sight, and the awful Jocasta, unfit to survive her lack of regard, hanged herself. Joined by his solid and devoted young lady Antigone, Oedipus ceased Thebes, and transformed into sad and down and out untouchable, asking his bread from place to put. At long last, after a long and anguishing venture, he found a place of shelter in the woodland of the Eumenides, at Colonus, close Athens, where his last minutes were assuaged and tended by the care and commitment of the devoted Antigone.
Pallas Athene, Minerva. Pallas Athene, goddess of wisdom and armed resistance, was a simply Greek heavenliness. In other words, no other country had a relating origination. She was assumed as officially related to have issued from the head of Zeus himself, clad in protection from head to foot. The phenomenal approach of this woman goddess is flawlessly depicted by Homer in one of his songs. Snow-topped Olympus shook to its establishments, the happy earth reverberated her military yell, the rolling ocean ended up plainly fomented, and Helios, the sun god, captured his red-hot steeds in their quick course to welcome this magnificent radiation from the godhead. Athene was immediately conceded into the gathering of the divine beings, and from now on had her spot as the most loyal and savvy of all her dad's advocates. This overcome, dauntless woman, so precisely the quintessence of all that is honorable in the character of the father of the divine beings and men, stayed all through pure in word and deed, and kind on a fundamental level, without displaying any of those failings which to some degree damage the nobler highlights in the character of Zeus. This immediate spread from his own particular self, fairly his most loved Tyche, his better and purer partner, got from him a few imperative privileges. She was allowed to throw the thunderbolts, to draw out the life of man, and to present the endowment of prescience. In reality, Athene was the main godlikeness whose specialist was equivalent to that of Zeus himself, and when he had stopped to visit the earth face to face, she was enraged by him to go about his appointees. In her particular obligation to secure the state and every single quiet relationship of humankind, which she had the energy of protecting when event acquired, she supported the upkeep of peace, and safeguarded the privilege on all events, for which reason, in the Trojan War, she embraces the reason for the Greeks, and applies for her effect for their sake. The Areopagus, a court of equity where religious causes and murders were attempted, was accepted to have been initiated by her, and when the two sides happened to have an equivalent number of votes, she gave the making choice for the charged. She was the patroness of learning, science, and craftsmanship, all the more especially where these contributed specifically towards welfare of countries. She directed all developments associated with agribusiness, created the furrow, and showed humanity how to utilize bulls for cultivating purposes. She likewise taught humankind in the utilization of numbers, trumpets, chariots, etc., and managed the working of the Argo. Along these lines, empowering the valuable craft of root. She additionally educated the Greeks how to assemble the wooden steed by methods for the demolition of Troy was effected. The security of urban areas relied upon her care, for which reason her sanctuaries were the most part based on the bastions, and she should watch over the safeguard of the dividers, strongholds, harbors. A godlikeness who so reliably monitored the best advantages of the state by not just shielding it from assaults of foes, yet in addition, by building up its main assets of riches and success, was commendably picked as the managing divinity of the state. And in this character, as a basically political goddess, she was called Athene Polius. The reality of Athene having been conceived clad in reinforcement, which only connoted her ethicalness and virtue were unassailable, has offered assent to the mistaken supposition that she was the managing godliness of war. However, a more profound study of her character in every one of its orientation demonstrates that, in contradistinction to her sibling Ares, the lord of war, who cherished strife for its own purpose, she just wages war to secure the blameless and meriting against domineering abuse. Without a doubt, in the Iliad, We every now and again observe her on the combat zone battling valiantly and securing her most loved saints. However, this is dependably at the charge of Zeus, who even supplies her with arms for the reason, as it is assumed that she has none of her own. A checked component in the portrayals of this divinity is Aegis, the superb shield given to her by her dad as a further method for protection. When in risk, she swung so completely all around that it avoided at all cost every adversarial impact. Consequently, her name Pallas, from Palo, in the focal point of the shield, which was secured with mythical serpent scales circumscribed with serpents, and when she once in a while wore it as a breastplate, was the dazzling leader of the Medusa, which was the impact of swinging a stone all spectators. Notwithstanding the many capacities which she practiced regarding the state, Athene managed two boss divisions of female industry, turning and weaving. In the last, craftsmanship she herself showed unrivaled capacity and impeccable taste. She wove her own particular robe and that of Hera, which last she is said to have weaved lavishly. She likewise gave Jason a shroud, fashioned independent from everyone else, when he put forward in the mission of the Golden Fleece. Being on one event tested to a challenge in this achievement by a mortal woman named Arachne, whom she had trained in the specialty of weaving, she acknowledged the test and was totally vanquished by her student. Irate at her annihilation, she struck the appalling woman on the temple with the bus which she grasped, and Arachne, being of a delicate sort, was so harmed with the outrage that she hung herself in loose hope, and was changed by Athene into a creepy crawly. This goddess is said to have developed the flute, upon which she played with extensive ability. One day, snickered at by the collective divine beings and goddesses for the twistings which her face accepted amid these melodic endeavors, she quickly rushed to a wellspring, so as to provide herself whether she merited their disparagement. Finding to her extraordinary appall that such was in fact the reality, she discarded the flute, and never raised it to her lips again. Athene is particularly portrayed as completely hung. She has a genuine and keen viewpoint, as if packed with sincerity and insight. The delightful oval form of her face is decorated by a richness of her abundance of hair, which is stepped over from the sanctuaries and hangs down in thoughtless elegance. She looks the epitome of quality, greatness, and glory, while her expansive shoulders and little hips give her a marginally manly appearance. At the point when portrayed as the war goddess, she seems clad in reinforcement, with a protective cap on her head, from which waves a vast crest. She conveys the Aegis on one arm, and in her grasp a brilliant staff, which had the property of enriching her picked top choices with youth and nobility. Athene was all around worshipped all through Greece, however, was expected with exceptional worship by the Athenians, she being the watchman divinity of Athens. Her most praised sanctuary was the Parthenon, which remained on the Acropolis at Athens, and contained her widely acclaimed statue by Phidias, which positions second just to that of Zeus by a similar awesome craftsman. This Goliath statue was 39 feet high, and was made of ivory and gold. Its glorious excellence shaped the central fascination of the sanctuary. It spoke to her standing erect, bearing her lance and shield. In her grasp she held a picture of Nike, and at her feet there lay a serpent. Tree sacrosanct to her was simply the olive, which was created in a challenge with Poseidon. The olive tree, in this manner called to reality, was protected to the sanctuary of Erechtheus, on the Acropolis, and is said to have such heavenly essentialness that when the Persians consumed it subsequent to sacking the town, it quickly burst forward into new shoots. The foremost celebration held to pay tribute to this eternality was the Panathenea. The owl, cockerel, and serpent were the creatures holy to her, and her penances were the slams, bulls, and dairy animals. Pan. Faunus. Pan was the lord of fertility and the uncommon benefactor of shepherds and huntsmen. He directed every provincial occupation, was head of the satyrs, and leader of every country heavenly nature. As the regular conviction, he was the child of Hermes and a wood sprite, and appeared on the scene with horns growing from his temple, a goat's facial hair, and an abnormal nose, pointed ears, and the tail and feet of a goat, and introduced inside out so horrible that his mom fled with apprehension. Hermes, nonetheless, took up his inquisitive small posterity, wrapped him in a rabbit skin, and conveyed him in his arms to Olympus. The bizarre frame and joyful tricks of the little outsider made him an extraordinary most loved with every one of the immortals, particularly Dionysus, and they gave to him the name Pan, since he had charmed them all. His most loved frequents were grottos, and his pleasure was to meander in uncontrolled flexibility over rocks and mountains, following his different interests, ever sprightly, and typically exceptionally boisterous. He was an awesome admirer of music, singing, moving, and all interests which upgrade the joys of life, and consequently disregarding his loathsome appearance, we see him encompassed with fairies of the woods and dales, who love to move round him in the lively music of his pipe, the syrinx. The myth concerning the cause of Pan's pipe is the following. Pan wound up noticeably enchanted of an excellent sprite called Syrinx, who, horrified at his horrendous appearance, fled from the pertinacious considerings of her unwelcome suitor. He sought after her to the banks of the stream Ladon, when, seeing his close approach, and feeling escape inconceivable, she approached the divine beings for help, who, in reply to her supplication, changed her into a reed, similarly as Pan was going to grab her. While the affection wiped out Pan was moaning and regretting his appalling destiny, the breezes delicately influenced the reeds, and created a mumbling sound starting at one whining. Enchanted with the alleviating tones, he attempted to repeat them himself, and in the wake of cutting 7 of the reeds of unequal length, he consolidated them, and prevailing with regards to delivering the pipe, which he called the syrinx, in memory of his lost love. He was viewed by the shepherds as their most valiant defender, who protected their herds from the assaults of wolves. The shepherds of these elderly circumstances, having no penfolds, were in the propensity of assembling their herds in mountain hollows, to ensure them against the inclemency of the climate, and furthermore, to secure them during the evening against the assaults of wild creatures. These caverns, accordingly, which were exceptionally various in the mountain locale of Arcadia, Boeotia, etc., were altogether sanctified to Pan. As is standard in every single tropical atmosphere to the rest amid the warmth of the day, Pan is portrayed as significantly making the most of his evening rest, yet in the cool haven of a tree or give-in, and furthermore as being very disappointed at any stable which bothered his sleeps. For this reason, the shepherds were dependably especially watchful to give unbroken hush amid these hours, while they themselves enjoyed a peaceful rest. Pan was similarly dearest by huntsmen, naturally incredible admirer of the forested areas, which stood to his lively and dynamic air full extension, and in which he wanted to go freely. He was viewed as the supporter of the pursuit, and the rustic sportsmen, coming back from the unsuccessful day's game, beat, in token of their disappointment, the wooden picture of Pan, which constantly possessed an unmistakable place in their homes. All sudden and unaccountable sounds which startle voyagers in forlorn spots were credited to Pan, who had a ghastly and most conflicting voice. Subsequently the term frees dread to show sudden dread. The Athenians credited their triumph at Marathon to the alert which was made among the Persians by his horrible voice. Pan was skilled with the energy of prediction, which he is said to have granted to Apollo, and he had an outstanding, extremely old prophet in Arcadia. This state he was all the more particularly loved. The specialists of later circumstances have fairly conditioned down the first extremely ugly origination of Pan, as above portrayed, and simply speak to him as a young fellow, solidified by the introduction to all climates which a rustic life includes, and bearing in his grasp the shepherd's hooligan and syrinx, these being his typical characteristics, while little horns venture from his brow. He is either undraped, or wears simply a light shroud, called a chlamys. The standard offerings to Pan were drain and nectar in shepherds' dishes. Dairy animals, sheep, and rams were likewise relinquished to him. After the presentation of Pan into the love of Dionysus, we know about various little Pans, Panisci, who are in some cases perplexed with the satyrs. Pegasus. Pegasus was a delightful winged steed who sprang from the collection of Medusa when she was killed by the saint Perseus, the child of Zeus and Danae. Spreading out his wings, he instantly traveled to the highest point of Mount Olympus, where he was received with enjoyment and esteemed by every one of the immortals. A place in his castle was appointed to him by Zeus, who utilized him to convey his thunder and lightning. Pegasus allowed none but the divine beings to mount him, aside from on the account of Bellerophon, whom, at the summon of Athenae, he conveyed up high all together that he may kill the Chimera with his bolts. The later writers spoke to Pegasus as being the administration of the Muses, and thus he is more celebrated in present-day times than in ancient history. He would seem to speak to that poetical motivation which has a tendency to build up a man's higher nature, and makes the mind take off heavenwards. The main specified by the people of yore of Pegasus regarding the Muses is the tale of his having created with his feet the well-known wellspring Hippocrene. It is said that amid their challenge with the Pyrrhides, the Muses played and sang on the summit of Mount Helicon with such unprecedented power and sweetness that paradise and earth stopped to tune in, while the mountain brought itself up in a happy euphoria towards the dwelling place, the heavenly divine beings. Poseidon, seeing his unique capacity in this way meddled with, sent Pegasus to check the strength of the mountain, in setting out to move without his consent. At the point when Pegasus achieved the summit, he stamped on the ground with his foot, and out spouted the waters of Hippocrene. Thereafter, so prestigious and so consecrated a wellspring, whence the Muses swallowed their wealthiest draughts of motivation.
Pelops. Pelops, the offspring of the barbarous Tantalus, was an ardent and upright ruler. After his father was ousted into Tartarus, a war came about among Pelops and the leader of Troy, in which the past was vanquished and constrained to fly from his spaces in Phrygia. He emigrated into Greece, where at the court of Oenomaus, master of Els, he watched Hippodamia, the ruler's daughter, whose brilliance won his heart. Regardless, a prophet having forecasted to Oenomaus that he would kick the container upon the entry of his daughter's marriage, he hurled every obstruction in the technique for her suitors, and articulated that he would simply offer her to him who winning concerning vanquishing him in a chariot race, yet that each and every successful contender should persevere, end at his hands. The conditions of the test were according to the accompanying. The race was to continue running from the given point at Pisa to the blessed place of Poseidon at Corinth. The suitor was allowed to start the course, while Oenomaus played out his relinquish to Zeus. And just on its fulfillment did the ruler mount his chariot, guided by the skilful Myrtilus, and drawn by his two well-known stallions, Phila and Harpina, who beat in snappiness and breezes themselves. Thusly, various and overcome young sovereign had kicked the bucket, regardless of the way that a broad start was given to all contenders. Still, Oenomaus, with his first gathering, reliably overpowered them before they accomplished the goal, and killed them with his spear. In any case, the friendship for Pelops and Hippodamia vanquished all worries, and determined by the loathsome predetermination of his heralds, he announced himself to Oenomaus as a suitor for the hand of his young lady. On the eve of the race, Pelops repaired to the seashore, and genuinely importuned Poseidon to help him in his unsafe undertaking. The sea-god heard his appeal, and sent him out of the significant a chariot drawn by two winged stallions. Exactly when Pelops appeared on the course, the ruler right this minute saw the steeds of Poseidon. Regardless, not too much, he depended without any other person eminent gathering, and the test was allowed to proceed. While the ruler was advancing toward the relinquish to Zeus, Pelops set out on the race, and heard about accomplished his goal, when, turning round, he saw Oenomaus, stick near to, who, with his charmed steeds, had practically overpowered him. In any case, in this emergency, Poseidon went to guide the offspring of Tantalus. He influenced the wheels of the glorious chariot to take off, whereupon the ruler was hurled out violently and executed on the spot, comparably as Pelops arrived at the holy place of Poseidon. As the legend would return to Pisa to declare his woman of great importance, he saw out there blasts issuing from the majestic fortification, which without a second's pause had been struck by lightning. With his winged stallions he ventured out to protect his dazzling woman of great importance, and winning concerning expelling her uninjured from the expanding building, they soon, along these lines, wound up obviously combined, and Pelops reigned in Pisa for quite a while in uncommon ponder. Perseus. Perseus, a champion among the most famous of the astounding holy people of time long past circumstances, was the offspring of Zeus and Danae, young lady of Acrisius, leader of Argos. A prophet having anticipated to Acrisius that an offspring of Danae would be the purpose behind his passing, he kept her in an apex of metal, with a particular true objective to keep her separated from the world. Zeus, in any case, dove through the highest point of the zenith as a shower of gold, and the perfect Danae transformed into his woman of great importance. For quite a while Acrisius neglected this union. Nonetheless, one night as he gambled to pass by the indecent chamber, he heard the cry of a young tyke proceeding from inside, which provoked the exposure of his daughter's marriage to Zeus. Enraged at finding each one of his security measures unavailing, Acrisius guided the mother and youth to be placed in a chest and hurled into the sea. However, it was not the will of Zeus that they should bite the dust. He guided Poseidon to calm the harried warriors and influenced the chest to float safely to the island of Seriphus. Dictys, kin of Polydectes, master of the island, was calculating on the seashore when he arrived and the chest stranded on the shoreline, and feeling frustrated about the defenseless condition of his vexed tenants, he guided them to the illustrious habitation of the ruler, where they were treated with the best generosity. Polydectes, after a long haul, wound up recognizably joined to Danae, and bestowed upon Perseus a preparation befitting a holy person. When he saw his stepson shape into a respectable and manly youth, he endeavored to grant into his mind a need to signalize himself by the achievement of some wonderful and gallant deed, and after considering, it was picked that the executing of the Gorgon, Medusa, would present to him the best renown. For the productive accomplishment of his descent, it was fundamental for him to be given a few winged shoes, a charmed wallet, and a defensive top of Ides, which rendered the wearer subtle, which were all in keeping of the nymphs, the place of whose home known to just the Graeae. Perseus started on his undertaking, and guided by Hermes and Pallas Athenae, connected, after a long experience in the removed locale on the edges of Oceanus, where tolerated the Graeae, young ladies of Phorcys and Ceto. He immediately associated with them for the basic information, and on their declining to give it, he precluded them from claiming their single eye and tooth, which he just restored to them when they gave him full headings as to his course. He by then proceeded to the habitation of the nymphs, from whom he got the things fundamental for inspiration. Outfitted with the charm, top, and wallet, and furnished with a sickle, the gift of Hermes, he affixed his feet to the winged shoes, and made a trip to the house of the Gorgons, whom he found dozing soundly. By and by, as Perseus had been advised by his perfect helpers that whoever saw these bizarre sisters would be changed into stone, he stayed with redirected look before the sleepers, and got on his splendid metal shield their triple picture. By then, guided by Pallas Athenae, he expels the pioneer of Medusa, which he put in his wallet, and sooner he had done in that capacity than from the headless trunk there sprang forward a winged steed, Pegasus, and Chrysaor, the father of the winged Goliath, Geryon. He now rushed to avoid the mission for the two surviving sisters, who, energized from their dozes, vigorously dashed to strike for the death of their sister. His imperceptible defensive top and winged shoes stood him in extraordinary stead, for the past camouflaged him from the point of view of the Gorgons, where the last bore immediately completing land and sea, far past the extent of intrigue. In disregarding the expending fields of Libya, the drops of blood from the pioneer of Medusa flooded through the wallet, and falling on the hot sands underneath conveyed a brood of multicolored snakes, which spread throughout the country. Perseus continued with his flight until the point he accomplished the kingdom of Atlas, of which he asked rest in a safe house. However, as this ruler had a beneficial estate, in which each tree bore in splendid regular item, he was awful for expect that the slayer of the Medusa may annihilate the legendary mammoth which checked it, and a short time later prevented him from claiming his fortunes. He, along these lines, declined to surrender the warmth the legend asked for, whereupon Perseus, exasperated at the animalistic spurn, conveyed from his wallet the pioneer of the Medusa, and holding it towards the ruler, transformed him into a stony mountain. Facial hair and hair raised themselves into forests. Shoulders, hands, and extremities wound up recognizably tremendous rocks, and the head grew into a rough zenith which wandered into the fogs. Perseus by then proceeded with his endeavors. His winged shoes bore him over the deserts and mountains until the point when he arrived at Ethiopia, the kingdom of King Cephas. Here he found a country submerged with regrettable surges, towns and towns demolished, and wherever signs of demolition and pulverize. On a suspecting cliff close to the shore, he saw a dazzling woman binded to a stone. This was Andromeda, the ruler's young lady. Her mother, Cassiopeia, having bragged about her gloriousness, outflanked that of the Nereides. The angry sea sprites connected with Poseidon to counter for their wrongs, whereupon the sea gods squashed the country with an awful drenching, which conveyed with it a gigantic mammoth who gobbled up all that came toward him. In their wretchedness, the miserable Ethiopians associated with the prophet of Jupiter, Ammon, in the Libyan spurn and gained the response that solitary by the relinquish of the ruler's young lady to the brute could the country and people be saved. Cephas, who was delicately added to his adolescent, at first declined to tune in to this appalling recommendation. However, overcome at long last by the petitions and asking for his sad subjects, the heart-split father surrendered his child for the welfare of his country. Andromeda was as necessity binded to a stone on the seashore to fill in as the prey of the monster, while her agitated watchmen bewailed her terrible fate on the shoreline beneath. On being taught of the significance of this despicable scene, Perseus proposed to Cephas to slaughter the legendary serpent, on condition that the faultless lost should twist up observably his woman. Energized at the likelihood of Andromeda's release, the master promptly agreed to the stipulation, and Perseus hurried to the stone, to breathe in urging proclamations and comfort to the trembling woman. By then expecting once more the top of Aides, he mounted into the air, and foreseeing the approach of the animal. Straightforwardly the sea opened, and the shark's pioneer, the huge mammoth of the significant, raised itself over the waves. Lashing his tail angrily from side to side, he bounced forth to snatch his setback. Yet the courageous legend, watching his possibility, out of the blue dashed down, and making the pioneer of the Medusa from his wallet, held it before the eyes of the legendary brute, whose loathsome body ended up being well-ordered, changed into an enormous dim snake, which remained forever a tranquil spectator of the exceptional deliverance of Andromeda. Perseus, by then, drove the woman to her now happy watchmen, who, anxious to uncover their gratefulness to her deliverer, asked for fast courses of action to be made for a marital eat-up. Regardless, the young legend was not to hold up under his staggering woman of great importance uncontested, for in the midst of the feast, Phineus, the ruler's kin, to whom Andromeda had heretofore been guaranteed, returned to ensure his woman of great importance. Taken after by a band of prepared warriors, he obliged his way into the passageway, and a restless affair happened between the two adversaries, which may have finished mortality for Perseus, had he had not unexpectedly bethought himself of Medusa's head. Calling to his mates to divert their faces, he drew it from his wallet and held it before Phineus, and his forcing body inshore, whereupon they all set into stone. Perseus now vanished off the Ethiopian ruler, and joined by his flawless woman of great importance, turned to Seriphus, where an upbeat meeting happened between Danae and her tyke. He, by then, sent a delegate to his granddad, enlightening him that he anticipated returning to Argos. However, Acrisius, fearing the fulfillment of the mysterious desire, fled for security to his buddy Teutimius, leader of Larissa. Tense to impel the developed ruler to return to Argos, Perseus followed him thither. However, here a strange setback happened. While taking an interest in some forlorn diversions, celebrated out of gratefulness for the ruler's father, Perseus, by an unfortunate hurl of the plate, circumstantially struck his granddad, and along these lines was the unadulterated explanation behind his passing. In the wake of commending the melancholy ceremonies of Acrisius with due gravity, Perseus returned to Argos. However, feeling reluctant to have the position of specialist, of one whose passing he had caused, he exchanged kingdoms with Megapenthes, leader of Tyrians, and in course of time set up the urban groups of Mycenae and Medea. The pioneer of the Medusa he showed to his heavenly patroness Pallas Athene, who set it in the point of convergence on her shield. Various magnificent legends were diving from Perseus and Andromeda, head among whom was Heracles, whose mother, Alcmene, was their granddaughter. Chivalrous regards were paid to Perseus throughout Argos, and in addition at Athens and in the island of Seriphus.
Plutus, the child of Demeter, an immortal called Iation, was the Lord of Riches, and is portrayed as being faltering when he shows up, and winged when he takes his flight. He should be both visually impaired and stupid, since he gives his blessings without separation, and much of the time upon the most unworthy items. Plutus was accepted to have his homestead in the guts of the earth, which was likely the motivation behind why, in later circumstance, Hades ended up plainly frustrated with his godlikeness. Poseidon. Neptune. Poseidon was the child of Kronos and Rhea, and the sibling of Zeus. He was the divine force of the ocean, all the more especially of the Mediterranean, and similar to the component over which he managed, was of a variable air, now fiercely upset and now quiet and peaceful. For this reason, he is in some cases spoke to by the writers as calm and made, and at others as bothered and irate. In the most punctual times of Greek folklore, he simply symbolized the watery component. However, in later circumstances, as route and intercourse with different countries caused more noteworthy movement via ocean, Poseidon picked up in significance, and came to be viewed as an unmistakable holiness, holding unquestionable domain over the ocean and over all ocean gods, who recognized him as their sovereign ruler. He had the energy of causing freely powerful and ruinous whirlwinds, in which the surges ascend mountains high, the breeze turns into a tropical storm, land and ocean being concealed in thick fogs, while pulverization pounces upon the awful sailors presented to their wrath. Then again, his alone was the energy of stilling the irate waves, of alleviating the vexed waters, and giving safe voyages to sailors. Hence, Poseidon was constantly conjured and appeased by a drink before a voyage was attempted, and forfeits and thanksgivings were appreciatively offered to him after a sheltered and prosperous adventure via ocean. The image of his energy was the angler's fork, or trident, by methods of which he created quakes, raised up islands from the base of oceans, and made wells spring forward out of the earth. Poseidon was basically the managing divinity over anglers, and was, on that record, all the more especially venerated and loved in nations verging on the ocean drift, where angle normally framed a staple ware of exchange. He should vent his dismay by sending grievous immersions, which totally crushed entire nations, and were typically joined by appalling marine beasts, who gobbled up and ate up those from the surges had saved. It is plausible that these ocean creatures were the poetical figures which speak to the evil presences of appetite and starvation, essentially going with general immersion. Poseidon is by and large portrayed as taking after his sibling Zeus in highlights, tallness, and general viewpoint, yet we miss in the face of the ocean god the thoughtfulness and kind-heartedness which so pleasingly recognize his relentless sibling. The eyes are splendid and penetrating, and the shape of the face to some degree keener in its blueprint than that of Zeus, hence comparing, in the manner of speaking, with the more furious and rough nature. His hair waves in dull, sloppy masses over his shoulders, his chest is expansive, and his casing effective and stalwart. He wears a short, twisting facial hair and a band round his head. He typically seems standing erect in an elegant shell chariot drawn by hippocamps, or ocean steeds, with brilliant manes and bold feet, who bound over the moving waves with such awesome quickness that the chariot barely touches the water. The creatures of the profound, recognizing their strong master, frolic energetically around him, while the ocean blissfully smooths away for the section of the almighty ruler. He occupied an excellent castle at the base of the ocean in Aegea in Euboea, and furthermore, had a regal living arrangement in Mount Olympus, which, be that as it may, he just went to when his quality was required at the gathering of the divine beings. His brilliant castle underneath the waters was of immense degree. In its grandiose and vast corridors, a huge number of his adherents could amass. The outside of the building was of brilliant gold, with the persistent wash of the waters protected untarnished. In the inside, elevated with the smooth sections upheld the shining vault, wherever wellsprings of flickering, gleaming water played, wherever forests and arbors of padded-leaved ocean plants showed up, while rocks of unadulterated precious stone shimmered with all the fluctuated shades of the rainbow. A portion of the ways were strewn with white shining sand blended with gems, pearls, and gold. This delightful house, encompassed on all sides by wide fields, where there were entire forests of dim purple coralline, and tufts of lovely red-leaved plants, the ocean anemones of each tint, here developed brilliant pinky ocean weeds, greeneries of all tints and shades, and tall grasses, which developed upwards, framed emerald caverns and grottos. For example, the Nereids worship, while fish of different sorts energetically shot in and out, in the full satisfaction of their local component, nor brightening needed in this pixie-like area, which during the evening was lit up by shine-worms of the profound. Be that as it may, despite the fact that Poseidon ruled with supreme control over the sea and its tenants, he bowed meekly to the will of the colossal leader of Olympus, and showed up consistently burning of assuaging. We find him to his guide when crisis requested, and much of the time rendering him important help against his adversaries. When Zeus was pestered by the assaults of the giants, he substantiated himself to the most capable partner, taking part in single battle with a ghastly mammoth named Polybotes, whom he took after finished the ocean, and finally prevailing with regards to devastating by throwing him upon the island of Kos. These friendly relations between the siblings were, be that as it may, at times interfered. In this way, for example, Poseidon joined Hera and Athene in a mystery trick to seize upon the leader of paradise, put him in shackles, and deny him of his sovereign power. The intrigue being found, Hera, as the main instigator of this profane endeavor on the perfect individual of Zeus, was extremely chastised, and even beaten, by her angered companions, as a discipline of her disobedience and unfairness, while Poseidon was censured, for the space of an entire year, to forego his territory over the ocean, and it was of now that, in conjunction with Apollo, he worked for Laomedon, the dividers of Troy. Poseidon wedded an ocean sprite named Amphitrite, whom he charmed under the type of a dolphin. She is, a short time later, envious of a wonderful woman called Scylla, who was the darling by Poseidon, and keeping it in mind the end goal to retribute herself, she tossed a few herbs into the well where Scylla was showering, which had the impact of transforming her into a beast of repulsive viewpoint, having 12 feet, 6 heads, and 6 long necks, and a voice which looked like the bark of a pooch. This dreadful beast is said to have occupied a give-in at an extremely extraordinary tallness in the well-known shake which still bears her name, and should swoop down from her rough prominence upon each ship that passed, and with each of her 6 heads to secure a casualty. Amphitrite is regularly portrayed as helping Poseidon in joining the ocean stallions to his chariot. The Cyclops, who have been now insinuated ever, were the children of Poseidon and Amphitrite. They were a wild race of immense development, comparative in their temperament to the mortal giants, and had just a single eye each amidst their temples. They had a rebellious existence, having neither social conduct nor dread of the divine beings, and were the laborers of Hephaestus, whose workmanship should be in the core of the volcanic mountain Etna. Here we have another striking occurrence of the way in which the Greeks exemplified the forces of nature, which they found in dynamic operation around them. They viewed with amazement, blended with wonder, the fire, stones, and cinders which poured forward from the summit of this and other volcanic mountains, and with their vivacity of creative energy found an answer of the riddle in the superposition that the divine force of fire must be occupied at work with his men in the profundities of the earth, and that the strong blazes which they observed issued in this way from the underground produce. The central illustrative of the Cyclops was of a man-eating beast, Polyphemus, depicted by Homer as having been blinded and outsmarted finally by Odysseus. This beast became hopelessly enamored with a wonderful sprite named Galatea. At the same time might be gathered, his deliverers were not worthy to the reasonable woman, who rejected them for an adolescent named Achis, whereupon Polyphemus, with his standard barbarity, demolished the life of his adversary by tossing him upon a monstrous shake. The blood of the killed Achis, spouting out of the stone, framed a stream which still bears his name. Triton, Rhoda, and Benthesime were additionally offspring of Poseidon and Amphitrite. The ocean god was the father of 2 mammoth children called Otus and Ephialtes. Just 9 years of age, they were said to be 27 cubits in tallness and 9 in broadness. These energetic monsters were as insubordinate as they were capable, notwithstanding venturing to undermine the divine beings themselves with dangers. Amid the war of the Gigantomachia, they attempted to scale paradise by heaping forceful mountains one upon the other. As of now, they had prevailing with regards to putting Mount Ossa on Olympus and Pelion on Ossa, when this iconoclastic undertaking was disappointed by Apollo, who devastated them with his bolts. It was gathered that had not their lives been in this way cut off before achieving development, their heretical outlines would have been conveyed unto impact. Peleus and Neleus were likewise children of Poseidon. Their mom Tyro was joined to the waterway god Enipeus, whose shape Poseidon expected, and in this manner won her affection. Peleus turned out to be thereafter acclaimed in the narrative of the Argonauts, and Neleus was the father of Nestor, who was recognized in the Trojan War. The Greeks trusted that it was to Poseidon they were obliged for the presence of the stallion, which he is said to have created in accompanying way. Athenae and Poseidon both asserting the privilege to name Cecropia, the antiquated name of Athens, a fierce debate emerged, which was at long last settled by a get-together of the Olympian divine beings, who chose that whichever of the battling parties give the humanity and the most valuable blessing ought to acquire the benefit of naming the city. Upon this, Poseidon hit the ground with his trident, and a steed sprang forward, in all this untamed quality and effortless magnificence. From the spot which Athenae touched with her wand issued the olive tree, whereupon the divine beings consistently granted to her the triumph, announcing her blessing to be the insignia of peace and bounty, while that of Poseidon was believed to be the image of war and bloodshed. Athenae in like manner called the city Athens after herself, and has far back held this name. Poseidon subdued the stallion for the utilization of humanity, and was accepted to have shown men the craft of overseeing steeds by the harness. The Isthmian recreations, so named on the grounds that they were hung on the Isthmus of Corinth, in which the stallion and chariot races were recognizing highlight, were organized out of appreciation for Poseidon. He was all the more particularly venerated in Peloponnesus, however generally worshipped all through Greece and in the south of Italy. His penances were by and large highly contrasting bulls, likewise wild pigs and smashes. His typical traits are the trident, the steed, and dolphin. This eternality was related to the god Nereus, for which reasons the Nereids, or children of Nereus, are portrayed as going with him. Priapus. Priapus, the child of Dionysus and Aphrodite, was viewed as the divine force of productivity, the defender of groups, sheep, goats, honeybees, and product of the vine, and all garden create. His statues were set up in patio nurseries and vineyards, acted as objects of love, as well as scarecrows, the presence of this god being particularly horrendous and unattractive. These statues were framed of wood or stone, and from the hips downward were simply impolite sections. They speak to him as having a red and terrible face. He bears in his grasp a pruning blade, and his head is delegated with a wreath of vine and tree. He ordinarily conveys organic product in his articles of clothing, or a cornucopia in his grasp, dependably. Be that as it may, holding his independently revolting viewpoint, it is said that Hera, wishing to rebuff Aphrodite, sent her this deformed and unattractive child, and that when he was conceived, his mom was so frightened at seeing him that she requested him to be uncovered on the mountains, where he was found by a few shepherds, who, showing compassion for him, spared his life. This heavenliness was primarily revered at Lampsacus, his origin. Asses were relinquished to him, and he got the principal products of the fields and gardens with a drink of drain and nectar. The love of Priapus was brought into Rome in the meantime as that of Aphrodite, and was related to the local Italian godliness named Mutunus. The Satyrs. The satyrs were a race of forest spirits, who obviously exemplified the free, wild, and unhampered existence of the backwoods. Their appearance was both abnormal and horrible. They had level, wide noses, pointed ears, and little horns growing from their temples, a harsh, shaggy skin, and little goats' tails. They drove an existence of joy and liberality, took after the pursuit, delighted in each depiction of wild music and moving, and were awful wine-bibbers, dependent in the profound sleeps which take their substantial potations. They were no less feared by mortals than by the delicate forest sprites, who dependably kept away from their coarse and harsh games. The satyrs were prominent figures in the prepare of Dionysus, and, as we have seen, Silenus, their boss, was guide to the wine god. The more seasoned satyrs were called silens, and are portrayed as an old-fashioned figure, as more almost moving toward the human frame. Notwithstanding the normal satyrs, craftsmen savored the experience of delineating little satyrs, youthful imps, skipping about the forested areas in a wonderful assortment of whimsical states of mind. These little colleagues enormously look like their companions and sidekicks, the Panisci. In provincial areas, it was standard for the shepherds and workers who went to the celebrations of Dionysus to dress themselves in the skins of goats and different creatures, and, under this mask, they allowed themselves a wide range of lively traps and abundances, to which condition the origination of the satyrs is, by a few specialists, ascribed. In Rome, the old Italian wood gods, the fauns, who had goat's feet and every other normal for the satyrs enormously overstated, were related to them.
Sea gods. Oceanus. Oceanus was the child of Uranus and Gaia. He was the exemplification of the consistently streaming stream, which, as indicated by the primitive thoughts of the early Greeks, circled the world, and from which sprang every one of the waterways and streams that watered the earth. He was hitched to Tethys, one of the Titans, and was the father of a numerous descendants called the Oceanids, who are said to have been 3,000 in number. Only he, of the considerable number of Titans, ceased from partaking against Zeus in the Titanomachia, and was, on that record, the just single of the primitive gods allowed to hold his domain under the new administration. Nereus. Nereus seems to have been the representation of the ocean in its quiet and peaceful states of mind, and was, after Poseidon, the most essential of the ocean gods. He is portrayed as a kind and generous old man, having the endowment of prescience, and directing the more especially finished the Aegean Sea, of which he was thought to be the securing soul. There was said, with his better half Doris and their 50 sprouting girls, the Nereides, underneath the waves in a lovely cavern royal residence, and was ever prepared to help troubled sailors in the hour of risk. Proteus. Proteus, all more recognizably known as the Old Man of the Sea, was a child of Poseidon, and talented with prophetic power. In any case, he had a powerful complaint to being counseled in his ability as a soothsayer, and the individuals who wished him to anticipate occasions looked for the hour of 12, when he was in the propensity for coming up to the island of Pharos, with Poseidon's run of seals, which he tended at the base of the ocean. Encompassed by these animals of the profound, he used to sleep underneath the thankful shade of stones. This was the positive minute to grab the prophet, who, to stay away from the insistences, would change himself into a limitless assortment of structures. Be that as it may, tolerance picked up the day, for on the off chance that he was held sufficiently long, he ended up noticeably wearied, finally, and continuing his actual shape, gave data after which he plunged down again to the base of the ocean, joined by the creatures he tended. Triton and the Tritons. Triton was the main child of Poseidon and Amphitrite. However, he had little impact, being inside and out a minor eternality. He is normally portrayed as going before his dad, and going about as his trumpeter, utilizing his conch shell for this reason. He lived with his folks in their delightful, brilliant royal residence underneath the ocean at Aegea, and his most loved distraction was to ride over the surges on stallions or the ocean beasts. Triton is constantly portrayed as half man, half fish, the body underneath, the midriff ending in the tail of a dolphin. We, as often as possible, discover say of Tritons, who are either the posterity or related of Triton. Glaucus. Glaucus is said to have turned into an ocean heavenly nature in the accompanying way. While scheming one day, he saw the fish he got and tossed on the bank without a moment's delay, snacked at the grasses, and after that he jumped over into the water. His interest was piqued. He continued to satisfy it by taking up a couple of cutting edges and tasting them. No sooner was this done than, complying with an overpowering motivation, he hastened himself to the profound and turned into an ocean god. Like most ocean gods, he was talented with prophetic power, and every year he went by every one of the islands and coasts with a group of marine creatures, foreseeing a wide range of wickedness. Henceforth anglers feared his approach, and attempted, by supplication and fasting, to deflect the setbacks which he forecasted. He is regularly seen as coasting on surges, his body secured with mussels, ocean weed, and shells, wearing a full whiskers and long streaming hair, and intensely bewailing his interminability. Thetis. The silver-footed, reasonable-haired Thetis, who was a vital influence in the folklore of Greece, was the daughter of Nereus, or, as some attest, of Poseidon. Her effortlessness and magnificence were remarkable to the point that Zeus and Poseidon both looked for a union with her. In any case, as it had been prognosticated that a child of hers would pick up amazingness over his dad,
They surrendered their aims, and she turned into the spouse of Peleus, child of Aecus. Like Proteus, Thetis had the energy of changing herself into a wide range of shapes, and when charmed by Peleus, she applied this power keeping in mind the end goal to escape him. Yet, realizing that diligence would be in the long run succeed, he held her quick until the point that she accepted her actual frame. Their pre-marriage ceremony was praised with the most extreme grandeur and gloriousness, and were respected by the nearness of the considerable number of divine beings and goddesses, except for Eris. How the goddess of conflict despised her rejection from the marriage merriments has just been appeared. Thetis, at one point, held awesome impact over the compelling master of paradise, which, as we should see from now on, she utilized as part of support of her famous child Achilles in the Trojan War. At the point when Halcyon dove into the ocean in give up after the wreck and death of her better half King Ceyx, Thetis changed both husband and spouse into flying creatures called kingfishers, halcyons, which, with the delicate warmth which portrayed the sad couple, constantly fly in sets, and possibly of the people of old, was that these flying creatures delivered their young in homes, which glide on the surface of the ocean in quiet climate. Previously, then after the fact of the most limited day, when Thetis was said to keep the waters smooth and serene for their particular advantage. Subsequently, the expression halcyon days, which means a time of rest and untroubled felicity. Thaumas, Phorcys, and Ceto. The early Greeks, with their remarkable energy for embodying all and each trait of nature, gave a particular identity to those forceful marvels of the profound, which, in all ages, have managed matter of theory to instructed and uneducated alike. Among these exemplifications we discover Thaumas, Phorcys, and their sister Ceto, who were the posterity of Pontus. Thaumas, whose name implies wonder, encapsulates that impossible-to-miss, translucent state of the surface of the ocean when it reflect-like, different pictures, and seems to hold in its straightforward grasp the blazing stars and lit-up urban areas, which are so as often possible thought about its polished chest. Thaumas wedded the stunning Electra, whose name means the shimmering light delivered by power, daughter of Oceanus. Her golden-hued hair was of such uncommon magnificence that none of her reasonable-haired sisters could contrast her, and when she sobbed, her tears, being too valuable in any way lost, framed drops of sparkling golden. Phorcys and Ceto exemplified all the more particularly enshrouded dangers and fear of the sea. They were the guardians of the Gorgons, the Graeae, and the dragon which protected the brilliant apples of the Hesperides. Leucothea. Leucothea was initially a mortal named Ino, daughter of Cadmus, lord of Thebes. She wedded Athamas, ruler of Orchomenus, who, frustrated with her unnatural direct to her progression children, sought after her and her children to the ocean shore. When seeing no expectation of escape, she flung herself with her kid into the profound, where they were sympathetically gotten by the Nereides, and moved towards becoming ocean gods under the names Leucothea and Palamon. The Sirens. The Sirens would seem to have been representations of those various rocks and concealed risks which flourish on the southwest shore of Italy. They were ocean fairies with the upper piece of the body with that of a woman and the lower of an ocean flying creature, having wings connected to their shoulders. They were supplied with such a great voice that their sweet tunes are said to have tricked sailors into devastation. Selene. Luna. Similarly as Helios embodied the sun, so his sister Selene spoke to the moon, and should drive her chariot over the sky while her sibling was resting after the works of the day. At the point when the shades of night started to include the earth, the two drain-white steeds of Selene ascended out of the secretive profundities of Oceanus. Situated in a shimmering chariot, and joined by her daughter Herse, the goddess of the dew, showed up the mellow and delicate ruler of the night, with a sickle on her reasonable temples and a gauzy cover streaming behind, and a lit light in her grasp. Selene incredibly respected a delightful youthful shepherd named Endymion, to whom Zeus had agreed the benefit of everlasting youth, joined with the workforce of dozing at whatever point he wanted to, and as long as he wished. Seeing this stunning youth sleeping soundly at Latmus, Selene was so hit with his excellence that she descended each night from paradise to watch over and ensure him.
The Siege of Troy. Troy, or Lion, was the capital of a kingdom in Asia Minor, masterminded near the Hellespont, and set up by Ilus, offspring of Tros. At the period of the notable Trojan War, the city was under the assembly of Priam, a close relative of Ilus. Priam was hitched to Hecuba, young lady of Dernos, master of Thrace, and among the most celebrated of their youths was the lofty and valiant Hector, the prophetess Cassandra, and Paris, the purpose behind the Trojan War. Preceding the presentation of her second youngster, Paris, Hecuba envisioned that she had delivered a bursting brand, which was deciphered by Isaacus, the diviner, an offspring of Priam by a past marriage, to imply that she would bear a tyke who may cause the annihilation of the city of Troy. Anxious to keep the fulfillment of the premonition, Hecuba made her now considered blessed messenger to be revealed on Mount Ida to bite the dust. However, being found by some kind-hearted shepherds, the tyke was raised by them, and grew up negligent of his respectable birth. As the child pushed toward manliness, he wound up clearly astounding, not only for his glorious superbness of edge and feature, yet likewise for his quality and boldness, which he honed in protecting the groups from the attacks of criminals and wild mammoths. Along these lines he was called Alexander, or Helper of Men. It was about this time he settled the notable inquiry concerning the splendid apple, hurled by the goddess of discord into a get-together of the celestial creatures. As we have quite recently watched, he gave his decision for Aphrodite, thusly making for himself two obstinate adversaries of Hera and Athene, for Hera and Athene never absolved the slight. Paris twisted up observably joined to the superb pixie named Oenone, with whom he lived happily in the detachment and tranquillity of a serene life. However, to her significant despairing, this calm nearness was not bound to be of long haul. Hearing that some melancholy diversions would have to be held in Troy to pay tribute to one side relative of the ruler, Paris made arrangements to visit the capital, and share in them himself. There he was so hugely isolated himself in a test with his dark kin Hector and Delphobus, that the happy young rulers, infuriated that a dull shepherd should snatch from them the prize of triumph, would influence in agitating to impact, when Cassandra, who had been a spectator of the systems, wandered forward, and announced to them that the unassuming specialist who had so signally pounded them was their own specific brother Paris. He then prompted the proximity of his people, who joyfully remembered him as their adolescent, and amidst the good times and rejoicings to pay tribute to their as-of-late found kid, the premonition desire of the past was disregarded. As a proof of his sureness, the ruler now entrusted Paris with some degree touchy mission, as we have quite recently found in the legend of Heracles, that uncommon holy person vanquished Troy, and in the wake of executing ruler Laomedon, occupied prisoner his delightful young lady Hesione, whom he displayed in marriage to his sidekick Telamon. Regardless, notwithstanding the way she advanced towards getting to be Princess of Salamis, and lived cheerfully with her significant other, her kin, Priam, never ceased to regret her hardship, and the shock which had been passed upon his home, and it was by and by prescribed that Paris should be outfitted with a different naval force, and keep on Greece in order to attack for the modifying of the ruler's sister. Before setting out on this crusade, Paris was forewarned by Cassandra against bringing home a mate from Greece, and she foreseen that if he insulted her order, he would bring unavoidable wreck upon the city of Troy and obliteration to the place of Priam. Under the summon of Paris, the task force set sail and arrived safely in Greece. Here the young Trojan ruler at first watched Helen, the young lady of Zeus and Leda, and the sister of the Dioscuri, who was the life partner of Menelaus, master of Sparta, and the loveliest woman of her shot. The most renowned holy people of Greece had searched for the regard of her hand, yet her stepfather, Tyndareus, master of Sparta, expecting that in case he exhibited her in marriage on one of her different sweethearts, he would make enemies of the rest, made it a stipulation that all suitors should truly promise to help and shield the productive candidate, with each one of the techniques at their request, in any battle he may later on rise in regards to the marriage. He, at long last, gave the hand of Helen upon Menelaus, a warlike ruler, committed to military exercises and the delights of the interest, to whom he surrendered his position of specialist and kingdom. Right when Paris met up at Sparta, and searched for neighborliness at the great illustrious habitation, he was benevolently gotten by ruler Menelaus. At the supper given in his regard, he captivated both host and pioneer by his easy way and moved accomplishments, and outstandingly enchanted himself with the sensible Helen, to whom he presented some phenomenal and humble knickknacks of Asiatic create. While Paris was up till now a guest at the court of the master of Sparta, the last got a welcome from his friend Idomeneus, leader of Crete, to oblige him in a pursuing endeavor, and Menelaus, being of an unsuspicious and straightforward identity, recognized and appreciated, leaving to Helen the commitment of drawing in the perceived outcast. Enchanted by her beating flawlessness, the Trojan ruler neglected each sentiment, regard, and commitment, and made arrangements to burglarize his truant host of his phenomenal companion. He, as necessities accumulated his supporters, and with their assistance roared the renowned chateau, had himself of the rich fortunes which it contained, and winning concerning taking ceaselessly its dazzling, and not all around unwilling, extravagant lady. They immediately set sail, yet were driven by stress of atmosphere to the island of Crania, where they cast hook, and it was not until the point that a couple of years had gone, in the midst of which time home and country were disregarded, that Paris and Helen proceeded to Troy. Courses of the action for the war. When Menelaus thought about the encroachment of his hearth and home, he proceeded to Pylos, joined by his kin Agamemnon, remembering the true objective to advise the clever old Nestor, who was renowned for his unprecedented experience and state-make. On hearing the facts of the case, Nestor imparted it as his decision that solitary by strategies for the joined undertakings of the extensive number of states of Greece, could Menelaus might want to recover Helen in protection of so viable a kingdom as that of Troy. Menelaus and Agamemnon now raised a call to war, which was on the whole responded to, starting with one end of Greece, then on to the next. Countless people who volunteered their organizations were past suitors of the sensible Helen, and were thusly bound by their promise to help the explanation behind Menelaus. Others joined from unadulterated love of understanding, yet the entire group were significantly awed with the disregard which would interface with their country should such a wrongdoing be continued to go unpunished. Thusly, an exceptional equipped power was assembled, which few names of note were missing. Just by virtue of two amazing legends, Odysseus, Ulysses, and Achilles, did Menelaus experience any inconvenience. Odysseus, celebrated far and wide for his insight and unimaginable astuteness, was starting at now living blissfully in Ithaca with his sensible young mate Penelope, and his little kid Telemachus, and was reluctant to leave his happy home for a risky outside battle of vague term. Exactly when thusly his organizations were asked for, he imagined hysteria, yet the shrewd Palamedes, a perceived legend in the suite of Menelaus, distinguished and revealed the ploy, and thusly Odysseus was constrained to take an interest in the war. Regardless, he never pardoned the impudence of Palamedes, and as we should see, unavoidably claimed retaliation himself upon him in the most merciless manner. Achilles was the offspring of Peleus and the sea-goddess Thetis, who is said to have dove her tyke when a sweetheart into the stream Styx, and in this way rendered him insusceptible, except in the right foot raise zone, by which she held him. Right when the child was 9 years old, it was expected to Thetis that he would either welcome a long presence of shameful straightforwardness and inactivity, or that after a short walk of triumph he would pass on death of a legend. Typically, avaricious of dragging out the life of her kid, the loving mother loyally assumed that the past fate might be dispensed to him. With this view, she passed on him to the island of Skyros, in the Aegean Sea, where, covered as a young woman, he was raised among the young ladies of Lycomedes, master of the country. Since the proximity of Achilles was required, inferable from a questionable desire that Troy couldn't be taken without him, Menelaus guided Calchas the seer, who revealed to him the place of his covering. Odysseus was as necessities be dispatched to Skyros, where, by the means of a cleverness device, he soon discovered which among the women was the descent of his interest. Covering himself as a seller, Odysseus obtained a preamble to the magnificent imperial habitation, where he offered to the ruler's young ladies diverse knickknacks accessible to be acquired. The young women, with one exceptional case, every single examined their items with unfeigned interest. Watching this circumstance, Odysseus astutely deduced that the individual who held disconnected must be none other than the young Achilles himself. In any case, altogether further to test the rightness of his thinking, he now demonstrated an awesome course of action of warlike adornments, while, at a given banner, blending strains of military music were heard outside, whereupon Achilles, released with warlike pizzazz, snatched the weapons, and along these lines revealed his identity. He now joined the purpose behind the Greeks, and ran at the request of his father by his sibling Patroclus, and added to the crusade a huge energy of Thessalian troops, or Myrmidons, as they were called, and moreover 50 watercrafts. For 10 long years, Agamemnon and substitute supervisor submitted all their essentialness and means in preparing for the crusade against Troy. In any case, in the midst of these warlike game plans, an undertaking at a peaceful course of action of the inconvenience was not expelled. An administration office, containing Menelaus, Odysseus, etc., was dispatched to Master Priam, asking for the surrender of Helen. However, the office was gotten with the most outrageous glory and administration. The demand was everything viewed as rejected, whereupon the representatives returned to Greece, and the demand was given to the task force to accumulate at Aulis in Boeotia. At no other time in the flies of Greece had so tremendous an outfitted power been assembled. 100,000 warriors were amassed at Aulis, and in its gulf floated over 1,000 watercrafts, arranged to pass on them to the Trojan float. The charge of this intense host was entrusted to Agamemnon, master of Argos, and best of all the Greek sovereigns. Before the naval force set sail, grave retributions were offered to the heavenly creatures of the seashore, when unexpectedly a serpent obviously climbed a plane tree, in which was a sparrow's nest containing 9 young ones. The reptile at first gobbled up the energetic winged creatures, and after that their mother, after which it was changed by Zeus into stone. Calchas, the seer, on being directed, deciphered the wonder to imply that the war with Troy would continue going for quite a while, and that solitary in the 10th would the city be taken. Departure of the Greek fleet. The naval force by then set sail. However, befuddled with the Mysian float for that of Troy, the landed troops started to assault the country. Telephus, ruler of the Mysians, who was offspring of the gigantic holy person Heracles, negated them with a broad outfitted power, and winning concerning driving them back to their vessels, yet was himself harmed in the engagement by the spear of Achilles. Patroclus, who fought valiantly by the side of his sibling, was furthermore harmed in this battle, yet Achilles, who was an understudy of Chiron, purposely bound up the damage, which he, winning with respect to recovering, and from this event dates the applauded association which ever after existed between the two holy people, who even in death remained combined. The Greeks now arrived at Aulis. Meanwhile, the damage of Telephus exhibiting sad, he advised a prophet, and the response was that lone he who had conveyed the damage had the vitality of curing it. Telephus, as necessities be proceeded to the Greek camp, where he was recovered by Achilles, and, at the offers of Odysseus, consented to go about as a guide in the voyage to Troy. Correspondingly, as the battle would start for the second time, Agamemnon had the setback to kill a back blessed to Artemis, who, in her shock, sent relentless calms which shielded the task force from setting sail. Calchas, on being advised, revealed that the relinquish of Iphigenia, the young lady of Agamemnon, would alone mollify the goaded goddess. How Agamemnon, at long last, vanquished his feelings as a father, and how Iphigenia was saved by Artemis herself, has been starting at now related in a past part. A sensible breeze having at long last hopped up, the task force once more set sail. They at first ended at the island of Tenedos, where the praised toxophilite Philoctetes, who had the bow and electrical discharges given to him by the reducing legend, was eaten in the foot by a venomous snake. So excruciating was the fragrance emanated by the damage that, at the proposal of Odysseus, Philoctetes was passed on to the island of Lesbos, where, to his unprecedented shame, he was surrendered to his fate, and the task force proceeded on their voyage to Troy. Start of the hostilities. Having gotten early information of the moving toward interruption of their country, the Trojans searched for the assistance of the neighboring states, who all courageously responded to their call for help, and along these lines adequate game plans were made to get the enemy. Ruler Priam, acting normally too much advanced in years for dynamic organization, the requested of the furnish of power slipped upon his eldest kid, the overcome and valiant Hector.
At the approach of the Greek naval force, the Trojans appeared on the float with a particular true objective to keep their entry. In any case, wonderful wavering won among the troops in the matter of who should be the first to set foot on the enemy's earth, it having been expected that whoever did accordingly would fall or relinquish to the fates. Protesilaus of Phylace, regardless, respectably overlooking the ominous desire, hopped on shore, and fell by the hand of Hector. The Greeks, by then winning concerning influencing a landing, and in the engagement which took after, the Trojans were signally squashed, and made a beeline for search for the security behind the dividers of their city. With Achilles at their head, the Greeks now made a berserk undertaking to astonish the city, however, were stunned with repulsive mishaps. After this demolition of the interlopers, anticipating a long and wearisome fight, drew up their watercrafts aground, raised tents, lodges, etc., and molded an entrenched camp on the float. Between the Greek camp and the city of Troy was a plain watered by the conduits Scamander and Simois, and it was on this plain, a brief span later, so celebrated ever, that the ever-fundamental battles between the Greeks and the Trojans were fought. The trouble of shocking the city was at present seen by the pioneers of the Greek forces. The Trojans, on their side, being less different than the enemy, tested not Meander on a marvelous battle in the open field. From this time forward, the war deferred for some depleted quite a while with no indisputable engagement happening. It was about this time Odysseus did, since a long time prior, reflected retaliation against Palamedes. Palamedes was one of the Savis, most overwhelming and most upright of all Greek legends, and it was his after effect of this unflagging vitality and awesome master explanation that a substantial part of the manager had been incited to join the endeavor. In any case, the very qualities which enchanted him to the hearts of his family rendered him derisive as per his steadfast enemy. Odysseus, who never pardoned having recognized his intent to keep away from joining the furnished power. With a particular ultimate objective to effect the devastate of Palamedes, Odysseus canvassed in his tent a tremendous entire of money. He next created a letter demonstrating to be from the ruler Priam to Palamedes, in which the past expressed profound gratitude to the Greek legend gushingly for the huge information got from him, implying meanwhile to a broad total of money, which he had sent him as a reward. This letter, which was found upon the person of a Phrygian prisoner, was scrutinized resoundingly in a council of the Greek sovereigns. Palamedes was summoned before the leader of the equipped power and reprimanded for deceiving his country to the enemy, whereupon the chase was started, and a broad hole of trade being discovered at his tent, he was enunciated culpable and sentenced to be stoned to death. Regardless of the way that, totally aware of the base, bad form sharpened against him, Palamedes offered not a word in self-protection, knowing but instead too well that, even with such damning evidence, the undertaking to show his guiltlessness would be vain. Surrender of Achilles. Amid the key year of the fight, the Greeks ambushed the enveloping country and plundered the neighboring towns. Unending supply of these scourging endeavors, the city of Pedasus was sacked, and Agamemnon, as president, got as his offer of the demolish the delightful Chryseis, young lady of Chryses, the minister of Apollo, while to Achilles was administered another prisoner, the sensible Briseis. The following day, Chryses, anxious to liberate his young lady, repaired to the Greek camp, yet Agamemnon declined to consent to his suggestion, and with rude and insulting words pushed the old man away. Stacked with distress at the loss of his tyke, Chryses called upon Apollo for striking back on her captor. His supplication was heard, and the gods sent a terrible plague, which fumed for 10 days in the camp of the Greeks. Achilles at last collected a board, and asked of Calchas the soothsayer how to catch the dreadful appearance of the heavenly creatures. The soothsayer addressed that Apollo, irritated at the attack, offered to his clergyman, had sent the torment, and the elite by the surrender of Chryseis could his shock be placated. On hearing this, Agamemnon agreed to leave the woman, yet being presently embittered against Calchas, for his figure as to his own particular young lady Iphigenia, he now stacked put downward on the soothsayer, and reprimanded him for plotting against his interests. Achilles maintained the explanation behind Calchas, and a merciless verbal confrontation developed, in which the offspring of Thetis would have slaughtered his manager yet for the advantageous block of Pallas Athene, who, out of the blue, appeared near him, hid by the rest, and checked on him to sense the power he had. Agamemnon claimed revenge himself on Achilles, before precluding him from calming his awesome prisoner, the sensible Briseis. who had ended up being so added to her kind and respectable captor that she wailed forcefully on being removed from his charge. Achilles, now really disgusted with the ungenerous direct of his manager, pulled back himself to his tent, and relentlessly declined to take furthermore part in the war. Heartsore and depressed, he repaired to the seashore, and there invoked the proximity of his ideal mother. In answer to his request, Thetis ascended out from underneath the waves, and improved her valiant kid with the assertion that she would ask the intense Zeus to vindicate his wrongs by offering triumph to the Trojans, so the Greeks may make sense of how to comprehend the extensive incident which they had kept up by his withdrawal from the outfitted power. The Trojans, being instructed by one of their administration operators of the surrender of Achilles, wound up discernibly empowered by the non-appearance of this overcome and valiant pioneer, whom they feared over the different Greek legends. They, as requirements, be sallied forth, and made a solid and broadly compelling attack upon the Greeks, who, disregarding the way they most bravely and constantly watched their position, were completely coordinated, and driven back to their entrenchments, Agamemnon and most other Greek pioneers being harmed in the engagement. Upheld by this stamped and banner accomplish, the Trojans to begin to assault the Greeks in their own particular camp. Now Agamemnon, seeing the hazard which undermined the outfitted power, sunk for the moment each and every individual grievance, and dispatched an administration office to Achilles, including various decent and perceived supervisor, basically pleading with him to furnish some genuinely necessary help of his family in this their hour of peril, promising that not solely the sensible Briseis be restored to him, yet also that the hand of his own daughter should be offered to him, in marriage, with 7 towns as her settlement. Nevertheless, the unyielding confirmation of the happy holy person was not to be moved, and anyway, he listened thoughtfully to the conflicts and depictions of the conveyance individuals of Agamemnon. His assurance to take no part in the war remained unshaken. In one of the engagements which happened soon a brief time frame later, the Trojans, under the request of Hector, went into the center of the Greek camp, and had quite recently started to devour their pontoons, when Patroclus, seeing the inconvenience of his companions, genuinely besought Achilles to send him to ensure the pioneer of the Myrmidons. The better thought of the holy person won, and he simply entrusted to his buddy the charge of his conquer band of warriors, yet credited him moreover his own specific suit of shield. Patroclus, having mounted the war chariot of the holy person, Achilles lifted on high a splendid container and spilled out a drink of wine to the heavenly creatures, joined by a genuine demand for triumph, and the secured return of his dearest sidekick. As an isolating order, he forewarned Patroclus against advancing too far into the space of the enemy, and entreated him to be content with defending the galleys. At the pioneer of the Myrmidons, Patroclus now made a restless strike upon the adversary, who, trusting that the intense Achilles was himself arranged by his units, wound up evidently agitated and were put to fight. Patroclus followed up his triumph and looked after the Trojans to the degree dividers of their city. Followed by his triumph, and looked after the Trojans to the degree dividers of their city, all around neglecting the vitality of battle to mandate of his buddy Achilles. In any case, his daringness cost the energetic legend his life. He now encountered the compelling Hector himself, and fell by his hands. Hector stripped the shield from his dead foe, and would have dragged the body into the city had not Menelaus and Ajax the Greater surged forward, and after a long and wild fight they win and defended it from the befouling. Hector's death. And now came the sad task of lighting up Achilles of the predetermination of his partner. He cried, strongly completing the dead body of his companion, and genuinely vowed that the melancholy functions should not be solemnized in this regard until the point when the moment he had executed Hector with his own particular hands, and got 12 Trojans to be immolated on his interment benefit fire, each and every idea vanquished before the profound yearning to strike back for the death of his sidekick. And Achilles, now through and through blended from the absence of concern, twisted up observably suited to Agamemnon, and joined the Greek-furnished power. At the request of the goddess Thetis, Hephaestus designed for him another suit of support, which far beat in grandness of the different holy people. In this manner, wonderfully indicated, he was soon watched striding along, calling the Greeks to arms. He now drove the troops against the adversary, who were pounded to put to fight until, near the portals of the city, Achilles and Hector encountered each other. Nevertheless, every single through the whole occupation, the valor of the Trojan holy person double-crossed him.
At the nearby approach of his redoubtable foe, he turned and fled for his life. Achilles looked after him, and thrice round the dividers of the city was a terrible race run. In sight of the old master and the ruler, who had mounted the dividers to watch the battle, Hector attempted, in the midst of each course, to accomplish the city entryways, so that his colleagues may open them to yield him or cover him with their rockets. Yet his foe, seeing his layout, obliged him far from any binding impact plane. Meanwhile, calling to his partners to toss no spear upon his foe, yet to leave to him the striking back he had since quite a while prior wheezed for. At last, wearied with the quick interest, Hector held quick and tried his adversary to single fight. A hysterical affair happened, in which Hector abdicated to his able adversary at the Scaean door, and with his last kicking the container breath the Trojan legend anticipated to his vanquisher that he himself would soon pass on a comparable spot. The prodded victor bound the dead corpse of his fallen adversary to his chariot, and dragged it 3 times round the city dividers, and consequently to the Greek camp. Overwhelmed with ghastliness at the odious scene, the developed watchmen of Hector explained such horrifying cries of anguish that they accomplished the ears of Andromache, his committed life partner, who, hustling to the dividers, saw the dead body of her significant other bound to the vanquisher's auto. Achilles now solemnized the desolate ceremonies to pay tribute to his friend Patroclus. The dead body of the holy person was borne to the commemoration benefit load by the Myrmidons in full panoply. His canines and steeds were then slaughtered to run with him, in case he ought to require them in the space of shades. After which Achilles, in fulfillment of his savage promise, butchered 12 conquered Trojan detainees, who were laid in the entombment benefit fire, which was as of now lit. Right when all was eaten up, the bones of Patroclus were intentionally assembled and enclosed in a splendid urn. By then took after the melancholy entertainments, which contained chariot races, doing combating with the cestus, a sort of boxing glove, wrestling matches, foot races, and single fights with shield and spear, in all of which the most perceived legends partook and battled for the prizes. Penthesilea. After the death of Hector, their marvelous desire and resistance, the Trojans did not meander past the dividers of their city. Nevertheless, soon their desires were re-established by the nearness of the extreme furnished power of Amazons under the request of the ruler Penthesilea, a young lady of Ares, whose phenomenal goal was to match swords with the lofty Achilles himself, and to vindicate the end of the valiant Hector. Perils now recommenced on the open plain. Penthesilea drove the Trojan host, the Greeks on their side being under the request of Achilles and Ajax. While the last winning concerning putting the adversary to flight, Achilles was tried by Penthesilea to single fight. With chivalrous determination she went ahead to the fight. However, even the most grounded men tumbled before the vitality of the giant Achilles. And however a young lady of Ares, Penthesilea was yet a woman. With liberal valor, the holy person endeavored to spare the overcome and flawless woman warrior, and exactly when his own specific life was at risk, he did attempt to vanquish his enemy, when Penthesilea shared the predetermination of all who set out to confine the spear of Achilles, and fell by his hand. Feeling herself mortally harmed, she reviewed the befouling of the dead accumulation of Hector, and truly asked the restraint of the legend. Be that as it may, the demand was not by any stretch of the imagination essential, for Achilles, stacked with sympathy for his overcome yet dismal adversary, lifted her gently beginning from the soonest range she ended in his arms. On survey the dead body of their pioneer in possession of Achilles, the Amazons and Trojans organized another ambush in order to wrest it from his hands. However, viewing their inspiration, Achilles wandered forward and uproariously called upon them to stop. By then, in a few very much picked words, he praised the significant valor and fortitude of the fallen ruler, and imparted his status to leave the body immediately. The fearless direct of Achilles was totally esteemed by the 2 Greeks and Trojans. Thersites alone, a base and feeble misrepresentation, attributed unworthy expectations to the beneficent systems of the holy person, and not content with these clues, he severely punctured with his lance the dead body of the Amazonian ruler, whereupon Achilles, with one blow of his able arm, felled him to the ground and butchered him on the spot. The defended death of Thersites empowered no identification. However, his sibling, Diomedes, drew near and attested compensation for the murder of his relative, and as Agamemnon, who, as president, may viably have settled the inconvenience, abstained from interfering, the satisfied thought of Achilles despised the surmised judgment of his lead, and he once more abandoned the Greek outfitted power and took transport for Lesbos. Odysseus, regardless, followed him to the island, and with his ordinary legitimacy winning concerning starting the holy person to return to camp. The passing away of Achilles. Another accomplice of the Trojans now appeared on the field in the person of Memnon, the Ethiopian, an offspring of Eos and Tithonus, who conveyed him with an able fortress of Negroes. Memnon was the primary opponent who had yet experienced Achilles on the proportional adjustment. Like the extensive legend himself, he was the offspring of a goddess, and had furthermore, like Achilles, a suit of defensive layer made for him by Hephaestus. Prior to the holy people encountered each other in single fight, the two goddesses, Thetis and Eos, raced to Olympus to intervene with its commanding ruler of the life of their kids. Settled even in this event not to act in opposition to the Moirae, Zeus snatched the splendid scales in which he quantified the bundle of mortals, and put in it the different predeterminations of the two holy people, whereupon that of Memnon overburdened the altar, thusly determining his end. Eos surrendered Olympus in surrender. Arrived on the battle zone, she watched the dead body of her Tyche, who, after a long and conquer protect, had at long last ceded to the all-vanquishing arm of Achilles. At her request, her children, the winds, flew down to the plain, and getting the body of the murdered holy person, went on through the air, safe from the befouling of the enemy. The triumph of Achilles was not of long length. Intoxicated with advance, he attempted at the pioneer of the Greeks' equipped power, to storm the city of Troy, when Paris, by the guide of Phoebus Apollo, pointed an especially organized dash at the legend, which punctured his defenseless foot-bottom zone, and he tumbled to the ground mortally harmed before the Seian door. Regardless, however, eye for eye with death, the overcome legend, raising himself beginning from the soonest organized, performed miracles of valor, and not until the point that his tottering members denied their office was the adversary careful that the damage was mortal. By the united undertakings of Ajax, Odysseus, the arrangement of Achilles, was wrested from the enemy after a long and dreadful fight, and passed on to the Greek camp. Crying strongly on the completed troublesome fate of her overcome kid, Thetis came to get a handle on him for the last time, and mixed her misgivings and grievances with those of the whole Greek outfitted power. The dedication benefit fire was then lit, and the voices of the Muses were heard rambling his entombment benefit regret, while, as showed by the custom of the general population of old, the body had been scorched on the fire, and the bones of the holy person were accumulated, enclosed in a splendid urn, and spared near the rest of the parts of his esteemed sidekick Patroclus. In the melancholy entertainments celebrated out of thankfulness for the fallen legend, the property of her Tyche was offered by Thetis as the prize of triumph. Regardless, it was reliably agreed that the dazzling suit of the defensive layer made by Hephaestus should be allowed to him who had contributed the most to the rescue of the body from the hands of the enemy. Common feeling on the whole administered for Odysseus, which choice was certified by the Trojan prisoners who were accessible at the engagement. Unfit to continue on through the slight, the grievous Ajax lost his reason, and in this condition put a conclusion to his existence. Last measures. Thus the Greeks denied at one and a comparative time of their boldest and most serious pioneer, and of him in like manner who moved closer to the nearest refinement. For a period operations were at a stop, until Odysseus, at last, made by techniques for a definitely sorted out catch to get Helenus, the offspring of Priam. Like his sister Cassandra, Helenus had the gift of forecast, and the terrible youth was right now constrained by Odysseus into using this gift against the warfare of his nearby city. The Greeks picked up from the Trojan sovereign that 3 conditions were crucial to the accomplishment of Troy, regardless the offspring of Achilles fighting in their positions. Besides, the electrical discharges must be used against the adversary, and thirdly, they ought to get responsibility for wooden picture of Pallas Athene, and the outstanding Palladium of Troy. The essential condition was viably fulfilled. Ever arranged to serve the interests of the gathering, Odysseus repaired to the island of Skyros, where he found Neoptolemus, the offspring of Achilles. Having winning concerning energized the want of the burning youth, he generously surrendered to him the prominent defensive layer of his father, and a short time later passed on him to the Greek camp, where he quickly isolated himself in a single fight with Eurypylus, the offspring of Telephus, who had gone to the guide of the Trojans. To obtain the lethal substance dove electrical charges included more essential inconvenience. They were still in the responsibility for a much strong Philoctetes, who had remained on the island of Lesbos, his damage still unhealed, preserving through the most corrupt wretchedness. In any case, the judicious vitality of the persistent and ever-dynamic Odysseus, who ran with his undertakings by Diomedes, at long last got the day, and he incited Philoctetes to run with him to the camp, where the skilful bloodsucker Macon, the offspring of Aesculapius, recovered him from his damage. Philoctetes wound up detectably suited to Agamemnon, and in an engagement which happened a little while later, he mortally harmed Paris, the offspring of Priam. Regardless, however, punctured by the deadly electrical jolt demigod, death did not expeditiously result, and Paris, inferring the estimate of a prophet, that his allowed life partner, Oenone, could cure him if harmed, influenced himself to be transported to her residence on Mount Ida, where he beseeched her by the memory of their past love to save his life. Nevertheless, cautious of her wrongs, Oenone crushed out of her heart each womanly conclusion, pity, and compassion, and sternly bade him clear out. A little while later, regardless, all her past companionship for her life partner emerged inside her. With hurried scramble she followed him, yet on her entrance to the city she found the dead gathering of Paris viably laid on the lit dedication benefit load, and, in her lament and misery, Oenone hurled herself to the latent support of her significant other, and kicked the bucket in the flares. The Trojans were pleasantly peaceful down inside their dividers and solidly barred, yet the third and most troublesome condition being up till now unfulfilled, all undertakings to take the city were unavailing. In this emergency, the insightful and committed Odysseus came once more to the guide of his allies. Having mutilated himself with self-apportioned wounds, he expected the cover of a pitiable old bum, and a while later crept stealthily into the city, remembering the true objective to discover where the Palladium was defended. He, winning in his descent, and was seen by no one except the sensible Helen, who, after the death of Paris, had been given in marriage to his kin Deiphobus. Regardless, since death prevented her from claiming her sweetheart, the center of the Greek princess had turned yearningly toward her neighborhood country and her life partner Menelaus, and Odysseus now found in her a most unlooked-for accomplice. On his landing to the camp, Odysseus, calling to his guide the valiant Diomedes, and with his assistance the hazardous task of abstracting the Palladium from its heavenly zones was, after some inconvenience, influenced. The conditions of achievement being by and by fulfilled, a chamber was called to settle on unmistakable strategies. Epios, a Greek stone specialist who had run with the crusade, was needed to build up a tremendous wooden stallion, adequately colossal to contain different able and perceived legends. On its completing, a band of warriors massed themselves inside, whereupon the Greek-equipped power isolated their camp, and a short time later set fire to it. As though wearied of the long and repetitive 10 years' assault, they had betrayed the wonder as dismal. Joined by Agamemnon and the savvy Nestor, the armada set sail for the island of Tenedos, where they cast stay, restlessly anticipating the light flag to rush back to the Trojan drift. Decimation of Troy. At the point when the Trojans saw the foe leave, the Greek camp ablaze, they believed themselves safe at last, and spouted in the marvelous numbers out of the town with a particular true objective, to see the site where the Greeks had so since a long time back delves in. Here they found the gigantic wooden steed, which they reviewed with contemplating interest, distinctive evaluations being imparted concerning its utility. Some accepted it to be an engine of war, and were pleasant to destroying it. Others saw it as a blessed symbol, and prescribed that it should be brought into the city. Two conditions which now happened incited the Trojans to incline towards the last conclusion. Supervisor among the people who assumed a dubious arrangement with this huge creation was Laocoon, a clergyman of Apollo, who, in association with his 2 young kids, had issued from the city in light of the Trojans keeping the true objective to offer a relinquish to the heavenly creatures. With all the enticement at his request, he urged his countrymen not to confide in any blessings of the Greeks, and even went so far as to pierce the side of the stallion with a spear, which he took from a warrior near by him, whereupon the arms of the holy people were heard to shake. The hearts of the beat men covered up inside the stallion quailed inside them, and they had successfully surrendered themselves for lost, when Pallas Athene, who any time saw over the purpose behind the Greeks, now went to their guide. And a wonder happened, remembering the ultimate objective to trance and trick the submitted Trojans, for the fall of Troy was announced by the heavenly creatures. While Laocoon and his 2 kids stood master-minded to play out the relinquish, 2 gigantic serpents out of the blue rose out of the sea, and made direct for the conciliatory table. They bound themselves at first round to the sensitive extremities of the defenseless youngsters, and after that encased their father, who rushed to their assistance. And thusly every one of the 3 were pummeled in sight of the dismayed extensive number. The Trojans regularly deciphered the predetermination of Laocoon and his youngsters to be a train set by Zeus for his lewdness against the wooden steed, and were by and by totally influenced that it must be purified to the perfect creatures. The sagacious Odysseus had left his trusty buddy Sinon with the full rules as to his methodology, tolerating the role doled out for him. He now advanced towards Master Priam with shackled hands and relinquished supplications, avowing that the Greeks, in accommodation to the summon of a prophet, had attempted to immolate him as a relinquish, however, that he had envisioned to escape from their hands, and now searched for security from the ruler. The kind-hearted ruler, putting stock in his story, released his bonds, promised him of his help, and after that entreated him to elucidate the honest-to-goodness significance of the wooden stallion. Sinon enthusiastically came. He taught the ruler that Pallas Athene, who had as yet been the desire to stay of the Greeks all through the war, was so significantly irritated at the departure of her sacred picture, the Palladium, from her asylum in Troy, that she had pulled back her protection from the Greeks, and denied all further guide till it was restored to its true blue place. Hereafter, the Greeks had returned home in order to search for the new headings from a prophet. In any case, before leaving Chalcus, the diviner had provoked their building the colossal wooden steed as a tribute to the bothered goddess, trusting subsequently to mollify her basically shock. He also cleared up that it had been worked out of such colossal degrees, remembering the ultimate objective to keep its being brought into the city, and the objective that the help of Pallas Athene won't be traded to the Trojans. Barely had the wily Sinon quit talking when the Trojans, in consistent understanding, asked that the wooden steed should be brought into their city quickly. The entryways being too low to surrender its section, a break was made in the dividers, and the stallion was passed on in triumph into the very heart of Troy, whereupon the Trojans, energized at what they respected the productive issue of the fight, abandoned themselves to eating up and revolting. Amidst the comprehensive cheering, the hopeless Cassandra, suspecting the result of the confirmation of the wooden stallion into the city, was seen hustling through the roads with wild flags and crumpled hair, forewarning her kinfolk against the dangers which foreseen them. Nevertheless, her well-spoken words neglected to get any notice, for it was ever the predetermination of the intolerable prophetess that her desires ought to find no certainty. Right when, after the day's vitality, the Trojans had surrendered to rest, and all was calmed and silent, Sinon, in the dead of night, released the legends from their purposeful confinement. The banner was then given to the Greek naval force lying off Tenedos, and the whole equipped power and unbroken quiet over again touched base on the Trojan coast. The entire city was at present a straightforward issue, and an awful butcher came about. Blended from their rests, the Trojans, under the request of their gutsiest pioneers, made a courageous protection, yet were successfully overcome. All their most valiant legends fell in the fight, and soon the whole city was wrapped ablaze. Priam fell by the hand of Neoptolemus, who killed him as he lay prostrate before the conciliatory table of Zeus, speaking to God for divine help with this appalling hour of hazard. The stunning Andromache, with her youngster, Astyanax, had taken refuge in the summit of a zenith, where she was found by the victors, who, fearing that the offspring of Hector may one day climb against them to vindicate the downfall of his father, tore him from her arms and flung him over the ramparts. Aeneas alone, the offspring of Aphrodite, the esteemed of the celestial creatures and men, made tracks in an opposite direction from the general phlebotomy with his youngster and his old father Anchises, whom he carried on his shoulders out of the city. He at first searched for refuge on Mount Ida, and a while later fled to Italy. where he transformed into the innate legend of the Roman people. Menelaus now searched for Helen in the royal living arrangement, who, being undying, still held her past greatness and intrigue. A trade-off happened, and she ran with her significant other on his home voyage. Andromache, the matron of the defeated Hector, was given in marriage to Neoptolemus. Cassandra tumbled to the offer of Agamemnon and Hecuba. The silver-haired and widowed ruler was made prisoner by Odysseus. The impossible fortunes of the princely Trojan master fell under the control of the Greek legends, who, in the wake of having leveled the city of Troy to the ground, masterminded their back-home voyage. The Argonauts. Jason, master of Iolcus, was constrained to fly from his areas, which had been usurped by his more energetic kin, Peleus, and with inconvenience, winning concerning saving the life of his youngster Jason, who was around then only 10 years of age. He entrusted him to the care of the centaur Chiron, by whom he was accurately arranged in association with other respectable youths who, like himself, a brief time frame later signalized themselves by their determination and overcome attempts. For quite a while Jason remained in the give-in of the centaur, by whom he was told in all accommodating and warlike articulations. Regardless, as he advanced toward the manliness he wound up evidently stacked with an unconquerable need to recuperate his paternal inheritance. He, in this way, pulled back from his kind friend and preceptor, and set out for Iolcus, to ask from his uncle Peleus the kingdom which he had so nonsensically usurped. Over the traverse of his outing, he went into a far-reaching and foaming conduit on the banks of which he saw an old woman, who had treated him to help her over. At first he postponed, understating that even alone he would find some inconvenience in the stemming the wild storm. In the meantime, feeling sorry for her neglected condition, he brought her into his arms, and succeeded, with a mind-boggling effort, in accomplishing the opposite shore. However, when her feet had touched the earth, she wound up observably changed into a delightful woman, who, looking confounded youth, told him that she was the goddess Hera, and that she would, starting now, and into the foreseeable future, control and secure him work. She by then vanished, and in overflowing with desire and courage at this heavenly appearance, Jason looked after his experience. He now observed that in crossing Point the Conduit, he had lost one of his shoes, yet as it couldn't be recovered, he was obliged to proceed without it. On his arrival in Iolcus, he found his uncle in the business focus, exhibiting an open relinquish to Poseidon. Exactly when the master had shut his offerings, his eye fell upon the perceived more exceptional, whose manly greatness and gallant bearing had quite recently pulled in the thought of his family. Watching that one foot was unshod, he recollected a dark conjecture which anticipated him the loss of the kingdom by a man wearing only a solitary shoe. He, regardless, conceal his sentiments of fear, spoke sympathetic with the youth, and drove from him his name and errand. By then putting on a show to be exceedingly happy with his nephew, Peleus connected with him indulgently for 5 days, in the midst of which time all was party and celebrating. On the 6th, Jason appeared before his uncle, and with manly steadiness asked from him the position of his sovereignty and kingdom which were his by right. Peleus, concealing his genuine feelings, smilingly consented to permit his request, gave that, thus, Jason would grasp and endeavor for him, which his pushed age shielded him from accomplishing himself. He taught his nephew that the shade of Phrixus had appeared to him in his dreams, and beseeched him to bring yet again from Colchis his mortal remains and the golden fleece, and incorporated that of Jason, winning the respect to getting him these sanctified relics, position of eminence in his kingdom, and staff should be his. The beginning of the world. Uranus and Gaia. Caulus and Terra. The ancient Greeks had a few distinct hypotheses as to the beginning of the world. Yet the most acknowledged part has been thought before the world appeared, there was in it a befuddled mass of ill-defined components called chaos. These components are finally united by what implies does not show up, and settled themselves into 2 broadly unique substances, the lighter part of which, taking off on high, framed the sky or atmosphere, and constituted itself into a huge overall vault, which ensured the firm and strong mass underneath. In this manner, the first 2 awesome, antiquated gods of the Greeks appeared, Uranus and Ge. or Gaia. Uranus, the more refined god, spoke to the light and demeanor of paradise. Having recognized the characteristics of light, warmth, virtue, and ubiquity, while Gaia, the firm, flat, life-maintaining earth, was worshipped as the considerable all-sustaining mother. These titles are alluded to her in this character, and she seems to have been very loved among the Greeks. Barely you will see a city in Greece without containing her statue, raised in respect to her. Without a doubt, Gaia was held in such worship, and her name was constantly conjured everywhere, and has been divinely guaranteed, made a determined statement, or beseeched help. Uranus, or Paradise, was accepted to have joined himself in marriage with Gaia, the earth, and a minute's appearance will indicate what a really poetical and furthermore a coherent thought this was. Taken in a metaphorical sense, does this union really exist? The grins of paradise create the blooms of the earth, though since a while ago she proceeded with scowls so discouraging, impacting a cherishing accomplice. That she never decks herself in brilliant and bubbly roses, however, reacted with a prepared sensitivity to his despairing inclination. The principal conceived offspring of Uranus and Gaia was Oceanus, the sea stream, that tremendous territory of consistently streaming water which surrounded the earth. Here we meet with another coherent, however whimsical, decision. With an extremely slight information of the workings of nature, demonstrates to have been simple and genuine. The sea is framed from the downpours which plunge from paradise, and the streams which spill out of the earth. By making Oceanus, the posterity of Uranus and Gaia, the people of old, take this thought in its strict sense, just to test that the sea is created by the consolidated impact of paradise and earth, while in the meantime their fervid and poetical creative energy drove them to find this, as in all indications of the forces of nature, a real, substantial holiness. In any case, Uranus, the paradise, the exemplification of light, warmth, and the breath of life, delivered posterity who were of a significantly less material nature than his child Oceanus. These other offspring of his should involve the middle space which separated him from Gaia. Closest to Uranus, and just underneath him, came Ether, a brilliant, creative speaker, exceedingly rarefied air which immortals alone could worship. At that point came Air, which was close to Gaia, and spoke to, as its name suggests, the grosser environment encompassing the earth which mortals could uninhibitedly inhale, and without which they would die. Ether and Air were isolated from each other by gods called Nephilae. These were their fretful and meandering sisters, who existed as mists, regularly floating amongst ether and air. Gaia additionally delivered the mountains, and Pontus the ocean. She joined herself with the last mentioned, and their posterity were the ocean gods. Nereus, Thaumas, Phorcys, Ceto, and Eurybia. Concurrent with Uranus and Gaia were two relentless forces who were likewise the posterity of chaos. They were Erebus, darkness, and Nyx, night, who framed a striking difference to the light of paradise and the splendid grins of earth. Erebus reigned in that puzzling world beneath, where there was no beam of daylight, no glimmer of sunshine, nor remnant of well-being giving earthly life at any point showed up. Nyx, the sister of Erebus, spoke to night, and was worshipped by the people of yore with the best gravity. Uranus was additionally expected to have been married to Nyx, yet just in his ability as Lord of Light, he's being viewed as the source and wellspring of all light, and their kids were Eos, Aurora, the dawn, and Hemera, the daylight. Nyx, once more, on her side was additionally joined together, having been hitched at some uncertain point to Erebus. Notwithstanding, these offspring of paradise and earth are now listed. Uranus and Gaia created two extraordinary races of creatures called giants and titans. The giants represented animal quality alone, yet the titans joined their incredible physical power and scholarly capabilities differently created. There were three giants, Briareus, Cotus, and Gyges, who had 100 hands each and 50 heads, and were known by the name of the Hecatoncheires. which implied 100 gave. These strong giants could shake the universe and deliver seismic tremors. It is in this way apparent that they spoke to those dynamic underground powers which have been mentioned in the introduction. The Titans were 12 in number. Their names were Oceanus, Chios, Krios, Hyperion, Hypatus, Kronos, Thea, Rhea, Themis, Mnemosyne, Phoebe, and Tethys. Presently Uranus, the modest light of paradise, the embodiment of all that is brilliant and satisfying, held in severe dislike his crude, unpleasant, and turbulent posterity, the giants, and in addition expected that their incredible power may in the end show terrible for him. He along these lines flung them into Tartarus, that bit of the lower world which filled in as the underground prison of divine beings. To vindicate the mistreatment of her youngsters, the giants, Gaia incited a scheme with respect to the Titans against Uranus, which was conveyed to an effective issue by her child Kronos. He injured his dad, and from the blood of the injury which fell upon the earth sprang a race of massive creatures called giants. Helped by his sibling Titans, Kronos prevailing with regards to disposing his dad, who, irritated at his annihilation, reviled his insubordinate child, and anticipated to him a comparable destiny. Kronos now moved towards receiving incomparable power, and allotted to his siblings workplaces of refinement, subordinate just to himself. Consequently, be that as it may, when secure of his position, he never again required their help. He compensated their previous administrations with unfairness, made war upon his siblings and loyal partners, helped by the giants, totally vanquished them, sending, for example, against his everything-overcoming arm, down to the least profundities of Tartarus. Kronos, Saturn. Kronos was the divine force of time in its feelings of interminable term. He wedded Rhea, daughter of Uranus and Gaia, an imperative heavenly nature to whom an uncommon section will be dedicated from this point forward. Their kids were 3 children: Hades, Pluto, Poseidon, Neptune, Zeus, Jupiter, and 3 girls: Hestia, Vesta, Demeter, Ceres, and Hera, Juno. Kronos, having an uneasy heart, was anxious about the possibility that his kids may one day ascend against his power, and in this manner check the forecast of his dad Uranus. Altogether, in this matter, to render the prediction incomprehensible of satisfaction, Kronos gulped every kid when born, extraordinarily to the distress and outrage of his significant other Rhea. When it came to Zeus, the 6th and last, Rhea made plans to attempt to spare this one tyke at any rate, to love and treasure, and spoke to her folks, Uranus and Gaia, for advice and help. By their recommendation, she wrapped a stone in child's garments, and Kronos, in energetic flurry, gulped it, without seeing the duplicity. The youngster, consequently spared, in the long run, as we should see, ousted his dad Kronos, wound up noticeably preeminent god in his stead, and was all around revered as a considerable national lord of the Greeks. On edge to safeguard the mystery of his reality from Kronos, Rhea sent the baby Zeus furtively to Crete, where he was sustained, secured, and instructed. A sacrosanct goat, called Amalthea, provided the place of his mom by giving him drain. Sprites, called Melissae, nourished him with nectar, and falcons and birds brought him nectar and ambrosia. He was kept covered in a claps the core of Mount Ida, and the Curites, or ministers of Rhea, by beating their shields together, kept up a constant commotion at the passage, which suffocated the cries of the kid and scared away all gate crashers. Under the vigilant care of the nymphs, the baby Zeus throve quickly, creating extraordinary physical forces, joined with extraordinary insight and knowledge. Developed to masculinity, he resolved to force his dad to re-establish his siblings and sisters to the light of day, and is said to have been aided in this troublesome undertaking by the goddess Metis, who shrewdly induced Kronos to deliver an elixir, which made him give back the youngsters he had gulped. and the stone which had forged Zeus was set at Delphi, where it was, for some time, showed as a sacrosanct relic. Cronos was so infuriated at being evaded that war between the father and child wound up plainly unavoidable. The opponent powers ran themselves on 2 separate high mountains in Thessaly. Zeus, with his siblings and sisters, stood on firm Mount Olympus, where he was joined by Oceanus and the others of the Titans, who had spurned Cronos because of his abuses. Cronos and his sibling Titans claimed Othyerus, and arranged for the fight to come. The battle was long and wild, and finally Zeus, finding that he was no closer to triumph than some time recently, bethought himself of the presence of the detained giants, and realizing that they would have the capacity to render him most effective help, he rushed to free them. He additionally called to his side the Cyclops, the children of Poseidon and Amphitrite, who had just a single eye, each amidst their temples, and were called Brontes, thunder, Steropes, lightning, and Paracmon, fire iron block. They speedily reacted to his summons for help, and carried with them gigantic thunderbolts, which the Hecatoncheires with their 100 hands heaved downward on the foe, in the meantime raising forceful tremors which gobbled up and demolished all who restricted them. Helped by these new and effective partners, Zeus now made an enraged attack on his adversaries. Thus gigantic was the experience, and all nature is said to have throbbed with this forceful exertion of the divine gods. The ocean rose mountains high, and its irate surges hissed and frothed. The earth shook to its establishments, the sky sent forward moving thunder, and a great many flashes of death-bringing lightning, while a blinding fog concealed Cronos and his partners. What's more, the fortunes of war started to turn, and triumph blessed Zeus. Cronos and his armed forces were totally toppled, his siblings dispatched to the melancholy profundities of the lower world, and Cronos himself was expelled from his kingdom, and denied forever of the incomparable power which now wound up plainly vested in his child Zeus. This war was known as Titanomachia, and it was graphically depicted by the great old writers. With the thrashing of Cronos, and his expulsion from the territories, his profession as a Greek godlikeness completely stops. However, being similar to every one of the divine beings, interminable, he should be still in presence. However, having never again impact or expert, his place being filled to a specific degree by his relative and successor, Zeus. Cronos is regularly portrayed as an old man, inclining towards a grass shearer, with 60 minutes glass in his grasp. The hourglass symbolizes quick, transient minutes as they succeed each other endlessly. The grass shearer is emblematical of time, which cuts down all before it. Saturn. The Romans, as their custom of distinguishing their gods with those of the Greek divine beings whose credits were like their own, announced Cronos to be indistinguishable with their old farming godliness Saturn. They trusted that after his annihilation in the Titanomachia and his expulsion from his territories by Zeus, he will bring shelter to Janus, ruler of Italy, who got the banished divinity with awesome benevolence, and even imparted his royal position to him. Their unified rule turned out to be so completely tranquil and glad, and was recognized by such continuous success, that it was known as the Golden Age. Saturn is normally portrayed as bearing a sickle in one hand and a wheat pile in the other. A sanctuary was raised to him at the foot of the Capitoline Hill. In this were kept general society treasury and the laws of the state. Rhea, Ops. Rhea, the spouse of Cronos and the mother of Zeus and the other awesome lords of Olympus, exemplified the earth, and was viewed as the great mother and continuous maker of all vegetation. She was likewise accepted to practice unbound influence over the creature creation. All the more particularly finished the lion, the honorable ruler of monsters. Rhea is for the most part portrayed as wearing a crown of turrets or towers, and situated on an honored position, with lions hunkering at her feet. She is here and there portrayed sitting in a chariot, drawn by lions. The foremost seat of her love, which was dependably of an extremely crazy character, was at Crete. All her celebrations which occurred around evening time, the most stunning music of woodwinds, cymbals, and drums reverberated.
while upbeat yells and cries, joined by moving and uproarious stamping of feet, filled the air. The godliness was brought into Crete by its first pioneers from Phrygia, in Asia Minor, in which nation she was worshipped under the name Cybele. The general population of Crete loved her as the Great Mother, more particularly in her implication as the sustainer of the vegetable world. Notwithstanding, seeing that step by step, as winter shows up, all her greatness vanishes, her blooms blur, and her trees end up plainly leafless, they gracefully communicated this procedure of nature under the figure of a lost love. She was said to have been delicately connected to an adolescent of astounding magnificence named Aetes, who, to her despondency and ire, demonstrated shifty to her. He was going to join himself to a fairy called Sagaris, when amidst the wedding feast, the anger of the exasperated goddess all of a sudden burst forward upon all present. A frenzy grabbed the collected visitors of Aetes, getting to be noticeably distressed, with brief franticness, fled to the mountains and annihilated himself. Cybele, moved with distress and lament, initiated a yearly grieving for his misfortune when her ministers, the Corybantes, with their typical uproarious backups, walked into the mountains to look for the lost youth. Having found him, they gave full vent to their joyful satisfaction by enjoying the most brutal signals, moving, yelling, and in the meantime, injuring and slashing themselves in an unpleasant way. Operations. In Rome, the Greek Rhea was related to Ops, the goddess of bounty, the spouse of Saturn, who had an assortment of sobriquets. She was called Magna Mater, Mater Deorum, Berecynthia Idea, and furthermore, Dindymene. The last title she gained from 3 high mountains of Phrygia, whence she was conveyed to Rome as Cybele amid the Second Punic War, BC 205, in submission to the directive contained in the Sibylline books. She was portrayed as a woman delegated with towers, situated in a chariot drawn by lions. The Gorgons. The Gorgons, Stheno, Euryale, and Medusa, were the 3 daughters of Phorcys and Ceto, and were the representation of those numbing and, so to speak, petrifying sensations which result from sudden and outrageous dread. They were terrible winged beasts, whose bodies were secured with scales, murmuring, wriggling snakes grouped round their heads rather than hair. Their hands were of metal, their teeth took after the tusks of a wild hog, and their entire angle was appalling to the point that they were said to have transformed into stone all who observed them. These repulsive sisters should stay in that remote and strange area in the far west, past the consecrated stream of Oceanus. The Gorgons were the hirelings of Hades, who made utilization of them to unnerve and overawe those shades destined to be kept in a steady condition of agitation as discipline for their offenses, while the Furies, on their part, scourged them with their whips and tormented them perpetually. The most celebrated of the 3 sisters was Medusa, who alone was mortal. She was, initially, a brilliant-haired and exceptionally excellent woman, who was a priestess of Athene, was committed to the existence of chastity. Be that as it may, being charmed by Poseidon, whom she worshipped in kind, she overlooked her pledges, and wound up plainly joined to him in marriage. For the offense, she was rebuffed by the goddess in a most repulsive way. Each wavy bolt of the delightful hair which had so enchanted her significant other was changed into a venomous wind. Her once delicate, cherished, rousing eyes now moved toward becoming red, enraged circles which energized dread and nauseate in the brain of the viewer, while her previous roseate tone and drain-white skin expected an accursed greenish tinge. Seeing herself in this way changed into so appalling a protest, Medusa fled from her home, never to return. Meandering about, loathed, feared, and evaded by all the world, she now formed into a character deserving of outward appearance. In her gloom, she fled to Africa, where she passed fretfully from place to put. Baby snakes dropped from her hair, and in this way, as for the conviction of the people of old, that nation turned into the hotbed of these venomous reptiles. With the scourge of Athene upon her, she transformed into stone whomsoever she looked at, till finally, after the existence of anonymous wretchedness, deliverance went to her in the state of death because of Perseus. It is well to watch that when the Gorgons are discussed in the particular, it is Medusa who is suggested. Medusa was the mother of Pegasus and Chrysaor. father of the three-headed winged Goliath Geryones, who was killed by Heracles. Graiae. The Graiae, who went about as hirelings to their sisters the Gorgons, were likewise 3 in number. Their names were Pifredo, Enyo, and Dino. In their unique organization they were simply representations of sympathetic and revered seniority, having all its considerate qualities without its normal illness. They were old and dark from their introduction to the world, thus they at any point remained. In later circumstances, be as it may, they came to be viewed as distorted females, decrepit and terribly appalling, having just a single eye, 1 tooth, and 1 dark wig between them, which they loaned to each other when one of them wished to show up before the world. At the point when Perseus entered upon his campaign to kill the Medusa, he repaired to the homestead of the Graiae. In the far west, he asked to rout to the Gorgons, and on their declining to give any data, he denied them their 1 eye, tooth, and wig, and did not re-establish them until the point when he got the fundamental headings.
The Heraclidae. After the apotheosis of Heracles, his children were so wantonly mistreated by Eurystheus that they fled for protection to Master Ceyx at Trachon, joined by the developed Iolaus, the nephew and dispensable partner of their father, who constituted himself their guide and protector. Nevertheless, on Eurystheus asking for the surrender of the criminals, the Heraclidae, understanding that the little power of the exchange of the ruler Ceyx would be totally deficient to guarantee them against the able master of Argos, surrendered his district and searched for protection at Athens, where they were cheerfully gotten by Master Demophon, the offspring of the monstrous holy person Theseus. He warmly maintained their inspiration and made plans to secure them regardless of what Eurystheus, who had dispatched a different power in journey for them. Right when the Athenians had made each and every imperative availability to spurn the trespassers, the prophet revealed that the sacrifice of a woman of respectable birth was vital to ensure them triumph, whereupon Macaria, the delightful young lady of Heracles and Deianira, liberally offered herself as a relinquish, and, enveloped by the noblest woman and women of Athens, obstinately devoted herself to death. While these events were unfurling at Athens, Hylas, the eldest offspring of Heracles and Deianira, had advanced with broad equipped power to the assistance of his kin, and, having sent a conveyance individual to the ruler, announced his arrival. Demophon, with his furnished power, joined forces. In the thick of the battle which came about, Iolaus, following a sudden drive, acquired the chariot of Hylas, and really asked Hercules and Hebe to restore to him, for this one day, simply, the life and nature of his youth. His appeal was heard. A thick cloud slid from heaven and hid the chariot, and when it vanished, Iolaus, in full abundance of manly vitality, stood revealed before the shocked look of the fighters. He, by then, drove on the valiant band of warriors, and soon the enemy was in quick flight, and Eurystheus, who was taken prisoner, was executed by the request of ruler Demophon. After fortunately perceiving the lucky guide of the Athenians, Hylas, joined by the trustworthy Iolaus and his kin, pulled back ruler of Demophon, and kept on assaulting the Peloponnesians, which they saw as their honest-to-goodness patrimony, for according to the will of Zeus, it should have been an honest-to-goodness responsibility for father, the extensive legend Hercules, had not Hera dangerously vanquished his outlines by causing his cousin Eurystheus to go before him into the world. For the space of a year, the Heraclidae made to keep up themselves in the Peloponnesians, yet at the end of that time a torment broke out, which spread over the entire projection, and compelled the Heraclidae to discharge the country and return to Attica, where for a period they settled. After the sneak past of 3 years, Hylas settled on making another push to get his paternal inheritance, before setting out on the undertaking. In any case, he guided the prophet Delphi, and the response was that he ought to sit tight for the 3rd natural item before the endeavor would exhibit productive. Making an interpretation of this flawed response to infer the 3rd summer, Hylas controlled his energy for quite a while. Having assembled a fit furnished power, he once more entered the Peloponnesians. At the Isthmus of Corinth, he was repudiated by Atreus, the offspring of Pelops, who at the death of Eurystheus had gained the kingdom, when a particular true objective to save Gore, Hylas offered to pick his cases by single fight, the conditions being that if he were triumphant, he and his kin would get undisputed responsibility for rights. However, in the occasion that squashed, the Heraclidae were to stop for quite a while from trying to press their claim. The test was recognized by Echemon, leader of Tegea, and Hylas lost his life in the experience, whereupon the offspring of Heracles, in beliefs of their understanding, left the Peloponnesus and surrendered to Marathon. Hylas was winning by his tyke Cleodaeus, who, at the slip of the named time, accumulated a broad outfitted power and assaulted the Peloponnesus. Be that as it may, he was not more productive than his father had been, and passed on there with each one of his forces. Following 20 years, his tyke, Aristomachus, directed a prophet, which promised him triumph if he go by technique for the degrade. The Heraclidae once more set out, yet were again vanquished, and Aristomachus shared the predetermination of his father and granddad, and fell on the field of battle. Exactly when, at the pass of 30 years, the offspring of Aristomachus, Temenus, Cresphontus, and Aristodemus, again guided the prophet, the suitable reaction was so far the same, yet this time the going with elucidation ran with the response. The third characteristic item implied the third time, to which they themselves had a place, and not the third result of the earth, and by the spoil was illustrated, not the Isthmus of Corinth, yet rather the straits on the benefit of the isthmus. Temenus lost no time in social event and outfitted power in building pontoons of war, yet comparably, as all was ready to the task of going to voyage, Aristodemus, the most energetic of his kin, was struck by lightning. To add to their difficulties, Hippolytes, a relative of Heracles, who had taken part in the endeavor, executed a soothsayer, whom he mistook for an administration agent, and the perfect creatures in their mistake sent awful tempests, by strategies for which the entire fleet was pulverized, while starved and torment crushed the places of the furnished power. The prophet, on being guided, admonished that Hippolytes, being the liable party, should be banished from the country for quite a while, and the summon of the troops should be designated to a man having 3 eyes. The request was immediately composed by the Heraclidae, for a man, offering a clarification to his depiction, who was discovered at last in the person of Oxylus, the relative of the Aetolian race of rulers. In consistence to the request of the prophet, Hippolytes was expelled, and equipped power and naval force once more arranged, and Oxylus picked president. Besides, now achievement at last assigned the undertakings of the tolerant relatives of the huge holy person, they gained responsibility for Peloponnesus, which was isolated among them by Alacate. Argus tumbled to Temenus, Lacedaemon to Aristodemus, and Messene to Cresphontus. The gratefulness for the organizations of their proficient pioneer, Oxylus, the kingdom of Els, was given upon him by the Heraclidae. The Hesperides. The Hesperides, the daughters of Atlas, stayed in an island in the far west, whence they determined their name. They were selected by Hera to go about as gatekeepers to a tree bearing brilliant apples, which had been displayed to her by Gaia on the event of her marriage with Zeus. It is said that the Hesperides, being not able to withstand the allurement and tasting the brilliant organic product trusted to their care, were denied of their office, which was from now on assigned to the repulsive winged serpent Ladon, who now turned into the ever-attentive sentinel of these valuable fortunes. The names of the Hesperides were Aegle, Arethusa, and Hesperia. Horae, seasons. Firmly united to the Graces were the Horae, or seasons, who were likewise portrayed as 3 delightful women, girls of Zeus and Themis. Their names were Eunomia, Dike, and Irene. It might seem odd that these gods managing the seasons ought to be yet 3 in number. However, this is the thoughts of the antiquated Greeks, who just perceived spring, summer, and harvest time as the seasons. Nature should be wrapped in death or sleep amid that somber and inefficient segment of the year which we call winter. In a few sections of Greece, there were yet 2 Horae, Thallo, the goddess of blossom, and Carpo, of the corn, and natural product-bearing season.
The Horae were constantly viewed as well-disposed towards humankind, and absolutely without trickiness or nuance. They are portrayed as cheerful yet delicate women, delegated with blossoms, and holding each other by the submit-around move. When they are delineated independently as representations of the distinctive seasons, the Hora representing spring seems weighed down with blossoms, and of summer bears a pile of corn, while the embodiment of pre-winter has her hands loaded with groups of grapes and different organic products. They additionally show up in the organization the Graces and the Prepare of Aphrodite, and are seen with Apollo and the Muses. They are indivisibly associated with all that is great and wonderful in nature, and as the normal shift of the seasons, similar to all her different operations, the absolute best request and consistency, the Horae being the girls of Themis, came to be viewed as the delegates of request, and the only organization of human undertakings in socialized groups. Each of these elegant women took upon herself a different capacity. Eunomia directed all, particularly the finished state of life. Dike monitored the interests of people, while Irene, the gayest and brightest of the three sisters, was the carefree buddy of Dionysus. The Horae were likewise the gods of the quick passing hours, and accordingly managed the littler, and also the bigger divisions of time. In this limit, they help each morning in burdening the heavenly steeds to the magnificent chariot of the sun, which they again help to unyoke when he sinks to rest. In their unique origination, they were exemplifications of the mists, and are depicted as opening and shutting the doors of paradise, and making products of the soil spring forward, when they pour downward on them their invigorating and nurturing streams. The Muses. Of all the Olympic gods, none involve a more recognized position than the Muses, the 9 delightful daughters of Zeus and Mnemosyne. In their unique implication, they managed simply finished music, tune, and move, yet with the advance of progress, expressions of the human experience and sciences asserted their extraordinary directing gods. And when we see these smooth manifestations in later circumstances, sharing among them different capacities, for example verse, space science, etc., the Muses were respected alike by mortals and immortals. In Olympus, where Apollo went about as their pioneer, no meal or merriment was viewed as entire without their satisfaction-moving nearness. And on earth, no party was praised without drinks being spilled out to them, nor was any assignment including scholarly exertion at any point embraced, without sincerely supplicating their help. They enriched their top picks with learning, intelligence, and comprehension. They presented to the speaker the endowment of expressiveness, enlivened the writer with his noblest considerations, and the performer with his sweetest harmonies. Like such a significant number of Greek gods, be that as it may, the refined origination of the Muses is to some degree damaged by the sources with which they rebuffed any exertion on the part of mortals to equal them in their heavenly powers. An occurrence of this is found in the account of Thamyris, a Thracian versifier, who dared to welcome them to a trial of ability in music. Having vanquished them, they harrowed him with visual deficiency as well as the energy of tune. Any case of the way in which the divine beings rebuffed assumptions and vanity is found in the account of the girls of King Pyrrhus. Blessed with the flawlessness to which they had acquired their aptitude in music, they attempted to challenge the Muses themselves in the workmanship over which they uncommonly directed. The challenge occurred on Mount Helicon, and it is said that when the mortal women initiated their melody, the sky ended up plainly dim and dim, while when the Muses raised their sublime voices, all nature appeared to celebrate, and Mount Helicon itself moved with jubilee. The Pyrrhides were signally crushed, and were changed by the Muses into singing fowl, as a discipline for having set out to challenge correlation with the immortals. Determined by the above illustration, the Sirens additionally participated into a comparative challenge. The tunes of the Muses were steadfast and genuine, while those of the Sirens were false and tricky strains, with which such a significant number of lamentable sailors had been attracted to their demise. The Sirens were vanquished by the Muses, and as a sign of embarrassment, were denied of the quills with which their bodies were embellished. The most seasoned seat of love of the Muses was Pyrrha in Thrace, where they should have first observed the light of day. Pyrrha is a locale on one of the inclining inclines of Mount Olympus, whence various rivulets, as they stream towards the fields underneath, deliver those sweet mitigating sounds, which may perhaps have proposed this spot as a fitting home for the managing gods of melody. They harped on the summits of Mount Helicon, Parnassus, and Pindus, they wanted to frequent springs and well springs which spouted forward in the midst of these rough heights, which were all sacrosanct to them to the lovely motivation. Aganape and Hippocrene on Mount Helicon and the Castalian spring of Mount Parnassus were holy to the Muses. The last streamed between two elevated shakes over the city of Delphi, and in old circumstances its waters were brought into a square stone bowl, where they were held for the utilization of Pythia and the clerics of Apollo. The drinks to these gods comprised of water, drain, and nectar, yet never of wine. Their names and capacities are the following. Calliope, the most regarded of the Muses, directed brave tune and epic verse, and is portrayed as with a pencil in her grasp and a slate upon her knee. Clio, the dream of history, grasps a move of material and wears a wreath of tree. Melpomene, the dream of tragedy, bears a terrible cover. Thalia, the dream of comedy, conveys in her correct hand a shepherd's hoodlum, and has a comic veil adjacent to her. Polyhymnia, the dream of the sacred hymns, is delegated with a wreath of shrub. She is constantly portrayed as in a mindful mentality, and altogether concealed in rich folds of drapery. Terpsichore, the dream of dance and roundelay, is portrayed as in the demonstration of playing a seven-stringed lyre. Urania, the dream of astronomy, stands erect, and bears in her left hand a heavenly globe. Euterpe, the dream of harmony, is portrayed as bearing a melodic instrument, typically a woodwind. Erato, the dream of love and hymnal melodies, wears a wreath of shrub and is striking the harmonies of a lyre. As to the root of the Muses, it is said that they were made by Zeus in reply to a demand with respect to the successful gods, after the war with the Titans, that some exceptional gods ought to be called into reality, keeping in mind the end goal to recognize in melody the radiant deeds of the Olympian divine beings. The Nymphs. The effortless creatures called the Nymphs were directing gods of the forested areas, grottos, streams, and glades. These gods should be delightful women of pixie-like frame, and robed in pretty much shadowy pieces of clothing. They were held in the best worship. However, being minor gods, they had no sanctuaries dedicated to them, yet were revered in hollows or grottos with drinks of drain, nectar, and oil. They might be isolated into three particular classes, viz. Water, mountain, and tree or wood sprites. Water nymphs. Oceanids, Nereids, and Naiads. The love of water gods is normal to most primitive countries. The streams, springs, and well springs of a nation bear a similar connection to it, which the blood, coursing through the innumerable veins of an individual, bears to the body. Both speak to the living, moving, life-arousing component, without which presence would be unimaginable. Thus we find among most countries a profound sentiment connection to the streams and waters of their local land, the recognition of which, when truant in outside climes, is constantly prized with particular affection. Along these lines, among the early Greeks, every clan came to respect the waterway and springs of its individual state as advantageous forces, which conveyed gift and thriving to the nation. It is plausible, additionally, that the appeal which ever goes to the sound of running water practiced its control over the creative energy. They heard with a muse the delicate whisper of the wellspring, quieting the faculties with its low, undulating tones, the delicate purling of the stream as it surges over the stones, or the strong voice of the waterfall as it dashes on its quick course, the creatures which they envisioned to themselves as directing all these beguiling sights and hints of nature, related in their elegant appearance with the scenes to which they were related. Oceanids. The Oceanids, or ocean nymphs, were the daughters of Oceanus and Tethys, and, as most ocean gods, were enriched with the endowment of prediction. They are representations of those sensitive vapor-like exhalations which in warm atmosphere are radiated from the surface of the ocean, all the more particularly at nightfall, and are incited by the night breeze. They are appropriately portrayed as foggy, shadowy creatures, with effortless influencing shapes, and robed in light blue cloth-like textures. The Nereides. The Nereides were the girls of Nereus and Doris, and were sprites of the Mediterranean Sea. They are comparative in appearance to the Oceanids, yet their magnificence is of a less shadowy request, and is more similar to that of mortals. They wear a streaming light green robe, their fluid eyes look like their reasonable profundities, and clear waters of the ocean they occupy. Their hair drifts heedlessly finished their shoulders, and expect the greenish tint of the water itself, which, a long way from weakening from their magnificence, significantly adds to its impact. The Nereides either go with the chariot of the forceful leader of the oceans, or follow in his prepare. We are told by the artists that the desolate sailor watches the Nereides with quiet amazement and pondering joy as they ascend from their cavern royal residences in the profound, and move in euphoric gatherings over the dozing waves. A few, with arms weaved, take after their developments tunes which appear to drift over the ocean, while others dissipate fluid pearls around, these being emblematical of the bright light, so regularly sought during the evening by the explorer in southern waters. The best known about the Nereides were Thetis, the wife of Peleus, Amphitrite, the life partner of Poseidon, and Galatea, the darling of Acchis. The Naiads. The Naiads were the fairies of crisp water springs, lakes, streams, and waterways. As the trees, plants, and blooms owed their support to their amiable, cultivating care, these gods were regarded by the Greeks as extraordinary promoters of humankind. Like every one of the sprites, they had endowment of prescience, for which reason a significant number of springs and well-springs over which they managed were accepted to motivate mortals who drank their waters with the energy of predicting future occasions. The Naiads were personally associated in thought with those of blossoms who were shouted towards them. Nymphae, or water lilies, whose wide and green leaves and yellow pans glide across the surface of the water, just as gladly aware of their own effortlessness and magnificence. We regularly know about the Naiads shaping organizations together with mortals, and furthermore, of their being charmed by the sylvan gods of the forested areas and dales. Dryads, or tree nymphs. The tree nymphs shared the recognizing qualities of the specific tree to whose life they were married. They were known by the name of the Dryads. The Hamadryads, or the oak sprites, to in their particular singularity the peaceful, confident power which seems to have a place basically in the stupendous and noble ruler of the timberland. The birch nymph is a despairing woman with gliding hair, taking after the branches of the pale and delicate-looking tree she possesses. The beech nymph is solid and durable, brimming with life and bliss, and seems to give guarantee to steadfast love and undisturbed rest, while her blushing cheeks, profound dark-colored eyes, and elegant shape bespeak well-being, force, and essentialness. The fairy of the linden tree is portrayed as a demure woman, whose short, silver-dim dress achieves a little underneath the knee, and shows to advantage her gently shaped appendages. The sweet face, which is mostly turned away, uncovers a couple of extensive blue eyes, which seem to take a gander at you with pondering amazement and modest doubt. Her pale, brilliant hair is bound by the faintest dash of rose-hued strip. The tree fairy, being married to the life of the tree she has occupied, stopped living when it was so damaged as to shrivel away with amazement. Nymphs of the valleys and mountains. Nepiae and Oreades. The Nepiae were the kind of delicate fairies of the valleys and glens who show up to prepare for Artemis. They are portrayed as dazzling women with short tunics which, achieving just to the knee, don't block their quick and elegant developments to the activity of the pursuit. Their pale, dark-colored tresses are secured in a tangle at the back of the head, whence a couple of stray twists escape over their shoulders. The Nepiae are bashful as the grovels and very frolicsome. The Oreades, or mountain fairies, who are foremost the steady sidekicks of Artemis, are tall, agile women, attired as huntresses. They are vigorous devotees of the hunt, an extra delicate deer, not the tentative rabbit, nor to be any such creature they meet with their fast course. Wherever their wild chase goes, the timid Nepiae are portrayed as holding up behind the leaves. With their top picks, the grovels stoop tremblingly close to them, gazing upward beseechingly for security from the wild huntresses. Even the strong satyrs dash away from their approach, and look for well-being in flight. There is a myth associated with one of these mountain fairies, the heartbreaking Echo. She wound up plainly fascinated of an excellent youth named Narcissus, child of the stream god Cephissus, who, nonetheless, neglected to restore her adoration, which so lamented her that she slowly pined away, turning into a minor shadow of her previous self, till, finally, nothing stayed of her aside from her voice, which consequently gave back, with unerring constancy. Each stable was articulated in the slopes and dales. Narcissus himself also met with a troubled destiny, for Aphrodite rebuffed him by making him begin to look all starry-eyed at his own picture, which he viewed in a neighboring wellspring, whereupon, overwhelmed by lonely love, he squandered away, and was changed into the bloom which bears his name. The Lemoniads, or knoll sprites, take after the Naiads, and are generally portrayed as moving as an inseparable unit around. The Hyads, who in appearance are to some degree like the Oceanids, are overcast gods, and from reality of their being perpetually joined by rain, are portrayed as unremittedly sobbing. The Meliads were the fairies who directed natural product trees. Before finishing up this subject, consideration ought to be given to the way that, in more present-day times, this delightful thought of invigorating all nature in detail returns under the different nearby conventions surviving in various nations. Hence do the Oceanids and the Nereides live again in the mermaids, whose presence is still had confidence in by sailors, while the blossom and knoll sprites accept the state of those minor mythical beings and pixies, who were once in the past accepted to hold their midnight delights in each wood and on each standard. For sure, even at the present day, the Irish lower class, particularly in the West, immovably have faith in the presence of the pixies, or great entities, as they are called.
Return of the Greeks from Troy. In the midst of the sacking of the city of Troy, the Greeks, in the hour of triumph, submitted numerous shows of defilement and viciousness, which called descending on them the fury of the divine beings, for which reason their toward-home voyage was attacked with complex dangers and disasters, and numerous passed on already, they accomplished their neighborhood arrive. Nestor, Diomedes, Philoctetes, and Neoptolemus were among the people who arrived safely in Greece after a prosperous voyage. The vessel which passed on Menelaus and Helen was driven by savage tempests to the shore of Egypt, and just after various circumstances of exhausted wanderings and changes did they win concerning accomplishing their home at Sparta. Ajax the Lesser, having disturbed Pallas Athene by raiding her asylum the night of the pulverization of Troy, was destroyed off Cape Caphareus. He succeeded, in any case, in adhering to a stone, and his life may have been spared, however, for his hostile boast, that he required not help of the awesome creatures. No sooner had he enunciated the hostile words than Poseidon, maddened at his dauntlessness, split with his trident the stone to which the holy person was staying, and the terrible Ajax was overwhelmed by the waves. Fate of Agamemnon. The home voyage of Agamemnon was acceptably uneventful and prosperous, yet on his arrival in Mycenae, occurrence and destroy foreseen him. His better half, Clytemnestra, in correct retaliation for the relinquish of her valued young lady Iphigenia, had formed a riddle association in the midst of his non-appearance with Aegisthus, the offspring of Thyestes, and on the landing of Agamemnon they both devised to compass his destruction. Clytemnestra imagined the best fulfillment on watching her loved one, and in spite of the basic notification of Cassandra, who was as of now a prisoner in his setup, got her protestations of fellowship with the most placing stock and assurance. In her particularly acknowledged apprehension for the comfort of the exhausted wayfarer, she orchestrated a hot shower for his refreshment, and at a given banner from the dangerous ruler Aegisthus, who was covered up in an adjoining chamber, surged upon the unprotected holy person and slew him. In the midst of the butcher of the retainers of Agamemnon which took after, his young lady Electra, with phenomenal sound judgment, envisioned to save her young kin Orestes. He fled for asylum to his uncle Strophius, leader of Phocis, who showed him with his own particular kid Pylades, and an intense brotherhood hopped up between the youngsters, which, from its unfaltering quality and disinterestedness, has ended up being incredibly famous. As Orestes grew up to manliness, his one exceptional, all-immersing need was to strike back for the death of his father. Joined by his undaunted sidekick Pylades, he repaired in Vale to Mycenae, where Aegisthus and Clytemnestra managed conjointly completed the kingdom of Argos. Remembering the true objective, to debilitate the question, he had taken no chances to dispatch a messenger to Clytemnestra, showing to be sent by ruler Strophilus, to answer to her the death of her tyke Orestes through a mishap in the midst of the chariot race at Delphi. Connected at Mycenae, he found his sister Electra so overwhelmed with torment at the news of her kin's downfall, that to her he revealed his character. When he got warning from her lips how mercilessly she had been managed by her mother, and how brightly the news of his destruction had been gotten, since quite a while ago curbed excitement completely overpowered him, and dashing into the proximity of the master and ruler, he at first pierced Clytemnestra to the heart, and a brief time frame later at her risk associate. Regardless, the wrongdoing and slaughtering of his own particular mother was not since a long time back unavenged by the awesome creatures. Hardly was a lethal exhibit submitted when the Furies showed up and perpetually looked after the appalling Orestes wherever he went. In this abandoned circumstance, he searched for shield in the haven of Delphi, where he truly besought Apollo to release him from his heartless tormentors. The god taught him, in reparation of his wrongdoing, to repair to Taurica Ceranessus, and pass on the statue of Artemis from immediately to the kingdom of Attica. An undertaking stacked with over-the-top peril, we have quite recently found in the past part how Orestes made tracks in the opposite direction from the fate which occurred for all untouchables who touched base with the Taurian float, and how, with the guide of his sister Iphigenia, the priestess of the asylum, he, winning concerning passing on the statue of the goddess to his nearby country. Regardless, the Furies did not successfully surrender their prey, and just by techniques, for the mediation of the fair and proficient goddess Pallas Athene, was Orestes finally liberated from their abuse. His honest-to-goodness sentiments about quietness being at long last restored, Orestes expected the governing body of the kingdom of Argos, and wound up recognizably joined to the great Hermione, young lady of Helen and Menelaus. On his faithful partner Pylades, he offered the hand of his sweetheart sister, the immense and dependable Electra. Toward home voyage of Odysseus. With his 12 vessels stacked down with enormous fortunes got in the midst of the sacking of Troy, Odysseus set sail with a light heart for his harsh island home of Ithaca. At last, the gathering time had arrived which for 10 long years the holy person had so fretfully expected, and he minimal imagined that 10 more should go before he would be permitted by the fates to attach his heart to his loved life partner and child. In the midst of his toward-home voyage, his little task force was driven by stress of atmosphere to a land whose inhabitants subsisted through and through on a curious plant called the lotus, which was sweet as nectar to the taste, yet had the effect of causing utter vacancy of home and country, and of making an intense longing to remain forever in the place that is known for the lotus-eaters. Odysseus and his pals were obligingly gotten by the occupants, who engaged them energetically with their inquisitive and greatly top-notch sustenance, ensuing to sharing of which, regardless, the friends of the holy person declined to leave the country, and it was simply by sheer power that at last winning concerning taking them back to their vessels. Polyphemus. Proceeding with their excursion, they next met up at the country of the Cyclops, a race of beasts earth-shattering for having only a solitary eye, which was set at the point of convergence of their temples. Here Odysseus, for love of big business vanquished more sensible considerations, left his fleet safely moored in the bay of a neighboring island, and with 12 selected, set to explore the country. Near the shore, they found a gigantic give-in, into which they strikingly entered. Within, they saw shockingly huge stores of cheddar and magnificent containers of deplete stretched out round the dividers. Consequent to sharing uninhibitedly of these game plans, his companions endeavored to instigate Odysseus to return to the ship, yet the legend, being intrigued to influence the partner of the proprietor of this excellent staying to put them to remain and suspect his pleasure. Towards night the wild beast appeared, bearing a gigantic store of wood upon his shoulders, and driving before him an immense keep-running of sheep. This was Polyphemus, the offspring of Poseidon, the proprietor of the clasp. After all his sheep had entered, the Goliath moved before the entry to give an immense shake, which the merged nature of 100 men would have been weak to move. Having filled a fire of extraordinary logs of pine wood, he would set up his supper, when the flares revealed to him, in the side of his characteristic empty, its new inhabitants, who now drew closer and instructed him that they were destroyed mariners and ensured his neighborliness for Zeus. Regardless, the savage animal railed against the significant pioneer of Olympus, for the ignoble Cyclops knew no fear of the perfect creatures, and barely vouchsafed a response to the demand of the legend. To the dissatisfaction of Odysseus, the beast seized 2 of his sidekicks, and in the wake of dashing them to the ground, ate up their outstanding parts, washing them down the horrifying dinner with enormous draughts of deplete. He, by then, expanded his gigantic members on the ground, and soon fell dozing soundly close by the fire. Thinking the open entryway an awesome one to free himself and his mates of their shocking foe, Odysseus drew his sword, and creeping stealthily forward, would execute the Goliath when he came out of the blue, remembered that the whole of the clasp was determinately closed by the huge shake, which rendered take-off extraordinary. He therefore deliberately set out to hold up until the following day, and set his psyches to the work in the interim to devise an arrangement by which he and his sidekicks may make their escape. Right when, in front of Calendar next morning, the Goliath emerged, 2 more appalling partners of the legend were seized by him and ate up, after which Polyphemus, serene, drove out his surge, taking thought to secure the path of the give in as some time as of late. One night from now the mammoth gobbled up 2 more noteworthy measure of his losses, and when he had finished his nefarious supper, Odysseus wandered forward and gave him a sweeping measure of wine, which he had conveyed with him from his ship in the goat's skin. Enchanted with the tasty drink, the beast solicited the name from the supplier. Odysseus addressed that his name was Noman, whereupon Polyphemus altruistically revealed that he would show his increase by eating him the last. The animal, totally overcome with the able old liquor, soon fell into a mind-boggling rest, and Odysseus lost no time in putting his plans into execution. He had cut in the midst of the day a far-reaching bit of the mammoth's own olive staff, which he now warmed in the fire, and, upheld by his sidekicks, pushed it into the eye-wad of Polyphemus, and along these lines basically blinded him. The Goliath effected the surrender to resound with his cries of misery and fury, his cries being heard by his kin Cyclops, who lived in openings not far expelled from his own. They soon came trooping over the slants from all sides, and struck the door of the give-in with ask for concerning the explanation behind the cries and groans. However, as his select answer may have been, "No man has hurt me," they contemplated that he had been playing them a trap, and along these lines surrendered him to his fate. The blinded mammoth now got vainly round his crumple any desires of laying hands on some of his tormentors. However, wearied at long last of these inconsequential endeavors, he moved away the stone which closed the hole, trusting that his losses would surge out with the sheep, when it would be a straightforward issue to get them. In any case, in the meantime, Odysseus had not been sit without moving, and the subtlety of the legend was at present brought into play, and showed more than a match for the mammoth's quality. The sheep were tremendous, and Odysseus, with gatherings of willow taken from the bed of Polyphemus, had acutely associated them together, 3, one next to the other, and under each one had secured one of his mates. In the wake of obliging the security of his pals, Odysseus himself picked the finest pummel of the surge, and by adhering to the wool of the animal made his escape. As the sheep leave the give-in, the Goliath felt exactly among them for his losses. However, not finding them on the backs of the animals, he let them pass, and along these lines they all escaped. They now rushed on board their vessel, and Odysseus, thinking himself at a secured petition, hollered out his certifiable name, and mockingly opposed the mammoth. Whereupon Polyphemus got a Goliath shake, and, following the course of his voice, flung it towards the ship, which scarcely escaped annihilation. He, by then, called upon his father Poseidon to strike back for him, begging him to scold Odysseus with a long and tedious voyage, to obliterate each one of his vessels and each one of his amigos, and to make his landing as late, as hopeless, and as desolate as could be permitted. Additionally, adventures. In the wake of cruising about completed darkened seas for a long time, the holy person and his supporters cast hook at the island of Olus, leader of the winds, who welcomed them genuinely and indulgently connected with them for a whole month. When they pulled back, he gave Odysseus the skin of a bull, into which he had put all the contrary breezes to defend them a secured and fast voyage, and a short time later, having prompted him for reasons unknown to open it, caused the fragile Zephyrus to blow so he may skim them toward the shores of Greece. The evening of the 10th day after their departure, they met up in sight of the watch-flares of Ithaca. Nevertheless, here, unfortunately, Odysseus, being completely wearied out, fallen asleep, and his colleagues, thinking Aulus had given him a fortune dealt with, which he so mindfully observed, snatched the shot of opening, whereupon all the ominous breezes surged out and drove them back to the Aulian island. This time, in any case, Aulus did not welcome them as some time as of late, but instead ousted them with serious rebuffs and upbraidings for their lack of regard of his mandates.
Following a 6 days' voyage, they at last found land. Watching what had every one of the reserves of being the smoke from a broad town, Odysseus dispatched a delivery person, joined by 2 of his associates, remembering the ultimate objective to get game plans. When they met up in the city, they found to their stun that they had set foot where there is Laistrygones, a race of savage and enormous brutes spoke to by their master Antiphates. The tragic emissary was seized and butchered by the ruler. However, his 2 companions, who took flight winning with respect to accomplishing their ship in prosperity, and frantically implored their supervisor to put to sea quickly. Nevertheless, Antiphates and his related Goliaths looked after the lawbreakers to the seashore, where they now appeared in far-reaching numbers. They seized tremendous rocks, which they hurled upon the task force, sinking 11 of the watercrafts with all hands on board. The vessel, under the speedy charge of Odysseus, being the uncommon case which escaped annihilation. In this ship, with his couple of exceptional enthusiasts, Odysseus now set sail, yet was driven by antagonistic breezes to an island called Aea. Circe. The holy person and his pals were in sore need of plans. In the meantime, forewarned by past disasters, Odysseus settled that solitary, a particular number of the ship's group should be dispatched to watch the country, and on packages being drawn by Odysseus to Eurylochus, it tumbled to the offer of the last to fill the working environment of executive to the little band decided consequently. They soon went to a magnificent marble imperial habitation, which was masterminded in a flabbergasting and rich valley. Here dwelt a delightful alchemist called Circe, young lady of the sun god and the sea sprite Perse, the path to her home observed by wolves and lions who, regardless to the impressive shock of the untouchables, were reasonable and harmless as sheep. These were, really, individuals who, by the detestable artworks of the sorceress, had been in this way changed. From inside they heard the spell-binding voice of the goddess, who was singing a sweet tune as she sat at her work weaving a web, for instance, immortals alone could convey. She generously invited them to enter, and all extra the sensible and cautious Eurylochus recognized the welcome. As they trod the wide and large entryways of the tessellated marble objects of wealth, the greatness met their view on all sides. The sensitive and rich love situates on which she bade them arranged were studded with silver, and the supper which she obliged for their refreshment was served in vessels of unadulterated gold. Regardless, while her dumbfounded guests were spurning themselves to the joys of the table, the fiendish performer was subtly working their pulverize, for the wine compartment which was acquainted with them was sedated with a solid draught. Ensuing to sharing of which the sorceress touched them with her charm wand, they were, in a flash, changed into swine. Still, in any case, holding their human identities. Right when Odysseus got warning from Eurylochus of the horrendous fate which had happened to his mates, he set out. Playing little regard to singular hazard, set out to try to shield them. On his way to the mansion of the sorceress, he met a sensible youth bearing a wand of gold, who revealed himself to him as Hermes, the wonderful conveyance individual of the perfect creatures. He gently reproached the legend for his nerve in setting out to enter the residence Circe without provided cure against her spells, and gave him a difficult-to-miss herb called moly, promising him that it would kill the underhanded fortes of the fell magician. Hermes forewarned Odysseus that Circe would offer him a draught of cured wine with the objective of transforming him as she had done his sidekicks. He bade him to drink the wine, the effect of which would be completely discredited by the herb which he had given him, and after that surge strikingly at the sorceress as though he would end her life, whereupon her control over him would stop. She would see her ruler, and give him whatever he may need. Circe got the holy person with the tastefulness and enthusiasm at her summon, and gave him a draught of wine in a splendid flask. This he instantly recognized, trusting to the sufficiency of the neutralizing agent. By then, in obedience to the request of Hermes, he drew his sword from its sheath and surged upon the sorceress similarly as he would slaughter her. Right when Circe found that her fell purpose behind existing was suddenly baffled, and that of a mortal had embarked to ambush her, she understood that it must be the monster Odysseus who stayed before her, whose visit to her estate had been visualized to her by Hermes. At his business, she restored to the companions their human shape, promising while in the future the holy person and his sidekicks should be free from her charms. However, all notification and past experience were ignored by Odysseus, when Circe began to hone upon him her interests and blandishments. At her request, his partners took up their home on the island, and he himself transformed into the guest and slave of the magician for a whole year, and it was exactly at the true direction of his allies that he was last induced to free himself from her works. Circe had ended up being so associated with the courageous legend that it cost her a marvelous push to part with him, yet having guaranteed not to rehearse her charm spells against him, she was feeble to limit him further. The goddess now forewarned him that his future would be tormented with various risks, and summoned him to direct the outwardly disabled old seer, Tiresias, to the area of Hades, concerning his future fate. She by then stacked his ship with courses of action for the voyage, and reluctantly bade him farewell. The Realm of Shades. Though to some degree dismayed at the possibility of looking for the unusual and desolate domains occupied by the spirits of the dead, Odysseus, by and by, complied with the charge of the goddess, who gave him full headings concerning his course, and furthermore, certain directives, which it was critical that he should do with strict, tender, loving care. He has necessities to set sail with his accomplices for the dull and hopeless place where there is Cimmerians, which lay at the furthermost end of the world, past the enormous stream Oceanus. Upheld by sensitive breezes, they soon accomplished their objective in the far west. On getting in contact at the spot showed by Circe with the turbid waters of the conduits Acheron and Cocytus mixed at the entry to the lower world, Odysseus landed, unattended by his partners. Having tunneled a trench to get the blood of the compensations, he now offered a dim hammer and yew to the powers of dimness, whereupon the shades climbed from the yawning delta, gathering round him, on edge to drink the blood of the relinquish, which would restore to them for a period their mental vitality. In any case, mindful of the request of Circe, Odysseus showed his sword, and persevered none to approach until the point that Tiresias had appeared. The impressive prophet now came progressively forward, slanting toward his splendid staff, and in the wake of drinking of the relinquish, kept on allowing Odysseus the covered riddles of his future fate. Tiresias, moreover, forewarned him of the different perils which would attack him in the midst of his toward-home voyage, and additionally on his landing to Ithaca, and a while later showed him how to keep up a key separation from them. Meanwhile, amounts of various shades had gulped the sense-exciting draught of the relinquish, among whom Odysseus saw to his terrify his delicately worshipped mother, Anticlea. From her, he found that she had kicked the pail of bitterness at her kid's expanded non-appearance, and that his developed father, Laertes, was wearing his life away, worthless and eager longings for his landing. He furthermore spoke with bound Agamemnon, Patroclus, and Achilles. The last bemoaned his shadowy and incredible nearness, and sadly ensured his pal in arms that to some degree would he be the poorest day specialist on earth than govern as leader over the area of shades. Ajax alone, who still struggled with his wrongs, held isolates, declining to chat with Odysseus, and grimly surrendered when the legend watched out for him. Be that as it may, at last such a noteworthy number of shades came swarming round him the bravery of Odysseus failed him, and he fled in fear back to his ship. Having rejoined his mates, they once more put to sea, and proceeded to their back-home voyage. The Sirens. After some days' sail, their course drove them past the island of the Sirens. By and by, Circe had warned Odysseus by no means to tune into the enticing tunes of these deceptive sprites, for all who offered ear to their charming strains felt an unconquerable need to hop over the edge and oblige them, when they either passed on at their hands or were submerged by the waves. Altogether that his group should not hear the tune of the Sirens, Odysseus had filled their ears with broke-up wax. However, the legend himself, so past a sensible uncertainty, esteemed venture that he couldn't evade the allurement of beating his new risk. By his own specific need, in this way, he was lashed to the shaft, and his associates had strict demands by no means to release him until the point when the moment they were outside of anybody's capacity to see of the island, paying little mind to how he may importune them to set him free. As they neared the deadly shore, they watched the Sirens arranged one by the other on the verdant slopes of their island, and as their sweet and engaging strains fell upon his ear, the holy person ended up being so seriously affected by them that, occupied of all hazard, he beseeched his companions to release him. Yet the sailors,
deferential to their solicitations, declined to unbind him until the point that the moment the spellbound island had vanished from sea. The risk past, the legend fortunately perceived the strength of his followers, which had been the strategies for saving his life. The island of Helios. They now advanced toward the horrendous hazards of Scylla and Charybdis, between which Circe had needed them to pass. As Odysseus coordinated the vessel underneath the gigantic shake, Scylla swooped down and seized 6 of his gathering from the deck, and the cries of her sad setback long rang in his ears. At last they accomplished the island of Trinacria, Sicily, whereon the sun god encouraged his surges and group, and Odysseus, inferring the notice of Tiresias to avoid this consecrated island, would fain have coordinated the vessel past and left the country unexplored. In any case, his gathering wound up detectably mutinous and requested landing. Odysseus was in this way obliged to yield. However, prior empowering them to set foot on the shore, he impacted them to take a guarantee not to touch the heavenly hordes of Helios, and to be set up to journey again on the following morning. It happened, shockingly, regardless, that stress of atmosphere compelled them to remain a whole month at Trinacria, and the store of wine and sustenance given to them by Circe at isolating being completely drained. They were obliged to subsist on what fish and flying animals the island oversaw. As regularly as conceivable, there was not satisfactory to satisfy their longing, and one night, when Odysseus, depleted with uneasiness and exhaustion, had fallen asleep, Eurylochus persuaded the eager men to break their promises and execute a part of the hollowed bulls. Awful was the shock of Helios, who caused the stows away of the butchered animals to slither and the joints on the splits to cry like living dairy cows, and crippled that, unless Zeus repelled the heathen group, he would pull back his light from the sky and shimmer just in Hades. Nervous to conciliate the goaded god, Zeus promised him that his inspiration should be vindicated, at whatever point, thusly, ensuing to eating up for 7 days. Odysseus and his partners again set sail. The pioneer of Olympus influenced a stunning storm to outperform them, in the midst of which the ship was hit with lightning and turned out seriously. With or without the gathering were choked from Odysseus, who, adhering to a shaft, floated about the tremendous sea for 9 days, when, after again escaping being sucked in by the whirlpool of Charybdis, he tossed shorewards to the island of Ogygia. Calypso. Ogygia was an island secured with thick timberlands, where, in the midst of a woods of cypress and poplar, stood the bewildering whole imperial home of the sprite, Calypso, young lady of the Titan Atlas. The section to the cave was bound with a verdant trellis-work of vine branches, from which depended gatherings of purple and splendid grapes. The plashing of well springs gave a top-notch feeling of coolness to the air, which was stacked with tunes of flying animals, and the ground was secured with violets and greeneries. Calypso genuinely regarded the spurned and destroyed legend, and amicably served his needs. Over the traverse of time, she ended up being so remarkably attached to him that she offered him everlasting status and perpetual youth, if he would consent to remain with her forever. Nevertheless, the center of Odysseus turned yearningly towards his esteemed companion Penelope and his young tyke. He therefore dismissed the guide, and genuinely importuned the awesome creatures to enable him to come back to his home. However, the scourge of Poseidon still took after the disastrous legend. For 7 long years he was restricted to the island by Calypso, agonizingly without needing to. At last, Pallas Athene intervened with her intense father for his advantage, and Zeus, regarding her request, forthwith dispatched the task force-footed Hermes to Calypso, summoning her to enable Odysseus to pull back to outfit him with techniques for transport. The goddess, however, unwilling to part with her guest, tested not to disregard the charges of the intense Zeus. She, in this way, prepared the legend how to build up a barge, for which she herself wove the sails. Odysseus now bade her farewell, and alone and unaided, set out on the slight little fort of his nearby land. Nausicaa. For 17 days Odysseus envisioned to pilot the barge skillfully through each one of the dangers of the significant, planning his course according to the orientation of Calypso, and guided by the stars of heaven. On the 18th day, he joyfully hailed the blocked-off diagram of the Phaeacian float, and began to look forward in a perfect world to brief rest and safe house. In any case, Poseidon, still irritated with the legend who had blinded and insulted his tyke, influenced a horrible tempest to develop. in the midst of which the boat was overpowered by the waves, and Odysseus just saved himself by adhering for revealed life to a touch of the hazardous situation. For 2 days and night times he skimmed about, glided here and thither by the perturbed surges, till at last, after a various and nearby shave of his life, the sea-goddess Leucothea went to his guide, and he was tossed shorewards on the banks of Scheria, the island of the excessive Phaeaces. Depleted with the hardships and dangers he had experienced, he slithered into a greenery for security, and laying on a bed of dried leaves, soon fell dozing soundly. Took a chance with that Nausicaa, the incredible young lady of Master Alcinous, and his ruler Arete, had come down to the shore, joined by her woman, to wash the material which will undoubtedly shape some segment of her marriage partition. When they had finished their task, they showered and sat down to a repast, after which they occupied themselves with singing and playing at ball. Their happy shouts at long last emerged Odysseus, who, climbing from his hiding-spot out of the blue injury up in the midst of the bright assembling. Startled at his wild perspective, the experts of Nausicaa fled in fear. However, the princess, feeling frustrated about the pitiful condition of the otter, kept an eye on him with kind and astute words, in the wake of warning from him the record of his disaster area and the shocking hardships he had encountered. Nausicaa returned to her prose, censured them for their need of thoughtfulness, and bade them supply the vagabond with food, drink, and a fitting article of clothing. Odysseus by then left the women to proceed with their diversions, while he showered and dressed himself with bits of garments with which they had furnished him. Athene now appeared to the holy person, and provided him with a coordinating and stupendous stature, and with more than mortal radiance. When he restored the energetic princess was hit with regard, and requested the holy person to visit the regal home of her father. She by then needed her orderlies to trouble the jackasses to the wagons and prepare to return home. Odysseus was earnestly gotten by the master and the ruler, who drew in him with splendid kind disposition, and as a result of their consideration, the legend related to them the chronicled setting of his long and energizing voyage, and the various exceptional encounters and uncommon getaways which had happened for him since his departure from the shoreline of Ilion. When he at long last vanished of his magnificent entertainers, Alcinous stacked him with rich favors, and asked for him to be passed alone pontoons to Ithaca. Entry into Ithaca. The voyage was a short and prosperous one. By the course of ruler Alcinous, rich covers had been laid on deck for the comfort of his guest, on which the legend, leaving the heading of the ship to the Phaeacian sailors, soon fell into a significant rest. Exactly when, next morning, the vessel arrived in the harbor of Ithaca, the sailors, thinking that so unusually huge a rest must be sent by the awesome creatures, passed him on to the shore without angering him, where they delicately put him underneath the cool shade of an olive tree. Right when Odysseus got up, he knew not where he was, for his ever-cautious protectress, Pallas Athene, had wrapped him in a thick cloud with a peculiar ultimate objective to camouflage him from seeing. She now appeared to him in the disguise of a shepherd, and instructed him that he was in his neighborhood arrive, that his father, Laertes, turned to misery and development, had pulled once again from the court, that his tyke, Telemachus, had created to manliness, and was gone to search for news of his father, and that his life-partner, Penelope, was pestered by requests of different suitors who had asserted his home and gobbled up his substance. Remembering the ultimate objective to get time for Penelope to marry one of her dears when she had wrapped up a robe for the developed Laertes. However, by secretly settling amid the night what she had done in the day, she unequivocally blocked the fulfillment of the work, and thus surrendered her last answer. Likewise, as Odysseus had set foot in Ithaca, the irate suitors had discovered her stratagem, and had advanced towards getting to be in result more uproarious than some other time in late memory. Right when the legend heard this as a general rule of his nearby land, which, following a non-appearance of 20 years, the perfect creatures had at last enabled him to see over again, he hurled himself to the ground, and kissed it in a delight of happiness. The goddess, who had meanwhile revealed her identity to Odysseus, now helped him to cover in a neighboring empty critical enrichments of the Phaeacian ruler. By then, seating himself neighboring him, she advised with him concerning the best techniques for liberating his imperial living arrangement of its uncalled-for inhabitants, with a particular true objective to keep his being recollected, that she influenced him to expect a kind of developed homeless person, his members twisted up recognizably climate-beaten,
His dim-hued locks vanished as eyes progressed towards becoming reduced and clouded, and the radiant robes given to him by Master Alcinous were supplanted by well-used-out attire of foul shade, which hung unreservedly round his contracted shape. Athenae, by then, needed him to search for shield in the bungalow of Eumaeus, his own particular swine swarm. Eumaeus got the old wanderer approachably, kind-heartedly helped his needs, and even trusted to him his hopelessness since a long time prior continued with non-attendance of his dear old ace, and his apprehensions at being compelled by the wild interlopers of his home to butcher for their use all the finest and fattest of the group. It took a chance that the following morning Telemachus will return from his long and unbeneficial filter of his father, and going first to the lodge of Eumaeus, got notice from him the story of the seeming vagrant, whom he ensured to wind up noticeably a nearby acquaintance with. Athenae now urged Odysseus to make himself known to his kid, and at her touch his beggar's garments vanished, and he stayed before Telemachus displayed in majestic robes in the full quality and vitality of manliness. So constraining was the nearness of the holy person that at first the energetic ruler figured he ought to be a celestial being, yet when he was convinced that it was no doubt his dearest father, whose drawn-out non-attendance had caused him so much torment, he fell upon his neck and got a handle on him with every announcement of dedicated love. Odysseus charged Telemachus to keep his landing a riddle, and consider with him a plan whereby he may free themselves of the hated suitors. To pass on it into effect, Telemachus was to provoke his mother to promise her hand to the individual who could overcome in shooting with the praised bow of Odysseus, which the holy person had deserted when he went to Troy, regarding it excessively significant to fortune, making it impossible to be carried with him. Odysseus now proceeded with his destitute individual's dress, and appeared and ran with his tyke to the illustrious home, before the passage of which lay his dependable puppy Argo, who, however worn and powerless with age and dismal, in a brief moment saw his ruler. In his pleasure, the poor animal attempted to welcome him. However, his quality was drained, and slipped by at his feet. Exactly when Odysseus entered his familial entryways, he was provoked and reprimanded by the insane suitors, and Antinous, the most ill-advised of all, ridiculed his detestable appearance, and discourteously bade him leave. However, Penelope, getting up to be noticeably mindful of their boorish lead, was touched with sensitivity, and needed her women to bring the poor vagrant into her quintessence. She talked benevolently to him, asking his character and whence he came. He uncovered to her that he was kin to the leader of Crete, in whose manor he had seen Odysseus, who was tied in with starting for Ithaca, and had reported his point of getting in contact there before the year was out. The ruler, excited at the playful news, asked for her women to set up a bed for the pariah, and to view him as a regarded guest. She by then needed the old therapeutic overseer, Euryclea, to give him proper apparel and to deal with each one of his needs. As the old worker was showering his feet, her eyes fell upon a scar which Odysseus had gotten in his adolescence from the tusk of a wild horde, and in a brief moment, seeing the valued expert, whom she had bosom-sustained as a blessed messenger, she would have cried so that anybody may hear in her fulfillment, yet the holy person, setting his hand upon her mouth, entreated her not to offer him out. The next day was the festival of Apollo, and the suitors, out of thankfulness for the occasion, ate up with more than their adjusted gathering. After the supper was over, Penelope, cutting down the massive bow of Odysseus from its place, entered the passageway, and declared that whosoever of her sweethearts could turn it and send a dash through 12 rings, an achievement which she had consistently watched Odysseus perform, should be picked by her as a loved one. Each one of the suitors endeavored their fitness, yet pointless. Not one had the quality required to draw the bow. Odysseus now wandered forward, and asked for that approval to be allowed to endeavor. However, the haughty nobles provoked at his dauntlessness, and would not have permitted it had not Telemachus interfered. The envisioned destitute individual took up the bow, and with no trouble sent a jolt zooming through the rings, by then swinging to Antinous, who was just raising a measure of wine to his lips. He pierced him in the heart. At this the suitors sprang to their feet, and hunt round down their arms. However, in consistence to the bearings of Odysseus, Telemachus had previously cleared them. He and his father now attacked the insane revellers, and after a restless affair, not one of the whole gathering remained alive. The merry information of the entry of Odysseus being passed on to Penelope, she slipped into the hall, however, declined to see in the developed vagrant her bold companion, whereupon he surrendered to the shower, from which he ascended in all vitality and perfection with which Athenae had provided him at court of Alcinous. Nevertheless, Penelope, still suspicious, made plans to put him without a question test. She, in like manner, requested in his listening capacity that his own specific bed should be brought from his chamber. By and by the foot of his bed had been shaped by Odysseus himself out of the stem of an olive tree, which was as yet settled in the ground, and round it he had manufactured the dividers of the heap. Knowing thusly that the bed couldn't be moved, he yelled that the errand was useless, and that no mortal could bend it from its place. By then Penelope understood that it must be Odysseus himself who stayed before her, and a most touching and delicate meeting happened between them, since a long time back separated a couple. The following day the holy person set out to search for his old father Laertes, whom he found in one of his homes in the country involved with revealing a young olive tree. The poor old man, who was wearing the unassuming clothes of a laborer, bore the insights of significant hopelessness on his wrinkled face. In this way shocked was his tyke at the alteration in his appearance, that for a moment he swung aside to mask his tears. Exactly when Odysseus revealed himself to his father as the youngster whom he had so since a long time prior lamented as lost, the pleasure of the poor old man was for all intents and purposes more unmistakable than he could bear. With a steaming care, Odysseus drove him into the house, where at last, all of a sudden since the departure of his kid, Laertes once more proceeded with his grand robes, and faithfully offered thanks towards the heavenly creatures for this unbelievable and unlooked-for joy. In any case, not yet was the holy person permitted to capitalize on his inside and out-earned rest, for the buddies and relatives of the suitors now rose in protection from him, and looked after him in the house of his father. The fight, in any case, was yet a short one. After, a succinct test of exchanges of a tranquil sort were gone into among Odysseus and his subjects. Seeing the value of his inspiration, they twisted up evidently obliged to their manager, who, for quite a while, continued administering over them. The Seven against Thebes. After the powerful relinquishment of Oedipus, his two kids, Eteocles and Polynices, asserted the crown and managed over the city of Thebes. Be that as it may, Eteocles, being an objective arranged ruler, soon snatched the reins of government himself, and expelled his kin from his position of eminence. Polynices now repaired to Argos, where he arrived in the dead of night. Outside the entryways of the lofty regal living arrangement he encountered Tydeus, the offspring of Onius, leader of Saladon. Having accidentally killed a relative in the interest, Tydeus was in like manner a criminal, yet being stirred up by Polynices and the dinginess for an enemy, a battle took after, which may have completed mortally had not ruler Adrastus, energized by the clamour, appeared on the scene and isolated the fighters. By the light of the lights borne by his authorities, Adrastus saw, inconceivably, that on the shield of Polynices a lion was depicted, and on that of Tydeus a pig. The past bore this identification to pay tribute to the prominent legend Heracles, the rearward in memory of the outstanding Caledonian pig purse. This condition helped the master to recall an astounding dark desire concerning his two flawless young ladies, Argia and Dipyle, which was now the end goal that he would give them in marriage to a lion and a pig. Hailing with charm what he saw as a good course of action of the shrouded premonition, he respected the pariahs into his stronghold, and when he heard their history, had induced himself that they were of respectable birth, he offered to Polynices his incredible young lady Argia, and upon Tydeus the sensible Dipyle, promising, while he would help the two kids-in-law to recover their genuine patrimony. The primary care of Adrastus was to help Polynices in recuperating responsibility for legitimate offer in the Council of Thebes. He, in like way, respected the best supervisor in the kingdom to partake in the endeavor, all of whom immediately consented to the call, aside from the ruler's sibling by marriage, Amphiaraus, the seer, as he expected an appalling end to the wander, and understood that not one of the legends, save Adrastus himself, would return alive. He genuinely kept the ruler from doing his expand, and declined to take any part in the undertaking. In any case, Adrastus, upheld by Polynices and Tydeus, was adamantly bowed on the achievement of his inspiration, and Amphiaraus, remembering the ultimate objective to escape from their urgencies, shrouded himself in a hiding spot known to his loved one, Eriphyle.
By and by, on the occasion of the marriage of Amphiaraus, it had been argued that in case he any time changed in conclusion with the master, his loved one should pick the request, as the proximity of Amphiaraus was indispensable to the achievement of undertaking, and also, as Adrastus would not enter upon it without the eye of the furnished power, as he called his sibling by marriage. Polynices, enthused about securing his organizations, set out to pay off Eriphyle, to use her contact with her significant other and to pick the request according to his wants. He bethought himself of the great jewelry of Harmonia, mate of Cadmus, which he had conveyed with him in his flight from Thebes. Without loss of time, he presented himself before the mate of Amphiaraus, and held up to her regarding the shining trinket, promising that if she revealed the covering spot of her loved one and incited him to join the crusade, the accessory could be hers. Eriphyle, unfit to withstand the tempting draw, recognized the result, and in this way Amphiaraus was obliged to join the furnished power. Regardless, before leaving his home, he extorted a genuine assurance from his youngster, Alcmaeon, that, should he bite the dust on the field of battle, he would counter for his passing on his mother, the deceptive Eriphyle. 7 pioneers were directly picked, each at the pioneer of an alternate partition of troops. These were Adrastus the ruler, his 2 kin, Hippomedon and Parthenopaeus, Capaneus, his nephew, Polynices and Tydeus, and Amphiaraus. Right when the outfitted power was assembled, they set out for Nemea, which was controlled by ruler Lycurgus. Here, Argives, being short of water, halted on the edges of a woods, remembering the ultimate objective to search for a spring, when they saw a radiant and delightful woman arranged on the capacity compartment of a tree, nursing an infant tyke. They completed up from her good and queenly appearance that she ought to be a goddess. However, were instructed by her that she was Hypsipyle, leader of the Lemnians, who had occupied prisoner by privateers and sold as a slave to the master Lycurgus, and that she was, right now, going about as therapeutic overseer to his infant tyke. Exactly when the warriors uncovered to her that they were searching for water, she laid the tyke down in the grass, and drove them to a secret spring in the timberland which was well known to her. However, by her landing they found, to their distress, that the sad, blessed messenger had been butchered in the midst of their non-appearance by a serpent. They slew the reptile, and after that assembling rest of the parts of the infant tyke, they secured them with despairing regards and proceeded on their way. The warlike host now appeared before the dividers of Thebes, and each prisoner put himself before one of the 7 people of the city in readiness for the ambush. Eteocles, in conjunction with Creon, had made due courses of action to shock the trespassers, and had situated troops, under the summon of trusty pioneers, to observe each of the passages. By then, as shown by the demonstration of the general population of old, of directing seers previously entering upon any undertaking, the outwardly impeded old diviner Tiresias was sent for, who, after purposefully taking the divinations from the flight of feathered animals, articulated that all undertakings to protect the city would exhibit unavailing, unless the youngest relative of the place of Cadmus would offer himself as a deliberate relinquish for the advantage of the state. Right when Creon heard these declarations of the seer, his first idea was about his most cherished kid Mycenaeus, the young scion of the glorious house who was accessible at the meeting. He, in this way, truly implored him to leave the city, and to repair for prosperity to Delphi. In any case, to overcome the youth, bravely set out to relinquish his life for the benefit of his country, and resulting of vanishing to his old father, mounted the city dividers, and plunging a sharp edge into his heart, passed on in observing the doing combating. Adrastus now gave his troops the statement of summon to storm the city, and they rushed forward to the ambush with unbelievable valor. The battle fumed long and furiously, and after generous adversities on the 2 sides, the Argives were guided and put to fight. After the go of some days, they overhauled their forces, and again appeared before the entryway of Thebes, when Eteocles, bemoaned to envision that there should be such a horrendous loss of life for him, sent an emissary into the opposite camp, with a recommendation that the fate of the fight should be picked up by single fight, among himself and his kin Polynices. The test was speedily recognized, and in the duel which happened outside the city dividers, in observing the foe forces, Eteocles and Polynices were both mortally harmed, and slipped on the field of battle. The two sides now ensured the day, and the result was risks recommenced, and soon the battle fumed with more noticeable wrath than whenever in late memory. In any case, triumph at long last reported itself for the Thebans. In their flight, the Argives lost each of their pioneers, Adrastus excepted, who owed his security to the snappiness of his steed, Arion. By the end of the kin, Creon ended up being once more leader of Thebes, and remembering the ultimate objective to exhibit his outrageous revulsion of the lead of Polynices in engaging against his country, he completely precluded anyone to cover either his outstanding parts or those of his accomplices. Regardless, the relentless Antigone, who had returned to Thebes on the downfall of her father, couldn't bear that the body of her kin should remain unburied. She thusly strongly insulted the solicitations of the ruler, and attempted to offer sepulture to the rest of the parts of Polynices. When Creon found that his requests had been sent to protection, he cold-bloodedly condemned the offered woman to be covered alive in the underground vault. But requital was inside his reach. His kid, Haman, who was sworn to Antigone, having concocted to effect a way into the vault, was startled to find that Antigone had hanged herself by her cover. Feeling that presence without her future agonizing, he hurled himself in surrender independently soared, and after truly conjuring the reproach of the perfect creatures on the pioneer of his father, slipped by joining the dead body of his guaranteed. Scarcely had the news of the shocking predetermination of his youngster accomplished the master, before another agent appeared, bearing the news that his significant other, Eurydice, on getting to be noticeably mindful of the destruction of Haman, had put a conclusion to her existence, and along these lines the ruler ended up in his rank both widowed and childless. Nor did he win in the execution of his pernicious plans, for Adrastus, who, after this flight from Thebes, had taken safe house at Athens, affected Theseus to lead an outfitted power against the Thebans, to encourage them to restore the dead varieties of the Argive warriors to their colleagues, all together that they may perform due desolate tradition to pay tribute to the slaughtered. This undertaking was successfully refined, and the rest of the parts of the fallen holy people were buried with due qualifications.
Sphinx. The Sphinx was an antiquated Egyptian holiness who represented insight and the ripeness of nature. She is portrayed as a lion couchant, with the head and bust of a woman, and wears an exceptional kind of hood, which totally encompasses her head and tumbles down on either side of the face. Transplanted into Greece, this superb and secretive Egyptian divinity savages into an inconsequential, but then harmful power, and however, she additionally bargains in puzzles. They are, as we might see, of a very surprising character, and out hostile to human life. The Sphinx is portrayed as indicated by Greek parentage, as the posterity of Typhon and Echidna. Hera, being upon one event disappointed with the Thebans, sent to them this horrendous creature as a discipline for their offenses, sitting down on a rough greatness close to the city of Thebes, telling a pass which the Thebans were constrained to navigate in their typical method for business. She propounded to all comers an enigma, and on the off chance that they neglected to tackle it, she tore them in pieces. Amid the rule of King Creon, such a significant number of individuals had fallen forfeit to this beast, that he resolved to utilize each push to free the nation of so frightful a scourge, and on counseling the prophet of Delphi, he was educated the best way to demolish the Sphinx was to fathom one of her puzzles, when she would promptly accelerate herself from the stone on which she was situated. Creon, in like matter, made an open revelation to the impact that whoever could give the genuine translation of an enigma propounded by the beast ought to get the crown and the hand of his sister Jocasta. Oedipus offered himself as an applicant, and continuing to the spot where she kept protect, got from her accompanying puzzle for the arrangement. What animal goes in the morning on 4 legs, at 12 on 2, and at night on 3? Oedipus answered it must be a man, who amid the earliest stages crawls on every one of the 4s, in his prime strolls erect on 2 legs, and when seniority has enfeebled his forces, calls a staff to his help. and along these lines has, figuratively speaking, 3 legs. The Sphinx sooner heard this answer, which was the right arrangement of her conundrum, than she flung herself over the incline and died in the chasm beneath.
The Story of the Golden Fleece. Athamas, ruler of Boeotia, had hitched Nephele, a cloud sprite, and their youths were Hele and Pheryxus. The unstable and winding nature of Nephele, in any case, soon wearied her significant other, who, being mortal, had little affectability for his ethereal partner, so he isolated her, and married the beautiful devilish Ino, sister of Semele, who disdained her movement kids, and even organized their pulverization. In any case, the mindful Nephele brainstormed to circumvent her brutal diagrams, and winning the respect to getting the adolescents out of the mansion, she by then put them both on the back of a winged hammer, with a fleece of unadulterated gold, which had been given to her by Hermes, and on this splendid animal, kin and sister rode through the air over land and sea, yet in travel Hele, getting the opportunity to be seized with satisfaction, fell into the sea, yelled toward her the Hellesport, and was choked. Phrixus arrived safely at Colchis, where he was sincerely gotten by ruler Aeetes, who gave him one of his daughters in marriage. In gratefulness to Zeus, for the confirmation agreed him in the midst of his flight, Phrixus respected the splendid crush, while the fleece he acquainted with Aeetes, who nailed it up in the grove of Ares and committed it with the awesome power of war. The prophet, having articulated that the life of Aeetes depended upon the shielded keeping of the fleece, he absolutely viewed the way to the backwoods by putting before it a colossal beast, which never refreshed. Building and launching of the Argo. We will now return to Jason, who restlessly grasped the perilous undertaking proposed to him by his uncle, who, particularly mindful of the hazards going to such an endeavor, entrusted all these lines to free himself forever of the unwelcome intruder. Jason, in like way, began to engineer his outlines instantly, and respected the young legends whose connection he had surrounded while under the care of Chiron to oblige him in the risky endeavor. None declined the appreciated, all slant respected at being allowed the advantage of sharing in so respectable and heroic undertaking. Jason now associated with Argos, one of the cleverest engineers of his possibility, who, under the bearing of Pallas Athene, worked for him a great 50-oared cook-room, which was known as the Argo, after the producer. On the upper deck of the vessel, the goddess had embedded a board from the talking oak of the prophet Zeus at Dodona, which any time held its powers of foreknowledge. Outside of the ship was ornamented with prominent carvings, and the whole vessel was so vehemently developed that it contradicted the vitality of the breezes and the waves, and was, eventually, so light that the holy people, when vital, could pass on it on their shoulders. Right when the vessel was done, the Argonauts claimed after their ship gathered, and their places were scattered by part. Jason was designated leader of the undertaking. Tiphys went about as steersman, Lynceus as pilot. In the bow of the vessel sat the prominent holy person Heracles, in the stern Peleus, father of Achilles, and Telamon, the father of Ajax the Great. In the internal space were Castor and Pollux, Neleus, the father of Nestor, Admetus, the mate of Alcestis, Meleager, the slayer of the Celadonian pig, Orpheus, the famous vocalist, Menocitus, the father of Patroclus, Theseus, a while later ruler of Athens, and his partner Pirithous, the offspring of Ixion, Hylas, the grasped offspring of Heracles, Euphemus, the offspring of Poseidon, Oileus, the father of Ajax the Lesser, Zetus, and Calais, the winged offspring of Boreas, Idmon the seer, the offspring of Apollo, and Mopsus, the Thessalian prophet. Before their flight, Jason offered a genuine relinquish to Poseidon and the different sea divine beings. He also summoned the protection of Zeus and the Fates, and from that point forward, Mopsus, having taken the forecasts and found them good, the holy people wandered on stack up. Moreover, now a decent breeze having bounced up, they take their assigned spots. The stay is weighed.
and the ship coasts like a feathered animal out of the harbor into the waters of the monster sea. Arriving in Lemnos, the Argo and her defeated group of 50 holy people was soon past anybody's capacity to see, and the sea breeze just skimmed to the shore a swoon reverberates of the sweet strains of Orpheus. For a period, all went effectively. However, the vessel was soon decided, by stress of atmosphere, to take shield in a harbor in the island of Lemnos. This island was involved by women just who, the earlier year, in an assault of troubled envy, had butchered all the male people of the island, aside from the father of their ruler, Hypsipyle. As the protection of their island now passed upon themselves, the reliably vigilant for danger. At whatever point, as needs be, they found the Argo. From far away they outfitted themselves and dashed to the shore, made plans to repel any interruption of their space. On connecting in port, the Argonauts, astounded at seeing a prepared crowd of women, dispatched an emissary in one of their barges, bearing the staff of peace and family relationship. Hypsipyle, the ruler, prescribed that sustenance and presents should be sent to the Untouchables. Remembering the ultimate objective to keep their landing, however, her old therapeutic chaperone, they stayed nearby her, proposed this would be an average opportunity to give themselves respectable life partners, who may go about as their protections, and thusly put a conclusion on their unfaltering sentiments of fear. Hypsipyle listened carefully to the admonishment of her therapeutic overseer, and after some meeting, respected the pariahs into the city. Robed in his purple mantle, the blessing of Peleus Athene, Jason, joined by some of his partners, wandered on shore, where he was met by a designation containing the most astounding of the Lemnian women, and, as overseer of the undertaking, was invited into the stronghold of the ruler. When he appeared before Hypsipyle, she was so hit with his celestial and fearless closeness that she gave him her father's staff, and invited him to arrange herself on the regarded position neighboring her. Jason promptly took up his home in the renowned chateau, while his mates scattered themselves throughout the town, putting their vitality in eating up and satisfaction. Heracles, with 2 or 3 picked buddies, alone remained on board. From regular their flight was conceded, and the Argonauts, in their new presence of dispersal, had for all intents and purposes ignored the topic of the endeavor, when Heracles unexpectedly appeared among them, lastly explored them to a sentiment commitment. Goliaths and Doliones. The Argonauts now looked after their voyage, till inverse breezes drove them towards the island controlled by the Doliones, whose master, Cyzicus, got them with unbelievable charitableness and neighborliness. The Doliones were relatives of Poseidon, who secured them against the progressive strikes of their wild and great neighbors, the normal giants, brutes with 6 arms. While his partners were setting off to a supper given by Lord Cyzicus, Heracles, who clearly had remained behind to screen the ship, watched that these giants were discovered up with discouraging harbor with giant rocks. He immediately comprehended the hazard, and ambushing them with his jolts, winning essentially lessening their numbers. By then, helped by the holy people, who at long last went to his guide, he successfully crushed whatever is left of. The Argo now guided out of the harbor and set sail, yet in result of an outrageous storm, which developed amid the night, was driven back once more to the shores of the thoughtful Doliones. Disastrously, in any case, inferable from the cloudiness of the night, the inhabitants failed to see past their guests, and mistook them for enemies, began to ambush them. The people who had so started late isolated as allies, as of now possessed with mortal fight, and in the battle which took after, Jason himself pierced the heart of his friend Master Cyzicus, whereupon the Doliones, having prevented from claiming their pioneer, fled to their city and closed the gateways. When morning unfurled, and the 2 sides obvious their goof, they were stacked with the most significant pain and lament, and for 3 days the legends remained with the Doliones, lauding the discouraging customs of the killed, and each show of lamenting reality. Heracles left. The Argonauts once more set sail, and after a stormy voyage arrived at Mysia, where they were obligingly gotten by the inhabitants, who spread before them plentiful banquets and luxuriously engaged them. While his sidekicks were eating up, Heracles, who had declined to oblige them, went into the timberland to search for a fir tree, which he required for an oar, and was missing by his grasped kid Hylas, who set out to search for him. Exactly when the immature arrived at the spring, in the most segregated bit of the woodlands, the pixie of the wellspring was so struck by his greatness that she drew him down underneath the waters and he was seen no more. Polyphemus, one of the legends, who happened to be moreover in the timberland, heard his cry for help, and on meeting Heracles, instructed him of the circumstance. They were once set out, searching for the missing youth, not a solitary indication of whom were in locate, and keeping in mind that they were secured hunting down him, the Argo set sail and left him behind. The ship had proceeded with some detachment before the non-appearance of Hercules was viewed. The segments of the legend were strong for returning for him, others wished to proceed on their voyage, when, in the midst of the level-headed discussion, the sea-god Glaucus rose out of the waves, and taught them it was the will of Zeus that Heracles, having another mission to perform, should remain behind. The Argonauts continued with their voyage without their sidekicks. Heracles returned to Argos, while Polyphemus remained with the Mysians, where he built up a city and transformed into its ruler. Test with Amycus. Next morning, the Argo touched at the country of the Bericeans, whose ruler, Amycus, was an outstanding pugilist, and enabled no outcasts to leave his shores without planning their quality with his. Right when the legends thusly asked for approval to arrive, they thought that he could simply do accordingly, and one of their number should participate in battle with the ruler. Pollux, who was the best pugilist in Greece, was picked as their champion, and a test happened, which, after an epic fight, showed deadly to Amycus, who had yet been effective in each and every relative experience. Phineus and the Harpies. They now proceeded toward Bithynia, where led the outwardly weakened old prophet miser Phineus, offspring of Agenor. Phineus had been repelled by the perfect creatures with inopportune development and visual hindrance for having mauled the blessing of foreknowledge. He was similarly tormented by the Harpies, who swooped, descending on his sustenance, which they either ate up or so contaminated as to render it unfit to be eaten. This poor old man, trembling with weakness of age and swoon with hunger, appeared before the Argonauts, and implored their assistance against his malicious tormentors, whereupon Zetes and Callias, the winged offspring of Boreas, seeing in him the mate of their sister Cleopatra, delicately got a handle on him, and ensured to shield him from his troublesome position. The legends organized a devour seashore, to which they invited Phineus, yet no sooner had he had his spot than the Harpies showed up and gobbled up each one of the viands. Zetes and Callias now rose into the air, pushed the Harpies away, and were looking after them with drawn swords, when Iris, the snappy-footed errand individual of the heavenly creatures, showed up, and needed them to stop their work of retaliation, promising that Phineus should be never again assaulted. Freed at long last from his tormentors, the old man sat down and had a great time a rich repast with his kind mates the Argonauts, who now taught him of the subject of their voyage. In gratefulness for his deliverance, Phineus gave them much supportive information concerning their outing, and not simply forewarned them of the perplexing threats envisioning them, yet what's more, prepared by them might be overcome. Section of the Symplegades. After a fortnight's stay in Bithynia, the Argonauts once more set sail, yet had not proceeded far on their course when they heard a horrendous, massive crash. This was caused by the meeting of two unprecedented, unpleasant islands called the Symplegades, which skimmed about in the sea and ceaselessly met and confined. Before leaving Bithynia, the outwardly debilitated old seer Phineus had instructed them that they would be obliged to go between these loathsome rocks, and he showed them how to do all things considered with prosperity. As they now pushed toward the scene of risk, they reviewed his suggestion and followed up on it. Typhus, the steersman, stayed in control, while Euphemus got a handle on a fowl arranged to be without let. For Phineus unveiled to them that if the pigeon set out to fly through, they may save many people. Euphemus now dispatched the flying animal, which went rapidly through the islands, yet not without losing a segment of the tufts of her tail. So quickly did they rejoin, getting the moment when the stones once more secluded. The Argonauts worked at the oars vivaciously, and finished the hazardous passage in security. After the mysterious area of the Argo, the Symplegades ended up being forever consolidated and associated with the base of the sea.
The Stymphalides. The Argo looked after her course along the southern shore of Pontus, and met up the island of Aretius, which possessed bifowls, who, as they flew through the air, discharged from their wings tufts sharp as jolts. As the ship was gliding along, Oileus was harmed by one of these fowls, whereupon the Argonauts held an advisory group, and by the direction of Amphidamas, an expert legend, all put on their head defenders, and held up their shining shields, communicating, meanwhile, such ghastly cries that the feathered animals took off in fear, and the Argonauts were engaged to touch base with prosperity on the island. Here they found 4 destroyed youngsters who ended up being offspring of Phrixus, and were invited by Jason as his cousins. On discovering the topic of the undertaking, they volunteered to run with the Argo, and to show the holy people the best way to deal with Colchis. They furthermore instructed them that the Golden Fleece was insured by a shocking winged serpent, that Master Aeetes was to an incredible degree merciless, and as the offspring of Apollo, was head of superhuman quality. Landing in Colchis, bringing with them the 4 newcomers, they went on, and soon came in sight of the snow-topped apexes of the Caucasus, when, towards night, the uproarious, vacillating wings was heard overhead. It was the Goliath flying creature of Prometheus on his way to deal with Torment the noteworthy and holding back Titan, whose horrible groans soon a while later fell upon their ears. That night they accomplished their voyage's end, and secured in the smooth waters of the stream Phasis. On the left bank of this stream they watched Ceuta, the capital of Colchis, and on their benefit a wide field and the holy backwoods of Ares where the Golden Fleece, suspended from a splendid oak tree, was shining in the sun. Jason now filled a splendid glass with wine, and offered a drink to Mother Earth, the masters of the country, and the shades of those of the legends who had kicked the can on the voyage. Next morning, an advisory group was held, in which it was picked that before falling back on coercive measures, kind and conciliating recommendations should be made to Master Aeetes, in order to provoke him to leave the Golden Fleece. It was organized that Jason, with several picked partners, should proceed to the magnificent fortress, leaving whatever is left of the gathering to watch the Argo. Ran with, thusly, by Telamon and Augeas, and the 4 offspring of Phrixus, he set out for the palace. When they arrived in sight of the house, they were struck by the monstrosity and endlessness of the working, at the path to which sparkling well springs played in the center of rich and stop-like porch nurseries. Here, the ruler's young ladies, Chalciope and Medea, who were walking around the grounds of the illustrious home, met them. The past, to her unprecedented happiness, saw in young people who ran with the holy person her own particular missing kids, whom she had lamented as dead, while the energetic and delightful Medea was hit with the good and manly kind of Jason. The news of the landing of the offspring of Phrixus soon spread through the illustrious home, and passed on to Aeetes, himself to the scene, whereupon the pariahs were shown to him, and were welcome to devour which the ruler asked for to be set up in their regard. All the most awesome ladies of the court were accessible at this diversion. However, as indicated by Jason, none could differentiate in the master's young lady, the energetic and impeccable Medea. Right when the supper was done, Jason related to the ruler his distinctive encounters, and besides the challenge of his crusade, with the conditions that had incited his undertaking. Aeetes tuned in calm outrage to this introduction, and after that burst into a storm of judgments against the Argonauts and his awesome children, declaring that the fleece was his real property, and that on no idea would he consent to surrender it. Jason, in any case, with delicate and persuading words, made so far to appease him that he was incited to ensure that if the holy people could win concerning showing their amazing start by the execution of some task requiring superhuman power, the fleece should be theirs. The task proposed by Aeetes to Jason was that he should trouble the 2 improper-footed, fire-breathing bulls of the ruler, which had been made for him by Hephaestus, in his overwhelming iron wrinkle. Having done this, he ought to till them with the stony field of Ares, and after that sow in the wrinkles the poisonous teeth of a winged serpent, which the outfitted men would rise. These he should pulverize to a man, or he himself would kick the bucket at their hands. Exactly when Jason heard what was expected from him, his heart for a moment sank inside him. In any case, he chose, incidentally, not to pull back from his endeavor, but instead to trust the assistance of the perfect creatures, and to his own specific boldness and essentialness. Jason wrinkles the field of Ares, accompanied by his two partners, Telamon and Augeas, and moreover by Argus, the offspring of Chalciope. Jason returned to the vessel to hold a meeting with respect to the best strategies of completing these risky achievements. Argus revealed to Jason each one of the superhuman errand which lay before him, and explained it as his supposition that the principle implies by which accomplishment was possible to select the assistance of Princess Medea, who was the priestess of Hecate, and an uncommon alchemist. His suggestion meeting with support, he returned to the stronghold, and by the guide of his mother, a meeting was planned among Jason and Medea, which happened, at an early hour the next morning, in the asylum of Hecate. A confirmation of normal association happened, and Medea, trembling for her sweetheart's prosperity, given him a charm treatment, which had the property of rendering any individual with resistant for the space of 1 day against fire and steel, and safe against any adversary, however extraordinary. With this medicine, she showed him to favor his spear and shield upon the entry of his amazing undertaking. She also incorporated that when, in the wake of having wrinkled the field and sown the teeth, outfitted men should rise up out of the wrinkles, he ought by no means lose heart, however, make a point to hurl among them a gigantic shake. Over the responsibility, for they would fight amongst themselves, and their thought being as needs would be diverted, he would find it a straightforward endeavor to devastate them. Overwhelmed with gratefulness, Jason offered thanks toward her, and in the most genuine path, for her canny direction and promising aid. Meanwhile, he offered her his hand, and promised her that he would not return to Greece without carrying her with him as his better half. Next morning, Aeetes, in all the service of state, enveloped by his family and the people from his court, repaired to a spot whence a full point of view of the advancing toward show could be gained. After a short time, Jason appeared in the field of Ares, looking as noteworthy and glorious as the heavenly power of war himself. In an evacuated bit of field, the venturesome waits and the huge wrinkle met his view, yet somehow the dread animals themselves were not a single place to be seen. He would go on a mission of them, when they are out of the blue rushed from the underground give in, breathing bursts of fire and wrapped in thick smoke. The associates of Jason trembled. However, the unfaltering legend, contingent upon the charm powers with which he was imparted by Medea, got the bulls, in an enduring moment, by the horns, and obliged them to the weight. Near the wrinkle was a head defender overflowing with beasts' teeth, which he sowed as he wrinkled the field, while with sharp pricks from his lance he obliged the colossal creatures to draw the wrinkle over the stony ground, which was in this way immediately worked. While Jason was secured sowing the creature's teeth in the significant wrinkles of the field, he kept a careful watch out for expect that the growing mammoth brood may grow too quickly for him, and winning concerning startling the bulls so adequately with his weapons that they surged back in fear to their underground stables. Meanwhile, outfitted men had bounced up out of the wrinkles, and the whole field now swarmed with lances. However, Jason, reviewing the rules of Medea, got a monstrous shake and flung it into the center of these mortal warriors, who immediately began to attack each other. Jason, by then, rushed irately upon them, and after a stunning fight, one of the mammoths remained alive. Irate at seeing his deadly plans accordingly crushed, Aeetes not just underhandedly declined to give Jason the fleece, which he had so intrepidly earned in any case, in his outrage resolved to annihilate every one of the Argonauts and to consume their vessel. Jason secures the golden fleece. Getting to be noticeably aware of the misleading frameworks of her father, Medea at once took measures to puzzle them. In the fogginess of night, she got onto the Argo and advised the legends of their advancing toward chance. She by then urged Jason to run with her without loss of time to the sacred woods, remembering the true objective to have himself, since a long time back, pined for treasure. They set out together, and Medea, trailed by Jason, drove the way, and advanced strikingly into the forested areas. A tall oak tree was soon found, from the most astounding appendages which hung a great golden fleece. At the foot of this tree, keeping his ever-steady watch, lay the detestable, anxious beast, who at sight of them constrained forward, opening his monstrous jaws. Medea now called into play her charm powers, and subtly pushing towards the mammoth, hurled over him 2 or 3 drops of a blend, which soon delivered outcomes and sent him into a significant rest. Whereupon Jason, snatching the open entryway, climbed a tree and secured the fleece. Their dangerous task being by and by capable, Jason and Medea halted the backwoods and surged on board the Argo, which immediately put to sea. The murder of Absyrtus. Meanwhile, Aeetes, having discovered the loss of his daughter and the Golden Fleece, dispatched a broad task force, under the charge of his youngster, Absyrtus, in a journey for the escapees. After some days, they sail, connected at an island at the mouth of the conduit Ister, and they found the Argo at stay, and included her with the different watercrafts. Then they dispatched a flag-bearer on driving body of her, asking for the surrender of Medea and the fleece. Medea now directed Jason, and with his consent, did the going with stratagem. She established a connection to her kin, Absyrtus, to such an extent that she had been stolen away without needing to, and ensured that if he met her, on the indefinite quality of night in the asylum of Artemis, she would help him in recuperating responsibility for the Golden Fleece. Contingent upon the colossal certainty of his sister, Absyrtus fell into the catch, and suitably appeared at the named trysting spot. And keeping in mind that Medea kept her brother involved with the exchange, Jason surged forward and slew him. By then, according to the preconcerted banner, he held overhead a lit light, whereupon the Argonauts ambushed the Colchians, and put them to flight and totally smashed them. The Argonauts now returned to their ship. When the prophetic board from the Dodonian oak consequently kept an eye on them, the cruel murder of Absyrtus was seen by the Erinyes, and you won't make track in an opposite direction from the anger of Zeus until the point at the moment that the goddess Circe has cleaned you from your wrongdoing. Allow Castor and Pollux to speak to the celestial creatures that you may be engaged to find with the home of the sorceress. In devotion to the voice, the twin kin invoked divine help, and the holy people set out searching for the Isle of Circe. They get in contact at the island of Circe. The colossal ship Argo sped her way, and consequent to safely going through the foaming waters of the stream Eridanus, at long last arrived in the harbor of the island of Circe, where she cast remain. Summoning his companions to remain on board, Jason touched base with Medea, and guided her to the illustrious living arrangement of the sorceress. The goddess of charms and charm articulations got them sympathetic, and invited them to be arranged. However, rather than doing in that capacity, they acknowledged a supplicating attitude, and unobtrusively besought her security. They then instructed her that the shocking wrongdoing which they had submitted, and begged her to refine them from it. This Circe ensured to do. She forthwith requested her escort, Naiads, to stir the fire on the blessed place, and to prepare everything required for the execution of the mystic traditions, after which a puppy was yielded, and the sacred cakes were seared. Having along these lines legitimately cleansed the gangsters, she truly rebuked them for the horrible murder of which they had been obligated, whereupon Medea, with shrouded head and crying extremely, was reconducted by Jason to the Argo. More adventures of the Argonauts. Having left the island of Circe, they were coasted by sensitive zephyrs toward the home of the Sirens, whose enticing strains soon fell upon their ears. The Argonauts, successfully affected by the tune, were making arrange to arrive, when Orpheus saw the danger, and to the reinforcement of his charm lyre, strained one of his beguiling tunes, which so completely acclimated his group of onlookers, individuals, that they passed the island in security. Yet not before Bootes, one of their number, deceived by the alluring music of the Sirens, had sprung from the vessel into the waves underneath. Aphrodite, regardless and feeling frustrated about his youth, landed him softly on the island of Libiboan before the Sirens could get in touch with him, and there he remained for quite a while. Likewise now the Argonauts advanced towards new risks, for on one side of them raged and foamed the whirlpool of Charybdis, while on the other side rose above the solid snake whence the animal Scylla swooped, descending on tragic mariners. However, here the goddess Hera gave them some convenient help, and sent them the sea sprite Thetis, who guided them safely through these risky straits. The Argo next connected with the island of the Phaeaces, where they were obligingly drawn in by King Alcinous and his ruler, Arete. Regardless, the devourer masterminded them by their kind host. All was suddenly impeded by the nearness of a significant equipped power of Colchians, sent by Aeetes, to ask for the revamping of his young lady. Medea hurled herself at the feet of the ruler and implored her to save him from the shock of her father, and Arete, in her thought of heart, promised her security. Next morning, in a social gathering of an all-inclusive community as which the Colchians were welcome to be accessible, and last were taught that as Medea was an authentic mate of Jason, they couldn't consent to pass on her up. Whereupon the Colchians, seeing that the assurance of the ruler was not to be shaken, and fearing to go up against the shock of Aeetes, should they return to Colchis without her, searched for the approval of Alcinous to settle in his kingdom, and the request was granted unto them. After these events, the Argonauts once more set sail, and controlled for Iolcus. Nevertheless, finished the traverse of a shocking and awful night, an intense whirlwind rose, and in the morning they got themselves stranded on the precarious sand traps of Syrtes, on the shores of Libya. Here all was a waste, an unprofitable leave, untenanted by any living creature, save the venomous snakes which had sprung up from the blood of Medusa when borne by Perseus over these completely dry fields. They had just passed a few days in this house destruction, underneath the beams of the burning sun, and had deserted themselves to the most profound gloom, when the Libyan ruler, who was the prophetess of the awesome beginning, appeared to Jason, and educated him that an ocean steed would be sent by the divine beings to go about as his guide. Scarcely had she pulled back when a gigantic hippo was discovered there, progressing towards the Argo. Jason now related to his partners the particulars of his meeting with the Libyan prophetess, and after some conference it was passed on the Argo on their shoulders, and to take wherever the sea steed should lead them. They, by then, started a long and exhausted voyage before the leave. Lastly, following 12 days of extraordinary menial worker and evil bearing, the acknowledged sight of the sea respected their view. In gratefulness for having saved from their mind-boggling dangers, they introduced retributions to the awesome creatures, and impelled their ship once more into the significant waters of the ocean. Arriving in Crete. With earnest fulfillment and satisfaction, they proceeded on their back-home voyage, and after some days met up at the island of Crete, where they purposed to furnish themselves with fresh courses of action and water. Their entry, nevertheless, was repudiated by an odious creature, who checked the island against all interlopers. This beast, whose name was Talus, was the rest of the brazen race, and being encircled of metal, was safe, except in his right lower leg, where there was a tendon of delicate living animal and a vein of blood. As he saw the Argo nearing the float, he flung titanic rocks at her, which would have sunk the vessel had not the group beat a surged pullback. Though shockingly needing sustenance and water, the Argonauts had continued on their trek, instead of going up against so serious an adversary, when Medea drew closer, and promised them that if they would trust to her, she would wreck the Goliath. Included in the folds of the rich purple mantle, she wandered on deck, and ensuring to conjuring the guide of the fates, communicated a charm spell to the effect of hurling Talus into a significant rest. He expanded himself at full length upon the ground, and in doing, in the capacity, touched his exposed lower leg against the reason for a sharp shake, whereupon an intense stream of blood gushed forward from the damage. Mixed by the desolation, he attempted to rise, however pointless, and with a capable groan of anguish the Goliath fell dead. His gigantic body moved, strongly completed into the significant. The legends being by and by prepared to arrive, provisioned their vessel, after which they proceeded with their back-home voyage. Arriving at Iolcus. After an appalling night of storm and duskiness, they passed to the island of Aegina, lastly, came to the secure port of Iolcus, where the introduction of their different endeavors and fool escapes was turned into contemplating worship by their related family. The Argo was purified to Poseidon, and was purposely protected for a few ages till no leftover of it remained, when it was placed in the sky as a magnificent star-gathering. On his arrival to Iolcus, Jason drove his superb woman of great importance to the stronghold of his uncle Peleus, carrying with him the golden fleece, for which this perilous crusade had been endeavored. Regardless, the old master, who had never expected that Jason would return alive, basely declined to fulfill his bit of the limited, and declined to give up his position of eminence. Angry at the wrongs of her better half, Medea struck back for them in the most shocking manner. She made buddies with the young ladies of the ruler, and faked wonderful energy for each one of their stresses. Having grabbed their sureness, she taught them that among her different charm articulations, she had the vitality of restoring to develop all the power of nature and youth. and remembering the ultimate objective to give them an influencing affirmation in regards to the reality of her certification, she cut up an old crush, which she rose in a cauldron, whereupon, in the wake of the articulating distinctive mystic serenades, there drew closer from the vessel a brilliant, energetic sheep. She, by then, promised them that relatively they could restore to their old father his past youthful edge and life. The loving and guileless young ladies of Peleus advanced in exceptionally excited ear to the naughty sorceress, and as needs be, the old ruler passed on because of his legit youths. Demise of Jason. As time passed on, in any case, and Medea began to lose perfection, which had prevailed upon her life partner, he wound up plainly depleted of her, and advanced towards getting to be pulled in by the youthful charms of Glauce, the dazzling young lady of Creon, ruler of Corinth. Jason had procured her father's consent for their union, and the huge day was by then settled, before he uncovered to Medea the awful frame which he thought against her. He used all his persuading powers, remembering the true objective to provoke her to consent to his union with Glauca, promising her that his affection had not been the scarcest piece diminished, yet that for the central focuses, which would thusly gather to their youths, he had settled on confining this association together with the glorious house. In spite of the way that, fairly frustrated at his boggling conduct, Medea covered her outrage, and, faking to be content with his elucidation, sent as a wedding gift to her foe a magnificent robe of texture of gold. This robe was swarmed with a deadly poison, which penetrated to the delicate living animal and the bone of the wearer, and devoured them as similarly as with the exhausting flame. Happy with the grandness and cost of the piece of attire, the confused Glauca lost no time in wearing it. However, no sooner had she done thusly than the fell, lethal substance began to deliver comes about. Useless, she endeavored to tear the robe away. It contradicted all undertakings to be removed, and after ghastly and expanded sufferings, she ended. Aggravated at the loss of her life partner's worship, Medea next put to death her 3 kids. And when Jason, longing for correct reprisal, left the get-together of his dead woman and made a trip to his own specific house searching for Medea, the ghastly show of his executed youths met his view. He surged rapidly to search for the murderess. However, not a single place may she be capable in sight. At long last, hearing a sound over his head, he looked upward and saw Medea drifting through the air in a splendid chariot drawn by legendary serpents. In an assault of melancholy, Jason hurled himself isolated sword, and passed on the point of confinement of his crush and deserted home.
The Winds. As the most seasoned records, Aeolus was the ruler of the Aeolian Islands, to whom Zeus gave the summon of the breezes, which he kept quiets down in the profound Give-in, and which he liberated at his pleasure, or at the order of the divine beings. In later circumstances, the above conviction experienced a change. The breezes came to be viewed as particular gods, whose viewpoints concurred with the separate breezes with which they were distinguished. They were delineated as winged adolescents in full energy and demonstration of flying through the air. The key breezes were Boreas, the north breeze, Urus, the east breeze, Zephyrus, the west breeze, and Notus, the south breeze, who were said to be the offspring of Eos and Astraeus. There are no myths of intrigue associated with these gods. Zephyrus was joined to Chloris, Flora, the goddess of blossom. Of Boreas, it is connected that while flying over the streams of Elysius, he viewed on the banks of Oreithia the enchanting girl of Erechtheus, ruler of Athens, whom he stole away to his local Thrace, and there made her his woman of the hour. Boreas and Oreithia were the guardians of Zetes and Calais, a short time later renowned in the endeavor of the Argonauts. There was a sacrificial table raised at Athens out of the appreciation for Boreas, in celebration of his having obliterated the Persian armada sent to assault the Greeks. On the Acropolis at Athens, he was commended an octagonal sanctuary worked by Pericles, which was devoted to the breezes, and on its sides were different portrayals. The remains of this sanctuary are still seen.
Themis.
Themis, who has just been insinuated as the spouse of Zeus, was the daughter of Cronos and Rhea, and exemplified those perfect laws of equity and respect by methods for which the prosperity and profound quality of groups are controlled. She directed the gatherings of the general population and the laws of accommodation. To her was entrusted the workplace of convening the gathering of the divine beings, and she was likewise a special woman of custom and function. Because of her awesome astuteness, Zeus himself, much of the time, looked for her direction and followed up on her recommendation. Themis was a prophetic godlikeness, and had a prophet close to the stream Cephasus in Boeotia. She was typically portrayed as being in full development of womanhood, of reasonable angle, and wearing a streaming article of clothing, which wraps her honorable lofty shape. In her correct hand she holds the sword of equity, and in her left the scales, which show the unbiasedness with which each reason is deliberately weighed by her, her eyes being gauzed so the identity of the individual could convey no weight as for the decision. This holiness is now and again related to Tyche, and once in a while, Ananke. Themis, similar to the huge numbers of the other Greek gods, replaces an elder god of similar name who was the daughter of Uranus and Gaia. This senior Themis acquired from her mother the endowment of prescience, and when she ended up noticeably converged into a more youthful agent, she transmitted to her his prophetic power. Tyche, Fortuna, and Ananke, Necessitas. Tyche, Fortuna. Tyche represented that impossible-to-miss blend of conditions which we call fortunes or fortune, and was thought to be the wellspring of every sudden occasion in human life, regardless of whether great or insidiousness. In the event that a man prevailing all he embraced without having any uncommon value of his own, Tyche should have favored his introduction to the world. Then again, undeserved sick fortunes completed him life, and every one of his endeavors brought him about disappointment. It was attributed to her unfriendly impact. The goddess of fortune is differently portrayed as infrequently she is portrayed, bearing in her grasp 2 rudders, with one of which she directs the bark of the blessed, and with the other, lamentable among mortals. In later circumstances, she seems blindfolded, and remains on a ball or wheel characteristic of the whimsicalness and consistently rotating changes of fortune, most of the time bears a staff and cornucopia or horn of bounty, and is normally winged. In her sanctuary at Thebes, she is portrayed as holding the newborn child Plutus in her arms, to symbolize her control over wealth and thriving. Tyche was revered in different parts of Greece, yet more especially by the Athenians, who put stock in her exceptional inclination for their city. Ananke, Necessitas. As Ananke, Tyche expect very another character, and turns into the exemplification of those changeless laws of nature by which certain causes create certain inescapable outcomes. In the statue of His Holiness at Athens, she was portrayed as with hands of bronze, and encompassed with nails and mallets. The hands of bronze likely showed the overwhelming energy of the unavoidable, and the mallet and chains, the shackles which... Olympian gods and goddesses. Zeus, the considerable managing god of the universe, the leader of paradise and earth, was respected by the Greeks, in the first place, as the divine force of all aerial wonders. Furthermore, as the representation of the laws of nature, thirdly, as the ruler of state life, and fourthly, as the father of divine beings and men. As the lord of aerial wonders, he could, by shaking his aegis, create tempests, storms, and extraordinary murkiness. At his summon, the relentless thunder rolls, the lightning flashes, and the mists open and pour forward their invigorating streams to fructify the earth. As the representation of the operations of nature, he speaks to those amazing laws of constant and agreeable request, by which the physical as well as the moral world is administered. Thus he is the lord of managed time, as set apart by the evolving seasons and by standard progression of day and night, in contradistinction to his dad Kronos, who speaks to time totally, i.e., endlessness. As the master of state life, he is the author of royal power, the upholder of all establishments associated with the state, and the extraordinary companion and benefactor of sovereigns, whom he monitors and helps with recommendation and insight. He ensures the get-together of the general population, and, truth be told, watches over the welfare of the entire group. As the father of the divine beings, Zeus sees that every god plays out his or her individual obligation, rebuffs their wrongdoings, settles their debate, and acts towards them on all events as their all-powerful guide and relentless companion. As the father of men, he takes a fatherly enthusiasm for the activities and prosperity of mortals. He watches over them with delicate concern, compensating truth, philanthropy, and uprightness, yet extremely rebuffing prevarication, brutality, and need of friendliness. Indeed, even the poorest and most desolate vagabonds finds in him an effective backer, for he, by an astute and kind agreement, appoints that the strong ones of the earth should help their upset and penniless brethren. The Greeks trusted that the home of this their forceful and all-intense divinity was on the highest point of Mount Olympus, that high and grandiose mountain amongst Thessaly and Macedon, whose summit, wrapped in mists and fog, was avoided mortal view. It was gathered that this baffling locale, which even a feathered creature couldn't achieve, stretched out past the mists directly into aether, the domain of the unfading divine beings. The artists portray this ethereal air as brilliant, shimmering, and reviving, practicing an exceptional, heartening impact over the brains and hearts of those special creatures allowed to share its enjoyments. Here, youth never ages, and the passing years leave no follows on its favored tenants. On the cloud-topped summit of Olympus was the royal residence of Zeus and Hera, of shined gold, pursued silver, and glimmering ivory. Let down were the homes of alternate divine beings, which, however less directing in position and size, were yet like that of Zeus in plan and workmanship, all being crafted by the awesome craftsman Hephaestus. Underneath those were different royal residences of silver, dark ivory, and shined metal, where the heroes, or demi-divine beings, lived. As the love of Zeus framed so critical an element in the religion of the Greeks, his statues were essentially both different and eminent. He was generally spoken of as a man of respectable and forcing character, his face communicating all the grand magnificence of the transcendent leader of the universe, joined with the thoughtful, yet genuine, benevolence of the father and companion of humanity. He might be perceived by his rich, streaming whiskers and thick masses of hair, which rise straight from the high and scholarly temple and tumble to his shoulders in grouping locks. The nose, expansive and finely shaped, and somewhat opened lips bestow a demeanor of thoughtful charity which welcomes certainty. He is constantly joined by a falcon, which either surmounts his staff or sits at his feet. He, by and large, bears in his inspired hand a parcel of thunder jolts, simply prepared to be heaved, while in the other he holds the lightning. The head is often as possible circled with a wreath of oak branches. The most praised statue of the Olympian Zeus was that by the well-known Athenian stone worker Phidias, which was 40 feet high, and remained in the sanctuary of Zeus at Olympia. It was framed of ivory and gold, and was such a perfect work of art and workmanship that it was figured among the 7 miracles of the world. It spoke to the god, situated on a position of authority, holding in his correct hand an existence-measured picture of Nike, the goddess of victory, and in his left an imperial staff surmounted by a hawk. It is said that the colossal stoneworker had focused all superb forces of his virtuoso on the eminent origination, and genuinely importuned Zeus to give him a chose confirmation that his works were endorsed. A solution to his supplication got through the open top of the sanctuary in the state of a glimmer of lightning, which Phidias translated as a sign that the Lord of Paradise was satisfied with his work. Zeus was venerated at Dodona in Epirus, where, at the foot of Mount Tomarus, on the woody shore of Lake Jonina, was his celebrated prophet, the most antiquated in Greece. Here the voice of the interminable and imperceptible god should be heard in the stirring leaves of Goliath oak, declaring to humankind the will of paradise and the predetermination of mortals, these disclosures being deciphered to the general population by the ministers of Zeus, who were called the Selli. Late unearthings, which have been made at this spot, have exposed the vestiges of the old sanctuary of Zeus, and furthermore, among other fascinating relics, a few plates of lead, on which are engraved requests which were clearly made by specific people who counseled the prophet. These little heavy plates address us, figuratively speaking, in an inquisitively unattractive way of a bygone time in the covered past. One individual asks what god he should apply to for well-being and fortune. Another requests counsel concerning his tyke. A third, obviously a shepherd, guarantees a blessing to the prophet should a hypothesis in sheep turn out effectively. Had these little dedications been of gold rather than lead, they would without a doubt have shared the destiny of the various fortunes which enhanced this and different sanctuaries, in the general plunder which occurred when Greece fell under the control of brutes. In spite of the fact that Dodona was the most antiquated of his sanctums, the immense national seat of love of Zeus was at Olympia in Elis, where there was a sublime sanctuary dedicated to him, containing the well-known gigantic statue of Phidias above portrayed. Hordes of dedicated admirers rushed to this widely acclaimed fane from all parts of Greece, not exclusively to pay reverence to their incomparable divinity, yet in addition to participate in the commended diversions which were held there at interims of 4 years. The Olympic diversions were such an altogether national establishment that even Greeks who had left their local nation tried returning to these events, if conceivable, keeping in mind the end goal to battle with their kindred compatriots in the different athletic games which occurred at these celebrations. It will be seen, on reflection, that in a nation like Greece, which contained such a significant number of insignificant states, frequently at difference with each other, these national social events probably been most profitable as a method for joining the Greeks in a single awesome obligation of fellowship. On these happy events, the entire country got together, overlooking for a minute every past contrast, and joining in the delight in similar merriments. It will, without a doubt, have been commented that in the portrayals of Zeus he is constantly joined by a bird. This regal winged animal was sacrosanct to him, most likely from the reality of its being the main animal fit for looking at the sun without being stunned, which may have recommended the possibility that it could ponder the quality of perfect, unshrinking glory. The oak tree, and furthermore the summits of mountains, were hallowed to Zeus. His penances comprised of white bulls, bovines, and goats. Zeus had 7 eternal spouses, whose names were Metis, Themis, Eurynome, Demeter, Mnemosyne, Leto, and Hera. Metis, his first spouse, was one of the Oceanids, or ocean sprites. She was the representation of judiciousness and astuteness, a persuading evidence regarding which she showed in her fruitful organization of the mixture which made Cronos yield up his kids. She was supplied with the endowment of prediction, and anticipated to Zeus that one of her youngsters would pick up ascendancy over him. Altogether, accordingly, to turn away the likelihood of the forecast being satisfied, he gulped her before any kids were destined to him. Feeling a while later savage agonies in his mind, he sent for Hephaestus, and requested him to open it with a hatchet. His order was complied, and out sprang, with a boisterous and military yell, an excellent being, clad in defensive layer from the make of beeline for foot. This was Athene, Minerva, goddess of armed resistance and wisdom. Themis was the goddess of justice, law, and order. Eurynome was one of the Oceanades, and the mother of the Charites or Graces. Demeter, daughter of Cronos and Rhea, was the goddess of agriculture. Mnemosyne, the daughter of Uranus and Gaia, was the goddess of memory, and the mother of the 9 muses. Leto, Latona, was the girl of Coeus and Phoebe, who was skilled with brilliant excellence and was carefully worshipped by Zeus, yet her part was a long way from being an upbeat one, for Hera, being amazingly desirous of her, abused her with deep-rooted savagery, and sent the appalling serpent Python to scare and torment her wherever she went. In any case, Zeus, who had seen with most profound sympathy her fatigued wanderings and anguished feelings of dread, set out to make for her some place of asylum, however modest, where she may feel herself safe from the venomous assaults of the serpent. He, in this way, conveyed her to Delos, a coasting island in the Aegean Sea, which he had made stationary by connecting it with the chains of inflexible to the base of the ocean. Here she brought forth her twin kids, Apollo and Artemis, Diana, 2 of the most delightful of the immortals. As a few adaptations of the tale of Leto, Zeus changed her into a quail, altogether that she may accordingly evade the watchfulness of Hera. She is said to have resumed her actual frame when she touched base at the island of Delos. Hera, being the main spouse of Zeus and ruler of paradise, a nitty-gritty amount will be given of her in a unique section. In the union of Zeus with the vast majority of his undying spouses, we should find that a figurative importance is passed on. His marriage to Metis, who is said to have outperformed the 2 divine beings and men in information, speaks to preeminent power unified with astuteness and judiciousness. His union with Themis, epitomizes the bond which exists between divine greatness and equity, law and request. Euronymè, as the mother of the Charites, or Graces, provided the refining and fitting impacts of the effortlessness and excellence, while the marriage of Zeus to Mnemosyne exemplifies the union of virtuoso with memory. Notwithstanding the 7 interminable spouses of Zeus, he was additionally unified to various mortal women whom he went by under different camouflages, as it was assumed that in the event that he uncovered himself in his actual frame as Lord of Paradise, the quality of his brilliance would demolish mortals. The mortal consorts of Zeus have been a much-loved topic with writers, painters, and stone carvers, that it is important to give some record of their individual history. The best known are Antiope, Leda, Europa, Callisto, Alcmene, Semele, Io, and Danae. Antiope, to whom Zeus showed up under the type of a satyr, was the daughter of Nyctius, lord of Thebes. To get away from the outrage of her dad, she fled to Sicyon, where Lord Epopæus enchanted her with magnificent excellence, made her his better half without even asking her dad's consent. This annoyed Nyctius so much that he pronounced war against Epopæus, keeping in mind the end goal to force him to re-establish Antiope. At his death, which occurred before he could prevail in his motivation, Nyctius left his kingdom to his sibling Lycus, instructing him, in the meantime, to bear on the war and execute his retaliation. Lycus attacked Sicyon, vanquished and slaughtered Epopæus, and brought back Antiope as a detainee. While in transit to Thebes, she brought forth her twin children, Amphion and Zethus, who, by the requests of Lycus, were on double uncovered on Mount Catharion, and would have died yet for the consideration of a shepherd, who had the compassion for them and safeguarded their lives. Antiope was, for a long time, held hostage by her uncle Lycus, and constrained to endure the most extreme savagery on account of his better half, Dirce. Be that as it may, one day her bonds were wonderfully released, and she flew for asylum and assurance to the modest harping of her children on Mount Catharon. Amid the long stretch of their mom's imprisonment, the angels had developed into strong adolescents, and, as they listened irately to the tale of her wrongs, they turned into all restlessness to retaliate for them, setting off on the double to Thebes, they prevailing with regards to having themselves of the town, and subsequent to killing the brutal Lycus, they bound Dirce by the hair to the horns of a wild bull, which dragged her here and thither until the point that she lapsed. Her disfigured body was thrown into the wellspring close to Thebes, which still bears her name. Amphion moved towards becoming ruler of Thebes in his uncle's stead. He was a companion of the Muses, and dedicated to music and verse. His sibling, Zethus, was well known for his aptitude in arrow-based weaponry, and was energetically partial to the pursuit. It is said that when Amphion wished to enclose the town of Thebes with dividers and towers, he had yet to play a sweet song on the lyre given to him by Hermes, and the tremendous stones started to move, and faithfully fitted themselves together. The discipline of Dirce because of Amphion and Zethus shapes the subject of the widely acclaimed marble bunch at the historical center of Naples, known by the name of the Farnese Bull. In form, Amphion is constantly portrayed as with a lyre, Zethus with a club. Leda, whose affections Zeus won under the type of a swan, was the daughter of Thestius, ruler of Aetolia. Her twin children, Casper and Polydeuces or Pollux, were renowned for their delicate connection to each other. They were additionally renowned for their physical achievements, Castor being the master charioteer of his day, and Pollux the first of pugilists. Their names seem both among the seekers of the Saladonian hog chase and the saints of the Argonautic undertaking. The siblings wound up plainly appended to the daughters of Leucippus, sovereign of the Messenians, who had been promised by their dad to Idas and Lynceus, children of Apharius. Having convinced Leucippus to break his guarantee, the twins carted away the women as their women. Idas and Lynceus, normally outraged by this procedure, tested the Dioscuri to mortal battle, in which Castor died at the hands of Idas, and Lynceus by that of Pollux. Zeus wished to represent the endowment of everlasting status upon Pollux, however, he declined to acknowledge it unless permitted to impart it to Castor. Zeus gave the coveted consent, and the steadfast siblings were both permitted to live, however, just on exchange days, the Dioscuri got divine respects all through Greece, and were loved with extraordinary adoration at Sparta. Europa was the delightful daughter of Agenor, lord of Phoenicia. She was one day gathering blooms with her partners in a knoll close to the ocean shore, when Zeus enchanted her with extraordinary excellence, and wishing to win her adoration, changed himself into a lovely white bull, and jogged discreetly up to the princess, so as not to caution her. Shocked at the tenderness of the creature, and appreciating its magnificence as it lay tranquilly on the grass, she touched it, delegated it with blossoms, and finally energetically situated herself on its back. Scarcely had she done as such, than the hidden god limited away with his exquisite weight, and swam over the ocean with her to the island of Crete. Europa was the mother of Minos, Icus, and Rhadamanthus. Minos, who progressed toward becoming lord of Crete, was commended for his equity and control, and after death he was made one of the judges of the lower world, which office he held in conjunction with his brothers. Callisto, the daughter of Lycaon, ruler of Arcadia, was a huntress in the prepare of Artemis, gave to the delights of the pursuit, who had made a promise never to wed, yet Zeus, under the type of a huntress goddess, prevailing with regards to getting her affections, Hera, being a great degree desirous of her, changed her into a bear, and caused Artemis, who neglected to perceive her orderly under this frame, to chase her in pursuit, and put a conclusion to her reality. After her death, she was set by Zeus among the stars as a heavenly body, under the name Arctos, or the Bear. Alcmene, the daughter of Electreon, lord of Mycenae, was pledged to her cousin Amphitryon, yet, amid his non-attendance on a risky endeavor, Zeus accepted his frame and got her affections. Hercules, whose widely acclaimed endeavors will be connected among the legends, was a child of Alcmene and Zeus. Semele, a lovely princess, the girl of Cadmus, ruler of Phoenicia, was significantly worshipped by Zeus. Like the lamentable Callisto, she was detested by Hera with desirous harm, and the haughty ruler of paradise resolved to impact her demolition, making herself, along these lines, Ibero, Semele's dedicated old medical attendant. She slyly convinced her to demand Zeus going by her, as he appeared to Hera, in all his energy and eminence, while realizing this would cause her moment demise. Semele, suspecting no unfairness, took after the counsel of her gathered medical caretaker, and whenever Zeus went to her, she genuinely importuned him to give support she was going to inquire. Zeus swore by the Styx, which was to the divine beings an unavoidable vow, to agree to her demand at all it may be. Semele, hence secure of picking up her request, asked Zeus to appear to her in all his wonderfulness, in his perfect power and grandness. As he had promised to allow whatever she asked of him, he was constrained to conform to her desire. He, along these lines, uncovered himself as the relentless ruler of the universe, joined by thunder and lightning, and she was immediately devoured in flames. Io, daughter of Inachus, lord of Argos, was a priestess of Hera. She was exceptionally delightful, and Zeus, who was quite appended to her, changed her into a white bovine, keeping in mind the end goal to crush the envious interests of Hera, who, in any case, was not to be hoodwinked. Mindful of the stratagem, she invented to acquire the creature from Zeus, and set her under the vigilant care of a man called Argus Panoptes, who secured her to an olive tree in the forest of Hera. He had 100 eyes, of which, when snoozing, he never shut more than 2 at any given moment. Being consequently dependably on the watch, Hera discovered him to a great degree valuable in keeping monitor over Io. Hermes, notwithstanding, by the charge of Zeus, prevailing with regards to putting every one of his eyes to lay down with the sound of his enchantment lyre, and afterwards, exploiting his vulnerable condition, slew him. The story goes that in remembrance of the administration which Argus had rendered her, Hera put his eyes on the tail of a peacock, as an enduring dedication of her appreciation. Ever ripe in asset, Hera now sent a gadfly to stress and torment the disastrous Io ceaselessly, and she meandered everywhere throughout the world with expectations of getting away from her tormentor. Finally, she achieved Egypt, where she discovered rest and opportunity from the oppressions of her adversary. On the banks of the Nile she continued her unique shape and brought forth a child called Epaphus, who thereafter moved towards becoming lord of Egypt and assembled the well-known city of Memphis. Danae. Zeus appeared to Danae under the type of a shower of gold. Additionally, insights concerning her will be found in the legend of Hercules. The Greeks gathered that heavenly leader of the universe once in a while expected a human frame, and plummeted from his divine house, request to visit humankind and watch their procedures, his point being for the most part either to rebuff the liable or to compensate the meriting. On one event, Zeus, joined by Hermes, made an excursion through Phrygia, looking for neighborliness and safe house wherever they went. Yet no place did they get a kindly welcome till they went to the unassuming bungalow of an old man and his better half called Philemon and Baucis, who engaged them with the best generosity, setting before them what thrifty passage their modest means allowed, and offering to invite them with unaffected friendliness, seeing over the span of their basic repast that wine bowl was phenomenally renewed. The matured couple wound up plainly persuaded of the celestial idea of their visitors. The divine beings now educated them that because of its underhandedness their local place was destined to annihilation, and instructed them to climb to the neighboring slope with them, which ignored the town where they abided. What terrifies them on viewing at their feet set up the spot where they had passed such a large number of upbeat years together, only a watery plain, the main house to be seen being their own particular little cabin, which abruptly changed itself into a sanctuary before their eyes. Zeus now requested that the commendable combined name any desire they especially wanted, and it ought to be allowed. They as needs be asked that they may serve the divine beings in the sanctuary beneath, and end coexistence. The desire was truly, for in the wake of spending the rest of their lives in the love of the divine beings, they both kicked the bucket at a similar moment, and were changed by Zeus into trees, staying forever one next to the other. Upon another event, Zeus, wishing to be found out for himself reality of the reports concerning the monstrous underhandedness of humankind, made voyage through Arcadia. Being perceived by the Arcadians as the ruler of paradise, he was gotten by them with getting to be regard and love. Yet Lycaon, their lord, who had rendered himself notorious by the gross scandalousness of himself and his children, questioned the godlikeness of Zeus, disparaged his kin for being so effortlessly tricked, and indicated, by his custom of executing all outsiders who dared to confide in his friendliness, made plans to kill them. Before executing his devilish plan, in any case, he chose to put Zeus under a magnifying glass, and having slaughtered a kid for the reason, put before him a dish containing human substance. Be that as it may, Zeus was not to be bamboozled. He observed the repulsive dish with frightfulness and abhorring, and indignantly annoying the table whereupon it was set, transformed Lycaon into a wolf, and crushed all his 50 children by lightning, aside from Nyctimus, who was spared by the mediation of Gaia.